9 hours ago. What's up, dude? Hours ago. We got a lot. We got. Got no internet? Are you just on the phone? What's up, Dot? How you doing? Okay, let's talk about Rodgers. Got his spark back. What's next for Lamar? Stefanski gets fired. Falcons, Raheem Morris gets fired. Raiders fire Pete Carroll. Oh, it happened. Wow. Denver clinches #1 seed. Seahawks Super Bowl. Drake May versus Matthew Stafford. Okay. So we got some similar topics I could do 2-on-1 videos for. Go to Speak Easy. Let's see this.
Lamar missing the playoffs this year. Mahomes missing the playoffs this year. Burrow.
Hope everybody's having a pretty decent morning, you know, at best. At best. All right. Was this hours ago? Jennifer, how we doing? Morning. This. I don't even know where I want to start. Let's go here. Did Shadur do enough to keep the starting job? Stafford or Drake May? We can do this one. Stafford or Drake May. I like this, actually.
Keep it pushing. Regular
They both.
over, so it's now time to have.
They both touched on this one here, so. Little 2-on-1. How long I'm streaming for today? I'm not gonna say long, cause I got some stuff I need to edit, and I got a few videos out already today, so shouldn't be crazy long. I'm gonna try not to make it crazy long, but we'll see. You know, sometimes I'll just go over. All right. Haven't had internet for the last 16 hours. What is just down? Are good to go. All right. Who is the MVP? We got Speak Easy and The Arena. I'm gonna do a little 2-on-1. Hear both of them out. May versus Stafford.
Have the MVP talks. This is the toughest MVP race to call in years, said Chase Daniel on Twitter. Drake May versus Matthew Stafford. Stafford's thrown for over 4,700.
Gracious, hold on. Okay, yeah, it's going extremely slow for some reason on Opera, so I'm gonna switch browsers. Goodness gracious. Copy this.
Keep it pushing. Regular season is over, so it's now time to have the MVP talks. This is the toughest MVP race to.
Come on now, same thing. Not as bad, but this shouldn't be at the bottom.
To call in years, said
MLB a streak, NFL player highlights. I got something in mind. I don't know if I'm doing this stream though, but I got something in mind. Got a lot in mind actually.
Keep it pushing. Regular season is over, so it's now time to have the MVP talks. This is the toughest MVP race to call in years, said Chase Daniel on Twitter. Drake May versus Matthew Stafford. Stafford's thrown for over 4,700 yards and 46 touchdowns with a 12-5 record. May has over 4,800 total yards with 35 touchdowns and a 14-3.
I mean, to each his own on this. You could attack this from so many different angles, but I'm leaning towards Stafford. I think he had a better season. I get the whole argument of May being more important to his team, his offense, and I can respect that 100%. And it ended with the better record. But to each his own. I'm gonna hear them out and give my points as we progress.
Fellas, MVP race. It's going to be interesting. Do you think it should be Matthew Stafford or Drake May?
I got some important information for y'all. There's no better place to win cash while watching sports than Prize
Why
Picks.
is this here?
Football season is here, and basketball season is here. So there's absolutely no better time to join.
We had a week to calm down.
What's up, Jet?
I think, actually,
Go ahead.
you want me to go first?
Please.
I'll state my case
What's
for
up,
Matthew
Cowboy?
Stafford. I think it should be Matthew Stafford. The records, I think everyone's going to talk about him losing those games and whatnot. Yes, they did have those tough games. You look at scheduling, right? I'm not saying that we should
Week MVP race. I mean, I think it's pretty good. I mean, it's not crazy, but I think it's okay.
discredit Drake May. He had an incredible season, an MVP caliber season, 100%. But Drake May played 4 playoff teams this year. I'm sorry.
I mean, if we look at Drake May's numbers compared to what's his name, Josh Allen's last year, I think Drake May's is better. And yeah, and Matthew Stafford. So I mean, I think it's solid. It's not bad. Offensive Rookie of the Year odds make no sense. I got to look at that.
He played 3 playoff teams this year. He played the
Who's
Bills
in the
twice,
lead?
which counts for those 4 games. Matthew Stafford has won as many playoff games as Drake May, or won as many games against playoff teams as Drake May has played. Drake May has a 2-2 record against playoff teams this season. Did you know that?
Wow.
They are 4. I think it's they're 12 and 1 against the rest of the teams that they have on their schedule.
So his argument is that Drake May has played easier teams this year, which is fair. Again, you could attack this from so many different angles. So many. And I respect that take.
I'm sorry. Matthew Stafford this season goes out there, throws for 4,700 yards, 46 touchdowns. His team, no, they did not win their division. He would be the first MVP winner to not win his division since Adrian Peterson, and I think he's incredibly deserving of it. Drake May's been incredible, but we have to talk about who we're playing.
I don't think even aside from the how weak the Patriots schedule is, totally different topic. I don't think MVP should be determined based off of you winning your division. As long as you have a winning record, I think that's fine. You got a winning record and you make the playoffs. That's fine. But I don't know about winning your division because you could be in a tough division like the Rams are. So I don't think that really should be part of the criteria. And the Patriots are in a easier division. So yeah, I don't know about that one. Like if that does go towards the MVP votes, you know what I mean?
Against at the end of the day, a 2-2 record against playoff teams. I'm not going to hold Matthew Stafford's record against him when he had to play 8 games against playoff teams this season. That's how I feel about it.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem with all of this MVP conversation. If you want to talk about who Matthew Stafford did it against, then you also have to mention who Matthew Stafford did it with. Matthew Stafford played more playoff teams than anybody in football. I get it. But Matthew Stafford is also playing with a future first ballot Hall of Fame.
That's an argument that I'm not big on. You play with a bunch of all pros, so we're not going to give you MVP because you play with all pros or you play with Pro Bowlers. Yeah, I don't know. I can accept that maybe in a different context. I don't know. I'm not really feeling that because they did the same thing with Josh Allen last year. Because Derrick Henry was playing with Lamar Jackson, the argument was that Lamar didn't deserve the MVP, even though Lamar had a historically great season. So it was like, I'm not really with that, you know.
The majority of the season in Devontae Adams, though he didn't play the last 3 games, and probably one of the best, if not the best offensive coach of the generation, maybe second to Andy Reid. If you want to talk about who Matthew Stafford did it against, then please also mention who he did it with. If you want to tell me the war that Matthew Stafford won, then tell me the artillery he went to battle with. Because Drake may not have won as many big wars, but he went with spoons. He went with knives, with dull blades. So you have to keep everything in context. I think it's an incredibly tight MVP race. I think Drake May winning his division and the division being in with Josh Allen matters. That matters. I can't reveal who I'm voting for just yet because I don't know. It's due Monday, January 5th, 3 p.m. Eastern time. So
Okay. And I was wondering that too. I could have sworn they voted for the MVP, which means they voted yesterday. I could have sworn they voted for the MVP at the end of the regular season, not the playoffs. So that's accurate. Okay. I don't know. I seen something the other day that made me think otherwise. But so they put their MVP votes in already. Interesting.
it's due soon. I don't know exactly who I'm voting for yet.
People underrate Drake May's weapons. Drake, 100%. 100%. Now, I'm not going to front and be like, oh, Drake May has a top 5, top 10 receiving core or, you know, but he got weapons. He got 2 good running backs and the receiving core is good. And he got a good tight end. Like, none of them are bums at all. They may not be household names besides Stephon Diggs, but every skill player on that offense is pretty good.
But it's a tight race.
Or solid. What's up, dude?
I disagree on the Spoons thing.
Cam?
The New England Patriots this season had the 6th ranked rushing defense in the entire NFL. It's not like I'm rushing offense in the entire NFL. He had help. He had a run game this season. And look, I give you all the credit in the world. When he played against the best teams, he had a 500 record, the same as Matthew Stafford. Matthew Stafford just had to do it 8 times. He got to do it 4. You played the Jets twice. You played the Browns, the Bengals, all the mud of the AFC. And I'm not saying that's a slight on him. I'm saying, look at what Matthew Stafford had to line up against.
Kerber making he's making a really good case. I'm not gonna lie, very good case.
Week in and week out, he had a way tougher schedule of games, and he outperformed.
But it's twofold. If you're going to tell me about, so I love this conversation. 1, because it's respectful. 2, there's nuance. Run game. In part, obviously, you got to say, you know what? Shout out to Drake May for opening that up, but also shout out to the running backs. But here's the other thing. I'm curious to see how many times did Matthew Stafford throw the ball versus Drake May throw the ball. Because if you want to talk about run game, Drake May got his 35 touchdowns with probably significantly less attempts. Pull up Matthew Stafford. Pull up where we're at Drake May's pass attempts.
Yeah.
Let me know as soon as you have Drake May's pass attempts, just shout them out. Then when you get Stafford's pass attempts, shout them out.
I'm not sure if they've added the last
There's so much nuance in all of this because Stafford was letting it rip and he was killing it. Stafford has like 3-4 touchdown no pick games, like 2-3 touchdown no pick games, and a couple 5 touchdown no pick games.
Yeah.
Stafford was going crazy.
I believe Stafford had over 600 pass attempts. Drake May had just over 500. So he had almost 100 more pass attempts.
So that matters too.
Yeah.
If we're going to talk about how Matthew Stafford had 10 more passing touchdowns than Drake May, well, my dog had, or maybe 15.
He had 15 more passing touchdowns.
And
15 more passing touchdowns than 100.
But if Stafford had 100 more attempts, that matters.
But we can't argue Drake May having hypothetically more attempts and saying, well, hypothetically, if Drake had more attempts, he would have more passing touchdowns. He did what he did. The regular season is over. So we gotta look at what's on wax, what's on paper. We gotta look at that.
Do you think Drake May in 100 more passing attempts gets 15 more touchdowns?
No.
That's
no, I don't. But
15's a lot.
But
15's a lot.
We watched the game today, right?
Yeah.
You saw Puka catch it. Did he need 2 hands?
No.
He needed 1.
No, exactly.
I haven't seen Kyle Williams make a one-handed touchdown grab this season.
I've seen Stephon.
He did. I could be wrong. Kyle Williams actually did make a one-handed touchdown catch this year. I'm like 90% sure on that.
Diggs do
Not
stuff like
that
that.
I've seen Stephon make a one-handed touchdown grab this season.
I hear
haven't seen
you.
it. Like,
I hear you.
Stephon Diggs is still a good receiver, so we can't do that. We can't do that. They don't use Stephon Diggs. That's their choice. That don't got nothing to do with Sean McVay is using his receivers the right way. Just because the Pats don't use Stephon Diggs, that's on them.
Think about this too. From week 7 to like week 12, what was the Rams' go-to goal line play? It wasn't HB dive.
No.
And it wasn't tush push.
No.
It was
a
fade to Devontae Adams.
But that's his skill set. I'm not punishing him for having
No,
great players.
No, not at all. I'm just saying context.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to sit here and say, dang, Matthew Stafford got all these.
The point that he's making is that Matthew Stafford got his touchdowns from throwing it to good receivers in the red zone. Which, again, that's a good point. It is what it is. But the context, and I mean, at that point, like, I feel like then now you got to go and break down every touchdown, because it's not like it has to be a good throw in order for it to get there half the time. You know what I mean? It's not like Stafford is just every time throwing it up. Like one of the red zone touchdowns I recall that he threw to Devontae was a no look. So, you know, we're gonna have to put everything under a microscope. But I'm really curious how this conversation ends.
He does. Like, shout out to Stafford. He's amazing. But
Puka
context,
and Adams was injured
you
this
got
year.
to the red
Yeah, for
zone
sure.
with the Patriots, they're turning around and they're handing it off. So I'm not going to punish Drake May for that either. Go ahead, 2-5, please.
No, because my question is like, well, if you're doing like that, then it's like you can't count none of the stats then, because you know what I'm saying? Like you picking what you want, what you don't want.
The only thing that we really wouldn't have to look at, like in a conversation like this here, let's say let's say Jalen Hurts was in a conversation for MVP, but he got 15 touchdowns from the tush push. Okay, now we can wipe that out because that's clear as day. But you again with the Stafford situation, I feel like you'd have to go and put it under a microscope and look at every single touchdown pass if you want to negate that. But I don't know.
So if one guy has 15 more passing touchdowns,
Garrett is
talking
MVP?
about, well, you know,
Nah.
Drake May he has less pass attempts. And
Defensive player of the year, yeah, but MVP, nah.
Yeah.
The MVP is based on your stats. That's what it's about, right? The quarterback stat for real. And you look at the quarterback stats, Matthew Stafford got a lot more better ones
Happy
than
New
him.
Year, Cuzzo.
Yeah.
And
He
you want
does.
to, but I'm saying, like, when you want to sit around like, who he did it with him, I don't want to do none of that. I'm just asking you, who had a better season? It's a tough one because they both did very, very well. But the stuff Matthew Stafford doing, dog, you can't deny that.
Shady, I think where the
and
hesitation comes in.
And I like Drake May, though.
Yeah. No, I think Drake May is also. I think
Like
where the
Drake May.
hesitation comes in is he'd be the first player to be a wild card seed to win the MVP since Adrian Peterson in 2012.
Yeah.
Before that, Peyton Manning won in 2008. They were a wild card seed. They didn't win their division.
So what's that mean?
I think.
What's
to
what's
me,
you telling
it shouldn't mean anything.
That's
Whenever you
right.
have
Why
46,
that matter?
Yeah.
when you're still a
matter.
12-win team and you have 46 touchdowns and 8 interceptions and you play in the toughest division in football, I mean, even if we go.
I still feel like they did Lamar dirty last year because Josh Allen had a better record. Like, bro, you got a winning record and you made the playoffs. There's stuff that you can't control in terms of how the defense plays, you know. But if you put up the numbers, you put up MVP numbers, and you still make the playoffs. Hey, all right, cool. We can take you seriously as a contender. But winning your division I don't think that should matter. King got a Discord on 50 members. Oh, that's dope. That's dope.
Look at the standings right now in the NFC. The 3 best records in the NFC, I believe, belong to
The
NFC
West,
NFC
yeah.
West teams. Like I'm not punishing. Oh, well, you didn't win your division.
But here's why it matters. It's not a coincidence they didn't win the division. It's not like the games that cost them the division were the games Stafford sold. Stafford only had 2 bad games all year. That's it. He had an atrocious game against the Atlanta Falcons, 3 interceptions.
Yes.
He had an atrocious game against the Carolina Panthers, 2 interceptions and a fumble to win for a touchdown. 1 interception was in the end zone when it was a 7-point swing. So, like, the reason they didn't win the division wasn't like, oh, the defense choked it away. No, like, if Stafford doesn't fail 2 games, now mind you, he was incredible. So, like, but if he doesn't fail 2 games, they win the division, and he runs away with MVP. Only reason this the conversation is on Stafford. Like, Stafford should have run away with the MVP. Also, remember, Josh Allen Shady has won the division like 6 years in a row. maybe 5 or 6 years in a row.
Something like that.
So to go win a division that Josh
That is a weak division, respectfully. Yes. The Rams should have won those 2 games that they lost, for sure. But I still don't. I still am not crowning an MVP because they won their division. If you're in a weak division, you're in a weak division. They split with the Bills. That's fair. That's okay. But I mean, maybe if they swept the Bills, I don't know. But I don't know. What the hell you spill on Tory? That's what's up.
Allen owns. Josh owns this.
Yeah.
To go do what Tua couldn't do. When Tua had the division up 8-3 and Josh Allen was 6-6 after week 12, if y'all go back 3 years. To go do what Tua tried and couldn't do.
So-
that matters.
So I want to ask you. So it's
Yes,
not
sir.
even about this the actual play of the quarterbacks. It's about like if they won the division, if they did this, if they did that.
Because it's all of it. How you play would dictate if you win the division. If Drake May loses to the Bills in Buffalo,
Yeah.
Drake doesn't win the division. So like he won that game, which helped him win the division.
Then he lost, but he lost again. Like they split.
Yeah, they split.
I mean, because even like some of these, you talking about some of these players. I remember it was a time where like Devontae wasn't even getting off. He was scoring touchdowns. We wasn't even getting off. And then as he slowly got into the game plan, he started doing more.
Yep.
I just don't want to like start knocking players because of the small little things. You go out there and you play. And then once you play, what it look like.
Yeah.
If we going off, if we simplify it as
Ain't that so interesting? Teams, it's so hard for teams to adjust. George Pickens didn't start going off until CD got hurt. Devontae didn't start going off until Puka got hurt. And then they started using both of them. You know what I mean? Like both of their receivers instead of just one primarily.
much as possible, Matthew Stafford should be the MVP.
But if you strictly
We just simplify.
But 2-5. See, here's what's crazy to me. If you're strictly going off what it looks like, I think that's Drake May's best argument. If you're going off numbers, hell no, go Stafford. It's not even. If you're going off numbers,
You
if,
really
you-
think
if you're
so?
going off data, if our brains weren't and our eyes weren't making the decision, and you just had like a non-football fan, but like a Yale grad in math come say, okay, look at Stafford's strength of schedule, look at his touchdowns, look at his interceptions, look at his DVOA, look at his EPA.
Yeah.
Stafford's running away with it. It's my eyes that keep Drake May in it. It's my eyes.
Well, he got
that-
numbers too, though. He
does.
he balls and he got some numbers. I'm just saying, from your eye test and the numbers, because it's like, okay, I want to service everybody in the room.
Yeah.
And then speak easy. I'm not like a numbers guy like you guys are, but I do understand numbers. I'm more of an eyeball test. The eyeball test, it shows me that.
He
Stafford's
said, bro,
like
got
that.
bad eyes.
Then we go to y'all with the numbers. The numbers show me he's like that. That's what I'm talking about. Drake May, same thing.
Okay,
That's
give me
why
this.
Drake May is in the conversation
this.
MVP.
Give me
And I said this too after Stafford lost that game to the Falcons. I said he's gonna have to do good in Week 18 to put himself back in that conversation because I know the voters' perspective. Because I watched a lot of Acho last year, and he gave insight pretty much to how voters think, and the voters are going to lean towards Drake May again, better record, and I mean mainly that, bro, because if we've been honest. If the Rams and the Pats have the exact same record, they're automatically giving it to Stafford. Like Stafford's gonna win unanimously, but I think the record is given too much credit in the MVP voting, and I think that's really what it is. If I'm being honest, like Drake May has played at an MVP level this year, but if they had the same record, the exact same record, whether it be better or worse. I don't think this is the conversation.
the experience, because what I love about being a voter, not every voter played. I played.
Did I watch Shador do enough to keep his job starting job? If they talked about that last night, I didn't see it. If they talked about it 2 days ago, I saw it. It's on the channel right now. What's up, Shadow? Garrett the MVP? Nah, Garrett not win MVP. Maybe if they had a winning record to make the playoffs, he'd be in that conversation. The last time we seen a defensive end in the MVP conversation was J.J. Watt. And I think the Texans made the playoffs and J.J. scored 4 touchdowns that year. And I think 2 of them were on offense. I think he had 2 on offense, 2 on defense or something along them lines.
I didn't play at the highest level. I think Tom Brady, Kurt Warner, those guys are voters, but I played at a higher level than some people that are just writers. My experience also tells me my teammates dictate my success. Like when I would run out there with the Eagles with the ones, and I had Fletcher Cox, Benny Logan, Trent Cole, and Connor Barwin in front of me, I had significantly more success than when I was running out there with the twos or the threes. When I'm running out there with the twos and the threes, and everybody's just coming up on me real quick, I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like, I can't butt press. I can't assess anything. But when I'm going out there with Malcolm Jenkins behind me and he's calling coverage, way different than when I got to call coverage and call the front.
Yeah.
So experience also says teammates dictate success, and Drake May doesn't have as much help.
You know what? But see, I don't necessarily agree with that, though, because his running backs have made plays. The kid Henderson is explosive as it gets.
Yeah.
I look at the special teams for the Patriots.
The defense is low key. You can I ain't gonna like you low key easy make an argument that the defense is better now. I think did we have bigger names? I mean, we had good names, but I think the defense is better now. It was something I just missed. Call it the MVQB award. I mean, honestly, if Jonathan Taylor would have continued his pace, he would be in the MVP conversation. But I mean, you know, it is what it is. The quarterback is the most important position on offense. So by default, they're gonna get it. But nobody had a historical season at running back this year. JT was on pace for it, but he just didn't finish. And again, it's not really his fault, but it is what it is.
Yep.
They make up tons of plays. And then the defense ain't sorry.
No, defense is good.
Yeah, so I'm saying, so if you speaking like that, collectively, I mean, he got players with him.
Yeah.
Even Stephon Diggs this year, they didn't even really like make him the focal point of the offense. And he was 30 yards from having 1,000.
Yeah.
Hold on,
okay,
man. In primetime games, when you needed a superstar, he showed up as a superstar. You keep talking about this Buffalo game, you keep going back to on the road. Valid point. Who was the biggest star in that game? If it wasn't Drake May, it was Stephon Diggs. Mm-hmm. So I think he got pieces. And he got two running backs at that got busy. So
yeah.
I hear what you're saying. I guess the names are bigger with.
But even the game. Let's not act like I'm tripping. Like,
no, you're not tripping.
Nakua and Devontae Adams.
Them dudes is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Are great.
I mean,
Devontae also has missed like 5-6 games this season though too.
He
still got busy in those
He led the league in touchdowns like through 12 weeks.
Yes,
even
of course.
the running back.
He was having like
Trayvon Henderson didn't start getting busy until week 5, 6.
I know, but Matthew Stafford deserves credit for that as well.
Yeah,
He's the
he
one
does.
feeding. Devontae Adams was in washed conversations before this year. Let's not act like
he wasn't in washed.
Okay, Devontae Adams, we thought his best years were behind him, and then this year he looked like one of his.
I think his best.
I mean, maybe from the casual perspective, people thought Devontae kind of washed, but reading comment. Maybe from the casual perspective, you can say Devontae was washed, but I don't know. That is just distracting.
In washed conversations before this year. Let's not act like
he wasn't in washed.
Okay, Devontae Adams, we thought his best years were behind him, and then this year he looked like one of his.
I think his best years still are behind him. I just think I think his best years still are behind him. I just think Devontae. The Rams' offense is better than the Patriots' offense. We're not.
But they have a better play caller.
But a lot of that is Stafford though.
Yeah,
that makes him like that.
A lot of that is Stafford and McVay, if we being honest. If the Patriots will play Stephon Diggs, I got to check his snap count, but majority of this season, he didn't surpass over 70% of snaps. If the Patriots were playing Stephon Diggs like the Rams play Puka, they would get 1,300 yards out of him. But I mean, again, that's their choice, I get it at the beginning of the season, but once you get towards the end of the season, what are we doing? Unless, I saving them for the playoffs. But I don't think that we can fault Matthew Stafford or take an MVP away from him because his coaches decide to do something smarter than this guy's coaches, Because, if we being real, the worst teams in the NFL have bad coaching. So we're not gonna award them for hypothetical stats or hypothetical, we're not gonna give them hypothetical awards because the coaching is bad. Like, this player would be doing better if the coaching was good. I mean, that's not Matthew Stafford's fault that his offense is better. I mean, it is because he's a huge part of that. But, Diggs not as good as Puka. I'm not saying that, but because seeing is believing. We haven't seen a elite season from Diggs in maybe 3 years, but he's been injured he was injured last year. The year before that, the Bills just completely changed the offense like mid-season. So they kind of like voided him out the offense. And he still had a good season then. And he had a really good season this year with limited snaps. So if he would have played full snaps this year, he for sure would have had, I believe he would have had like 1,300 yards. Maybe 1,200, something like that. But I think, we'll see next year. We'll see. I definitely don't. I think he's far from washed for sure. Far from it. What bad week it was for Diggs family. Well, it's life. And then his brother on a whole nother team. He's probably gonna get a big contract from somebody this offseason, so he's gonna be straight. Everything happened how it happened for a reason. Coach of the Year award, another one is flawed. Yeah, a little bit. Trade Gary Wilson. I don't think it's happening, but it sounds good for real. Patriots bias. They even have Mike Vrabel as a Coach of the Year favorite when he isn't top 3. Yeah, but the Coach of the Year, realistically though, is not about who's the best coach. I think the Coach of the Year is kind of like how they do the MVP. Kind of. They look at all these other factors. They're not going to look at the record. They're going to look at all these other factors. And, typically they give it to newer coaches.
Devontae's
Every wide
like
receiver
that
won't
everywhere.
go. But listen, every wide receiver won't go over to this. Or I'm sorry, every quarterback can't just go over there and make that thing just jump and pop.
No, but I've seen Devontae go for 1,400 with Derek Carr. So, I assume Devontae's good.
Those years ago, though.
No, they weren't, Shady. It was 2 years ago.
More
Remember, he did that nonsense with Aaron Rodgers, that little...
It was 2 years or 3 years
Yeah,
ago?
it was 2.
I don't know. I just think
Devontae's
it's tough
still
to
that.
stats whenever
He's still
like
that.
they're this.
He's not his
insane.
prime, but
46
he's still
touchdowns, 8
a top tier
interceptions.
receiver.
Over the NFL
Close,
season.
Is it close?
Yeah, of course it's close. I'll give you the fact that it's close. I as a matter of fact, I think Drake May
upper
could still
level.
possibly win it. It's just, to me,
It's close.
to me, it's I'm giving it to Matthew
Jalen got
Stafford.
32
I think Matthew Stafford has been exceptional all year. If he has that game against the Falcons in week 2, we're not having this conversation. We're not. It's the timing of it.
Let me ask you this, Acho. Which race is closer, this year's or last year's?
This year.
Because that was like
I ain't gonna lie. I think they made the MVP race last year closer than it needed to be. Because if you look at the numbers, oh my gosh. Lamar blew Josh Allen out the water with the numbers. This year, the numbers are a lot closer. Situationally, it's a little bit closer. But, yeah.
week
To each his own.
15. It's this quarterback. Week 16.
I think this is the same
And
race.
Eber
as
finally
last
sleep
year.
good at night
I
knowing
think the
Eberflus off my
difference
team. Oh,
is-
Eberflus got fired?
This is the same race as last year. The difference is
Interesting.
Lamar got punished, not by me, but Lamar I do believe got punished
Voter
by some
fatigue.
because he had already won.
Yeah.
Whereas
Oh, so Acho, he said not by me. So Acho voted for Lamar? I could have sworn I heard bro making all of these, and maybe that's what they just were, arguments. I heard him making so many arguments for Josh Allen last year. Did not know that. Interesting. Let's get Raheem Morris. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody else hires Raheem Morris as a head coach. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets another head coach job. He didn't do terrible this year. If he goes back to being the DC, he gonna get paid. But I would not be. I think it's very possible somebody else offers him a head coach job. It wasn't great, but it wasn't. I don't think it was fireable, if I'm being honest. Bad coordinators can be the death of a team. Nah, facts.
Stafford's going to get accelerated.
Cohen
by
should win
some
it.
because
Because
he's
he's
never
never
won.
Cohen is up there.
So what
Cohen is up there.
punished Lamar is going to help Stafford.
For sure.
But this is the same race to me as last year.
I thought Josh was better than Lamar last year.
I also just think Josh is better than Lamar.
Yeah. I always thought that.
I think Josh is.
But I mean, he was, bro. He had what 40. This is another thing about Josh. Ain't he consistent? What is it, like 6 years straight? 40.
Yeah, 40 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Come on, dog.
He had 40 touchdowns last year. Really? I guess maybe if you include his rushing, I guess. Let me see. And maybe I didn't look at that. I looked at his passing numbers. But even with the rushing yards, Lamar still had 900 rushing yards last year with 4,000 passing yards. That's never been done. Not that I know of. He had 3,600 and he had 14 rushing touchdowns. That's not 40 touchdowns. That's 39. That's right there, but we being technical. I think Lamar still had more touchdowns than this. If I'm honest, I think Lamar threw for 40 something, and he had some rushing touchdowns, and he had 900. Bro, each his own. The argument of Josh Allen being better than Lamar, that's fine. But was Josh Allen better than Lamar last year? He wasn't.
And I think Josh
Cowboys
was the
fired
one
Eberflus.
Yeah.
Dan just said that.
Was he last year?
Well, look, I asked the chat. I said,
Your
who
division.
deserves MVP more, Drake May or Matthew Stafford? Our YouTube family said Matthew Stafford at 59%.
Come
Our
on now.
TikTok
Who the
family
two
said Matthew Stafford at 55%. I asked the chat, who do y'all think Acho's going to vote for MVP? Drake May or Matthew Stafford? 52% said Drake May.
Interesting.
Look, moving forward, we got to talk.
Interesting combos. Oh, you know what? Dang, I spent way too long on this video because I wanted to check out the arena because they have their opinion on the MVP race as well, and I completely forgot that I was supposed to do that one too. All right, let's go ahead and check this out. Let's see where we at. Drake May versus Stafford.
46 touchdowns and 8 interceptions, but Drake May finishes the sophomore.
Half of Allen rushing touchdowns within the 5-yard line. I'm not surprised about that because the Bills got the touch push down pack, so I'm not surprised about that at all.
Season with 4,394 yards, 31 passing touchdowns.
We got to include May's rushing stats as well when talking about the MVP. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Super fair. Half Allen
And 8 interceptions.
Like, what are we talking about?
It was looking like a clear, Stafford MVP, but
It's still looking clear.
But that
ATL
Monday
took an
night
interview
football
with Clint
game where he lost
Kubiak.
to the Falcons and threw 3 interceptions at the end of the season. I don't know, guys. Gerald,
I mean,
who's
that's
your
not.
MVP?
That wouldn't be bad.
It's
Like he's second in the league in yards. He leads in TDs, leads in yards per game. This is what matters the most.
I know. I just have to add a little.
The Patriots
Add a little,
Patriots had the worst strength of schedule all year. Drake May didn't face no top 10 defenses. Matthew Stafford faced 5 of them.
Mm-hmm.
That separated them right there. And my numbers was better, and I faced tougher defenses. And Matthew Stafford, man, had 2 bad games. He had 2 bad games. He's the MVP.
I think if you're looking at it's him or Drake May, they got the same amount of interceptions, but he got 15 more touchdown passes than Drake May. Like, what are we talking about? Like, I was better than you.
Versus tougher.
I was better than you, bro. You feel me?
But if we were looking at
versus tougher competition.
Right.
He played 5 top 10 defenses.
I got 15 more touchdown passes than you. I was better than you, bro. Like,
But it's not just about stats. Lamar Jackson had better stats last year than Josh Allen. Josh Allen.
so what is it about wins? You got 3 losses, we got 4. Or
No,
something
it's
Sometimes
two,
I don't
two
know
games
what it's
clear.
about.
2 games clear.
Yeah, but who
England.
played who?
Come
who
on
did
now.
what versus
Who the
those
Super Bowl
teams?
favorites, Skip? The Patriots
No.
or the Rams?
Seattle's a favorite, I think, right now.
Seattle.
I mean, but out of the Patriots and the Rams,
Wait a minute.
who next?
Rams.
The Rams. All right,
Yeah.
so come on, man. What are we talking about?
Who do you got, Coach?
Yeah, I'm with Stafford too, man. What he did this year is this is an all-time great season. The numbers that he
amazing.
put up, he's
Skip-
been
Skip
playing
be
some
swaggy
really
sometimes.
good football. I don't want to discredit Drake May though. That's the biggest issue I have with all this. Is looking at it online. It's almost like we're pitting both guys against each other. And I know one's in year 17, the other's in year 2, but it could go either way in the sense of how these voters view this. I think there is going to be, it's human error with this. There's going to be some, it's not like there's a system put in place. Some people are going to look at Drake May as the better MVP candidate. Some people are going to look at Matthew.
It's just like this, and I know the voters are going to take into account the overall record. Even if the Rams went 10-7, if the Rams go 10-7, obviously, Stafford's stats are going to have to be a little bit more better to compensate for losing more games. But let's say they went 10-7 and they played they had the hardest schedule in the league, which they did this year. We looked it up the other day. Rams had the hardest schedule in the league this year. And Stafford throws for 5,000 yards because they went 10-7 and didn't win the division. But let's say they made the playoffs. 10-7 making the playoffs. Like, are we going to give it to Drake May just because they went 10-7? I don't think records should be I don't think that should be a valid argument, Partially, but if your numbers can compensate for you losing more games, then I'm fine with that. Totally fine. I think it evens out.
Stafford, and you can make an argument for both. I agree with that, but I do think Stafford's.
Panthers released Hunter Renfrow. He's been a healthy scratch since week 7. Why keep him on the roster that year to be a healthy scratch? Released him is interesting. I think just in case they had an injury, they wanted just to have him just in case. That's it. But they want the young guys to develop. If Jalen Coker has been playing really good, bro, he looks like he's gonna be legit. Ted is already your number one. You still got Xavier Legette. You want him to get more. You want these guys to get more targets. You still got Jimmy Horn. You want these guys to get more targets than Hunter Renfrow, if we're being honest, because you want them to develop. And the only way they're going to develop is if they're out there playing. So I get it. If you have an injury, then okay, we can plug in Hunter Renfrow. But again, these dudes is playing at a really good level right now. Well, for sure, Jalen and Ted.
Slightly edges Drake May in this because of that. The strength of schedule, who he's played, what he's done against those teams,
really
and just the level that he's produced all season long. What'd you say, Keith?
Kind of hard to make an argument for Drake May. What would you
Well,
say?
if you look at analytics.
What would you say, Skip?
So,
15 extra touchdown passes don't matter?
Stuck in my throat.
Go ahead, Skip.
What's up, Skip?
All right, deal.
It's all the smoke I just shoved up his.
It was. I need to go to rehab after all that smoke.
Interesting.
My bad, Skip.
Look, Matthew Stafford is the runaway betting favorite, and he will win this, and he should not win this. Drake May should win this because Drake May did lead the league by far, runaway QBR, runaway in QBR. He led the league by far in completion percentage at 72%. And his team went 14-3, and Matt Stafford's team, albeit against a tougher schedule, went 12-5. So what do you always drive into my brain, if not into my soul, about Sean McVay? Oh, it's automatic. Plug any quarterback in there. It's boom, boom, boom. It's fireworks. It's touchdowns.
It ain't his fault he got plugged
Sean McVay, right? Okay, so here, I'll throw a quick stat at you. Devontae led the league in touchdown catches with 14. Guess how long each of those touchdown passes averaged per yard?
1 yard.
No, 8.6. It's like nothing.
You know what's crazy? That I don't know if this is the first time we ever seen this, but it may be the first time we ever seen the top 2 players in the MVP race. One had the hardest schedule in the NFL, and one had the easiest schedule in the NFL. I think that is a interesting stat.
So JSN had 10 touchdown catches, which is pretty good. They averaged 25 yards per touchdown catch. It's just Sean McVay, plug him in. And look, if you want to go career achievement for Matt Stafford, I honor that. I drop down and genuflect before Matt Stafford's career achievement because he deserves something for all that he's accomplished in this league, including having won a Super Bowl. But I'm looking at these games against Seattle at home, at SoFi. They survived 21.
It's like the ball, dude. Oh, you talking about Aqib Talib? Aqib, his takes be straight. As long as they're not talking about the Broncos, because he's gonna be super biased. But overall, he be having some decent takes sometimes.
19 because Matt Stafford went 15 of 28, barely 50% for 130 yards against your arch rival Seattle. 130 yards, had a QBR of 46 below average in that game. At Seattle, he threw a party up there as both quarterbacks went back and forth in a big shootout that Seattle finally won 38-37. But I can't remember who was on the show. Somebody, it may have been you, kept pointing out the Rams had the ball 3 times in the fourth quarter and really didn't move the ball when they needed.
When you said it was Stafford's fault?
Yeah.
That was TJ.
Was it TJ?
Yeah.
TJ. Okay. he was really blaming Stafford because they did have the ball. They did one of the possessions with a 48-yard field goal, which he missed. But the point is, at Atlanta on Monday Night Football, as you did allude to, Kenzie, he was horrible in that game. He had 3 turnovers, and if you watch the game, which I did watch the game, with 21 seconds left, they had a last at-bat. And that kid, Xavier Smith, broke. Did you happen to watch this game? I don't know if you watched, but Xavier Smith broke wide open for a deep touchdown. And Matt Stafford missed him by about 8 yards. It was horrible. He just lost it. He had a bad game.
That made him not the MVP.
He missed the throw.
Okay. All right. He missed it. It was a clutch throw to win that game.
I think Stafford thought, though, he was going to go more to the corner because you could see him. Anyways, yes.
But
No,
he
he missed.
was
You got it.
wide open.
As a good counter by Cody. Cody he probably the least biased person on this show. Least biased. He's always kind of like, objective. Keon Coleman over Xavier Legette right now, yeah. Right now, I think that's fair to say. Legette got potential. I don't know what's up with bro. He got potential. Texans are 7-5 in one-score games this year. Seeing how good y'all defense is. There's way too many one-score games I've been in. I mean, yeah, but it is what it is. They've really been us for the past 3 years now, but it's all about coming out of them. At the end of the day, getting it done. Offense just needs to step up at the end of the day. The girl on this show is a pilot. The one who sits in the middle. How'd she go from being a pilot to being on the arena? It's interesting.
Okay.
And that kid can flat fly.
Yeah.
So that's going to win the game if you make that throw.
Okay.
And then just for the record, at Carolina, I know they're going back there now, but at Carolina, Matt Stafford was 2 touchdowns with 2 interceptions and had a QBR of 25 in that game. And you're giving me MVP? I'm not a big Drake May guy, but every time I'm like anti. He comes through. All year long, all he did was do what he had to do, complete 72% of his passes and lead them to a 14-3 record.
But you know what he didn't do? And it's the reason that he's not the number 1 seed. You didn't beat the damn Raiders. All right.
Tomlin is 24-0 in Monday Night Football games as the Steelers head coach. Oh, we've seen some crazy stuff happen this year in terms of stuff like that, like records. Who is that? Is that the Bears? They did something crazy this year. I don't know, but I mean it's a cool stat, but I ain't really worried about it. We gonna see at the end of the day. We gonna see. Once they get out there and lace them up.
Started off by not beating the Raiders, and now you're the number 2 seed.
Okay.
And they gave up a lead versus Buffalo at home.
Okay.
So the QBR makes it an MVP?
The QBR, we already proved that the QBR don't
run away. He's runaway
completion
QBR
percentage
champ.
and QBR don't lead to win. Because Shador just had a QBR of 11 and he won. You know what I'm saying? So who cares?
Who's your defensive player of the year?
I don't know. My
Myles
defensive
Garrett.
player?
Yeah,
Gosh, by far.
Right,
Yeah,
by far. Right. I guarantee he don't have the most QB hits. He probably don't have the highest win percentage in pass rush. And Zach Allen got the most QB hits.
I know,
but he got 23 sacks.
Got the most sacks.
Who cares about the QBR? What do we like?
Okay, who's the best defensive pass rusher in football? Who would you want to start your franchise with?
Myles Garrett.
Thank you.
So who do you take it right now? Matthew Stafford or Drake May?
Well, Matt Stafford's he's about to go over the hill.
If you want to go win the Super Bowl right now, which quarterback you taking?
Matt Stafford.
With the same roster, the same weapons.
If it was a little bit closer, I'll feel your argument. If it was like 47 touchdowns and 42, he got 15 more touchdowns than bro.
Versus 5
come on, man.
top 10
and Sean
defenses.
McVay.
But that's just passing
to your
touchdowns.
point,
It's like video game
on those short touchdown passes, and I keep seeing this argument about 13 of them are from the 1 yard line.
Well, they were.
It gets tougher down there. It's tougher down there. You would think, it's easier, just hand it off, right? Let's just run the football 4 times.
With matchup.
A lot of those are RPOs.
Matchup.
No.
It's
Yeah, but a lot of those are
I'm just
RPOs.
using your
The
argument
run, I
back
have
to
a
you.
fade to Devontae if I want it.
Skill, bro.
You got to be quicker down to the red zone by the goal line.
It's
yeah.
brains.
That's like
Accuracy
saying well,
goes
Drake
up,
May
the
only
window.
having a good year because he got
that's
McDaniels.
We're just
He got a
different.
damn good OC his damn
That's
self.
what Tay do. He did it with Aaron Rodgers too.
Drake May got
In
a
the
damn
red,
good
he
OC
good in the
himself.
red zone.
Yeah. And I truly believe that Stafford, I know the arguments, who has a better roster, who has better weapons? Sure, Stafford does, but Stafford elevates the play of those guys. Devontae Adams has 14 touchdowns in 14 games. His last 31 games combined, 16 touchdowns.
Is Puka a product of Matt Stafford?
I think, you could
What the heck? Interesting. No. That's crazy. He barricaded himself in his house. That's crazy. Bro, wanted.
argue that, Puka was a fifth-round pick.
I know, but
and he didn't have a high grade coming out of college.
Every time I look at him, I say that he's really good.
Agreed, but I don't know if he has the same success
uncoverable.
if he's not with a quarterback like Matthew Stafford. He brings the most out of those guys.
I ain't gonna. That's not even a conversation. Puka makes insane catches that just about if anybody threw it to him on some of them catches, that's him. Like some of them contested catches that he be making that's all him, you know. But I don't know where Skip was going with that because the conversation's not really about
Cooper
Puka.
Kupp was a
I
triple
love
crown
Cooper
winner with
Kupp,
Matthew
but he
Stafford.
don't look the same without.
Yeah, he was a triple crown
I'm telling
winner.
you, bro, it's
And again, I want that to be clear, though. This is no knock on Drake May, Skip. I agree. He had a hell of a season. He's going to be a good quarterback for a long time. Him and McDaniels are going to feed families. They're going to do a lot of good things. Vrabel, too. And he has a lot of upside, and he did a lot of good things this year. I just think Matthew Stafford slightly edges him in the MVP race because of
and we can't go.
difficulty, what he did.
We're talking about quarterbacks, man.
Right.
So the one thing with quarterbacks, if I'm going to look at one stat, it's not going to be QBR. I'm sorry, Skip. But if I'm going to look at one stat with quarterbacks, what stat is you going to look at?
Yards, touchdowns.
That ain't one. That's more than one. Just if you looked at one stat, are we comparing these quarterbacks?
Touchdowns.
Touchdowns.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about? He got 15 more passing touchdowns than bro.
You gonna look
But
at that?
Drake May
You
did
gonna
have
look
4
at
rushing
touchdown,
touchdowns
interception
after that.
ratio.
Add his rushing touchdowns. I still
35.
got 11 more touchdowns than you, bro.
Yeah.
What we talking about?
Interesting. Okay.
What if
that's
you
not-
put Drake May and Sean McVay's offense
Then
this
Drake
year?
May might be the MVP.
Hey, thank you.
But
Hey, there you go. It's if like the hypotheticals, man, you know, what was put on paper is what's put on paper. You know, I respect that Drake May is very talented. I respect that if Drake May was in Sean McVay's offense, maybe he would be an MVP. And is he playing at the MVP level this year? Of course. But it's just it's we gotta vote off of reality. What was put on paper?
he's not in Sean McVay offense. He's
We
in
can't do
McDaniels
that.
offense.
What if you put Josh Allen with Andy Reid?
What is-
He'll
what did
probably
Mike Tomlin
2-3
say?
tips right
If
now.
What
You
if you put
can't do
Bo?
it.
What if you put Bo with
It would
Sean
be my
McVay?
uncle.
That's what I'm
He'd be the
saying.
fucking MVP. You feel me?
No, he wouldn't.
Yes, he would. Man, listen, man. Listen. Hey, you think Baker came? Why you think Baker jumped off the plane and dropped 30? Look, let
Yeah.
Sean cook. Sean gonna do this shit. You just do what the fuck I tell you to do. all
Man,
right?
we can't just act like it's Sean McVay, man.
It is.
Matty been putting up buckets for a long time, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's facts. Let me know your thoughts in the conversation on that one, though. Thoughts in the conversation. Thoughts in the comment section. Excuse me. I got mad. I can see why voters would vote Drake May, but I think, like, again, when you break it down, I think there's more things in favor of Matthew Stafford. But to each his own. Let's see what topic we got next. I don't understand why this taskbar is stuck here. That's where I said it. I can write like that. if you switch Burrow and Pat Mahomes, who has more rings? Oh, for sure. Yeah, obviously, yeah. Obviously, Joe Burrow gonna have more. Yeah, but and that goes back to that. It's like it's a bunch of hypotheticals.
So it's now time to have the MVP.
Like a lot of these guys are really good, you know, and they in the same category in terms of how great they are. But if you change the situations around, yeah, you know, one guy would end up having more rings than another guy for sure. I can close this actually. I just thought about that. Close window. Let me hit with the topics that they are similar on. Seahawks are Super Bowl contenders. Denver clinched number 1 seed. Raiders fire Pete Carroll. Falcons fire Raheem Morris. Now these are separate topics I'm not aware of. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, y'all, and I'm gonna be right back. Bear with me real quick. They muted. Yeah, I think that might just be you, Dan. All right, I'll be right back. Let me use the restroom real quick. All right. Stefanski fired Raheem. I might as well just put this a 3-in-1 video. Stefanski, Raheem Morris, and let me see if they talked about any coaches getting fired on Speak Easy. The Browns will regret. What the heck? The Browns will regret firing Stefanski. Okay. That's a perspective.
I got some important information for
This extra point followed by a
see, Shador, next starter. Who's your MVP? We just went over that. JD hates Trevor Lawrence. I need to check that out. Can the Panthers beat the Rams? Let me hear this out first before we get to the firings. Did Shador do enough to keep the starting job? I think Shador is an investment, and I think they should see a return on their investment. I don't think he did enough to win a starting job or necessarily keep it, but he's a rookie playing in a bad offensive system. You know, like how the Jags were patient with Trevor Lawrence. I would like to see the Browns be patient with Shador Sanders. But we'll see. I think the Eagles versus Niners is the best matchup of Wild Card Weekend outside of the Texans. Nah, I think there was a bet. I think the Jags versus the Bills is the best matchup. Wild Card schedule. Jags versus Bills, in my opinion, at the moment. Jags versus Bills. Chargers versus Patriots would be second. We could probably put this probably could be a third. Again, if I'm not including Texans, I'll probably put this at third. And that's just because I expect the Eagles to beat the Niners. It's not gonna be an easy game, but that's the expectation. I don't necessarily expect the Patriots to beat the Chargers. I don't have an expectation. I don't have an expectation with the Bills and the Jags. Like when I do my predictions, I'm gonna pick somebody, but I'm more so I expect the Eagles to come out with a win, just like I expect the Rams to come out with a win over the Panthers. You know, so we'll see though. Texans gonna win easily. If the defense is on a game, which I think they're gonna be very well coached and well prepared for this game. If I'm being honest, I respect DeMeco Ryans as a head coach. I think they're gonna be very well coached. I think we can I think we can limit the Steelers offense if I'm being completely honest, but we just gotta score enough points. That's it. I just don't know what to expect from the offense. That's it. But do I think we could really give Pittsburgh offense some problems? I think it's gonna be a problematic game for them. But you know, it's gonna come down to us scoring points at the end of the day. And it's not like their defense is just really excellently well coached. So like we can come out of there with maybe 3 touchdowns, and that could be enough to win us the game. I don't think they'll miss Stefanski, but I'll see. Be interested to see how they do it without him as a head coach. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see who the next head coach is. DK back, Tomlin undefeated record on Monday Night Football at home. I've seen some crazy stats this year. Well, there was at least one where what game was that? Was it the Bears Packers? There was like 127-0 record in these situations, and I think the Bears won, and it made that 127-1. So I mean, you know, every year we see some crazy stats, and you know, I mean, it sound good, but at the end of the day, you know, it's gonna come down to who's coached properly, and then this is the playoffs, so you know, regular season is regular season. We're going to see. If the Giants did it in 2007, the Panthers can do it in 2026. Yeah, but the Giants had some Hall of Famers on that team. I don't know if the Panthers got any Hall of Famers or like anybody even playing at that level. The Giants had some guys. The Panthers, they got some good players, but Like, would I take Bryce Young right now over Eli Manning at that point in time? I wouldn't. Just being honest. It sounds good, but I'm not predicting them to get that lucky. Is Nico playing? Yeah, Nico playing. I'm expecting Texans, Jags, and Pats to win. So I predict Texans versus Broncos, divisional Jags versus Pats. Those some good matchups. I like both of those. Could be. We'll see. Could be determined, but definitely some good matchups. How to speak easy, talk about Shedeur this much. I mean, it's possible. I'm pretty sure I can find enough topics to come up with to talk about the Texans, but they definitely milk it. They figure it out. If Bengals clamp DK, Texans can. Yeah. Stingley for sure. I don't see Stingley have any problems with DK. If I'm being honest, or Kamari, you know, I think they're going to game plan very well for this for the Steelers offense, knowing how big of a game it is. Stefanski wasn't looked at as a terrible head coach until this season. That's fair, you know. And last night we you know, it wasn't last night. It was like 2 nights ago or something like that. Like, looking at it, you could make a case that Stefanski has been handicapped since he's been in Cleveland, but it looks bad on him this season. You know, the play calling was bad this year. The fact that you ran through 3 quarterbacks and didn't do good with none of them, that looks bad. You know, so it's like it's on him, but you can make a case. You can make a case outside of this year. I think that that he kind of had it. I mean, you can look, you make a case this year too because he had rookie quarterbacks, but it's still the play calling still wasn't good. Anyone can be beat. If I learn anything from this season, yeah, anybody literally. Nobody has really showed that Iron Man like crazy. Just, you know, like, all right, y'all look like y'all like that. Because even the Patriots, you know, a team that is, they don't need got the number 1 seed, but a team like the Patriots, you know. Really good record, but the easiest schedule in the NFL, you know. So it's like nobody really looks unbeatable. Heard Zach Taylor coming back. I don't think nothing wrong with that. I mean, we'll see how everything plays out next year. If they do bad next year, he's probably getting fired though. Rodgers doesn't run for real. Texans should get 4 to 5 sacks minimum. Now, you seen what he was doing versus Myles Garrett. He getting that ball out quick, but the Texans got 2 good defensive ends, so he ain't gonna be able he ain't gonna be able to avoid one guy. He got to avoid 2 guys. DK gonna try to fight Stingley when he get locked up. We'll see. Then he won the Coach of the Year award. Yeah, he won Coach of the Year. I think both times were with the Browns. Yeah, Mr. Coach of the Year in 2020 and 2023. See. 2020 Browns. They went 11-5, 3rd in the division. The quarterback was Baker Mayfield. Baker went 26-8. Touchdown interception ratio. It's not too bad. 11-5 with Baker. And then in 2023, that was when they had I think Joe Flacco. 2023 Browns. I don't think he should have got the one in 2023. No offense to him. That's not saying he did bad as a head coach. You know, he did his thing, but they had Joe Flacco half the year and not half the year, but decent chunk in Deshaun Watson. But I think this year for sure, I think DeMeco Ryans should have won it this year. But to each his own. I don't know who else was in the voting for 2020. I think I have the most trust in the Rams out of all these teams, but seeing the Panthers beat them lowers my confidence about them. Yeah, I mean, I'm leaning in the same direction, and yeah, it does make them look a little sus. Losing to the Panthers and the Falcons does make them look sus. Is it bad I recorded 20 games this year? Just help me get through the offseason fast when it comes. There's going to be a lot of content on YouTube to consume in offseason. I'm not going to lie, bro. Gonna be a lot. But I feel you. Where we at? Let me close this. You know, I wonder if he was the play caller in 2023 because he was calling plays this year, and then I think he stepped down from calling plays this year. I could be wrong, but again, his play calling this year just was not it, bro. What conversation is Shady hates Trevor Lawrence?
Forward though.
All right, this is Shady hates Trevor Lawrence. I don't know where this is coming from, but or
we gotta
where
talk
this
about another
where this,
guy that I heard
what's going on?
Involved in some MVP talks earlier today. I never thought I'd hear it.
He's lying.
Trevor Lawrence,
He just
because
lied.
of the way he closed out the season. This tweet says Trevor Lawrence officially pulls out the greatest quarterback single season in Jacksonville Jaguars history and solidifies
Interesting.
himself as a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. Whoa, whoa! Slow down now, brother. You got too much.
I mean, you can make an argument for that for if you're talking about just this year. If you're talking about overall, obviously not. But you can make an argument Trevor was a top 5 QB this year.
Dip on your chip. A little too much dip on your chip. 38 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, 4,365 yards, and a 13-4 record. The Jags secured the 3 seed today. Fellas, it was an incredible ending to the season for Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
The question for you guys is, does Shady owe him an apology?
What? What you mean what?
You was slandering the
You
man's
was
name.
killing him.
Yo, this what it's
Shady about his defense. I'm just assuming he had one good year. That's what he's gonna say, which I can respect. But Shady was calling him trash, and I just like Shady doesn't judge rookies. I think you got to give a player grace when all they have done is played in a trash offensive system. I think you got to you can't really judge them too harshly. And, you know, again, he doesn't judge rookies at all. He said that every time with rookie quarterbacks, he's a rookie. It don't matter how bad they're doing. He a rookie. So I definitely think Trevor's been in a very dysfunctional situation every year of his career, and I've never looked at bro as trash. I think he just, need the right situation. He got good talent.
happens all the time with you guys, yo. Y'all do this right, and then y'all backtrack.
What they do, Shady?
Y'all did the same thing with Baker Mayfield. I watched Acho argue me down like he wanted to fight me,
Shady,
jumping around.
you
Oh,
owe him an
let me
apology.
finish.
Why are you mentioning me?
I just said no. I don't want him.
Should be a sweep for Texans. It sound good, bro. It's not. It from a perspective, it's not impossible, but from the perspective of this offense, it's shaky.
Anything, right? You jumped on Baker Mayfield's wagon, and now you back to square one again.
Bandwagon,
Yo,
clarify.
y'all jumped on Sam Darnold's bandwagon, jump all on it. Now y'all back off it. So I'm gonna give y'all an opportunity right now. Do y'all want to jump on Trevor Lawrence too? Do you want to do that?
Is it not fair to say the dude has been playing lights out?
Hold up.
Is that jumping on a bandwagon
Give
or is
him my
that being
take.
a fair analyst?
Give him my take. Give him my take.
AFC
Do you wanna
wide
jump
open
on
for
this
sure.
bandwagon or no?
I want to support him for playing well. Does that count as jumping on a bandwagon?
Well, the stuff you did with Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold, do you want to do that? Because I don't know what you call bandwagon. I'm just saying, do you want to do that with him or no?
Shady, are you done?
Nope. Do you want to do that?
I like to jump on the bandwagon.
All right, bet. Cool.
Actually would.
All right,
Actually would
and
like to
I'm going
jump
to keep
on the
receipts
bandwagon.
because my thing is he's the type of quarterback, I've watched him, where he plays really, really, really bad, then he starts playing really, really good. He's all over the place. He's inconsistent.
But the thing is, right now he has consistency. They have found at least it looked like right now. It looked like they found a good play caller and a good head coach. He hasn't really had that. So it looks like they finally hit. If they can call plays this year, next year, how they doing this year? Trevor's gonna have another good season next year. Is gonna be an MVP voting or in the MVP race. I don't know about all that. Is it impossible? No, it's not impossible. We seen Drake May go from looking very, very mediocre. Again, he was a rookie to a MVP this year, so MVP caliber this year. So, we'll see. To be determined.
If he gets to the playoffs and he looks like the old Trevor Lawrence that we used to, you're going to do it again. You're going to ride with me.
Here's what I hate about
I'm not including the Packers
what infuriates me
or
about
the
when Shady
Panthers.
does this is when he gets to the playoffs, plays tougher opponents, and then struggles, we're going to kill him for struggling against tougher opponents?
What?
Like, when he gets to the playoffs.
Yes.
Shady, what's Lamar do?
Yes.
What do most quarterbacks do? Most quarterbacks get to the playoffs and struggle. I'm telling you right now, Bo Nix will struggle. Drake May will struggle. C.J. Stroud will struggle. Justin Herbert will struggle. Aaron Rodgers against these Texans will struggle. And Trevor Lawrence will probably struggle. They all finna struggle.
The difference is, you say
That's
Lamar.
factual.
And Lamar in the regular season, he's always consistent for the most part. He's always a really good quarterback. Is he not?
Yeah, of course,
All
of
right.
course.
Has there been moments in Trevor Lawrence's career where we're like, man, he looks bad?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and there's moments in Trevor Lawrence's career where we're like, man, he looks really, really good.
Of course.
That's called inconsistent.
Yes.
All right. So when I speak about him, I speak about him like an inconsistent quarterback. So now he's playing well, and I watch Hype Bear hyping him up. Okay? Pom Pom Bear putting the pom poms on.
Oh,
right?
Wow.
When we get to this game against the Buffalo Bills, they're not a great defense.
Yeah.
They're not. But it's playoff football. If he looks inconsistent like he does before, how are we not going to talk about that? Because it's the playoffs?
No, we will.
But what if he goes out there and
Yeah, for sure. I think everybody's going to talk about if Trevor Lawrence goes out there and play bad. Yeah, everybody's going to talk about it. It's the playoffs. But to Shady, like the counter to Shady's point, Trevor Lawrence has looked inconsistent throughout his career. What else has been inconsistent throughout Trevor Lawrence's career? A head coach and an offensive coordinator. I think he's had a different head coach every single year. I could be wrong. Y'all fact check me on that, but I think this is his fourth, maybe fifth head coach. But so you can't really expect him to be consistent or consistently play at a high level if he's consistently running through different head coaches and different offense coordinators, and all of them are bad. I'm just going from bad to bad to bad to bad to bad to bad. So I'm gonna look bad. Like he's like a rookie coming into the NFL going through nothing but bad situations. He's not gonna look good. You can't expect him to be elite or great because he doesn't have an elite or great coach to teach him elite or great football. Because no matter how great a player was in college, you don't just pick up and run with the NFL. You need to be taught. You need to be coached. Bro, playing the Swiss cheese Bills defense. You're at home. You have no business scoring under 24. Bills have a top passing defense. Yeah, I don't know. We gonna see. They got some good players on that defense. But again, like them having a bad run defense makes me look at their pass defense a little questionable. So I don't know. Like somebody showed some stats the other day. Like the Bills have had some good defensive games this year, running and pass, but their consistency this year has not been great defensively. So to be determined once they get in that game. And the Broncos people was talking about the Broncos like the best defense in the NFL, and the Jags went in there and made them look basic. So if the Jags can do that to the Broncos, I don't think it's crazy to say the Jags can do that to the Bills, if we're being honest. To be determined, though. To be determined.
balls out on the flip side?
We're going to find out.
Okay.
We're going to find out.
Look.
I just know this. If they have a downfall, I think it's going to be because of him. Why do I say that?
Really?
Because a lot of times when they have downfalls, it be his fault.
Like Shady's not wrong with his assessment.
I'm never
obviously.
wrong, dog. Keep it real.
But here, if you want to keep it real, keep it all the way real.
Okay.
Trevor Lawrence looks way different this year.
Yeah,
he looks different. He looks different than ever.
Trevor Lawrence goes as far as the running game. I've always said that.
Disagree. he has had better passing performances than I've said this year that they need to use ETN more. Facial Tutton, good running back, but they're not spamming a run game like that. Trevor will have a good game without them establishing the run. I'd have to fact check that, but they run game not dominant. You know, I think ETN barely cracked 1K this year. Let me see. Barely cracked 1K. Let me see. Player stats. Rushing. ETN. 1,100 yards. That's averaging like somewhere from 50 to 70 rushing yards a game. That's not a dominant run game.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think the best.
Shady, not this year.
I can't say that.
Not
I
this
think
year
the
at
best.
all.
Like ETN and Tutton gonna have a field day.
Offense is the running.
We gonna
back.
see.
The
It's
best
gonna be
offense is
the Jags. They got a good opportunity to really embarrass the Bills. They've embarrassed some teams this year. Not gonna lie, but at the end of the day, it's gonna determine on how well the Jags defense will play against Josh Allen. So we'll see. We'll see.
ETN?
ETN.
Oh, Shady, not this year,
we gonna see.
Historically speaking, I'll give you that, but not this year.
But the way they run the offense, though, they keep it real basic, though.
Not this year, Shady.
I've been watching Trevor Lawrence. I feel like that.
Their passing game has been nice this year. I'm not gonna at least over the last month, the last like month and a half, maybe like 5 or 6 weeks. The play calling with their pass game has been pretty good. I got to give them that. Even though they play some easy teams, like just like the Patriots, you're supposed to beat up on easy teams. They're not struggling with some of these easy teams, and not only that, the plays themselves actually look good. Like they're not just getting by out there. I think they're doing their thing right now. We'll see.
I don't. You do Shady.
What's basic about my dog? Be dotting you up. He be rolling out to the left, dotting you up. He be rolling out to the right, dotting you up. He be scrambling.
And he be had some games. And there's some games.
If Bills lose first round, should we start having talks about Allen just like people have talks about Lamar in the playoffs? No, because I don't think Josh Allen is the problem. I mean, again, like looking at it outside of Khalil Shakir, like they don't really have no weapon. Excuse me, in the receiving game, Dawson Knox and Dalton Kincaid are good, but they are not. They're not of that caliber. And I think if you're gonna expect to win a Super Bowl, you need either elite weapons offensively or you need an elite defense for your franchise quarterback. He needs an elite defense to rely on, which he don't have, and he don't have elite weapons offensively. Every year we see a team win the Super Bowl, what they got? They got a really good defense. Every single year. Whoever wins the Super Bowl always has a really good defense. And again, if you don't have a really, really good defense, which they always do, you got to have some weapons offensively. So I don't know. I don't think it's all a Josh Allen thing. Hypothetically, if they do lose, they just need to better the team because you have a franchise quarterback. I'm pretty sure if they lose, we can point out so many things that are outside of Josh Allen in that game.
Where I don't know where he's throwing the ball. I don't know where he's reading that.
Lamar's in those talks because he had an elite defense and weapons. I'd have to look at how they lost. If they losing to the Chiefs, that's different. Because everybody, and I say this here, the Chiefs are better coached than the Ravens. So maybe you got elite defense and you got all these weapons, but if they got elite defense like the Chiefs have had, the Chiefs have elite defense and they have an elite quarterback and they've had good enough weapons, but the coaching is better than y'all coaching. That's gonna trump. That's gonna coaching gonna win it. Coaching is definitely gonna win it. Not start arguments today, but I'm gonna throw this out there. Just take guesses. Who got Alabama in the Ravens 2019 playoff loss to the Titans when Lamar had Hollywood, Seth Roberts, Willie Snead, Miles Boykin? But at the end of the day, though, I think the Chiefs' coaching is better than the than the Ravens. You said it was 1 year he lost to Mahomes. I'd have to go back and look at the the record and who he lost to.
Not happened either.
This year?
Dog, this whole year he ain't been this fire the
No,
whole
but,
year.
but the last 2.5 months.
All right, so say that. So hold up. If we grading a player, are we not grading this whole year? We just grading a couple games.
But Shady, nobody's been great all year. Like literally nobody. Not even Matthew Stafford's been great all year.
Well, yeah, he's had 2 bad games.
Two bad games.
Cool, I'll take that. What I'm saying is, when I watch my man play, Trevor
yeah.
Lawrence, there's some games where I'm like, damn, he's being bad. There's some games he's playing good. I judge him how he plays.
But that's Jalen Hurts. That's Dak Prescott. That's Josh Allen. Like everybody's
No, there's guys that play consistent. You can play consistent and have a bad game. I'm talking about when he has a couple of bad games.
Yeah.
Did we not? Hold on. I'm just trying to make sure we're talking about the same person. Trevor Lawrence. You tell me his whole career, you just
No, not whole career. Not
Okay
whole career.
then. So I keep saying this. Y'all dudes, a dude to have 11 good games in the last 2 years, and y'all jump on his bandwagon. Y'all do it every year. I watch y'all jump on Sam Darnold's freaking coattails like he was so great. Then he played late in the year last year, and he looked trash. Did he not?
Yeah.
And you was like, I can't believe it. Okay, then they'll get to this year. It's like you want to give him all this love, and then we get the games where he looks bad.
But we could say Sam had 2 bad games last year at the end of the year. 2 bad games, and then we're going to call you a bad quarterback. And this year, what he had, how many bad games Sam had this year? 2? In a 2-year span, you got 4 bad games. We're going to call you a bad quarterback? I don't know, man. I think you can question how good a quarterback is based off, how they perform in big games. But, I ain't really calling. I don't know about a bad QB. Same thing with Trevor. I don't know about calling him a bad.
Happens all the time. Baker Mayfield, before he even got to Tampa, had started playing well. You started loving him again.
Before Tampa?
My God. I said, dog, let these guys earn it, please. As soon as they have a good moment, y'all want this. Oh my God, it don't work like that. And then when they become bad again, y'all look dumb in the face. And I'm like, I told y'all.
So then what are we supposed to do about Trevor Lawrence the last 3 months? Just wait for him to suck? Can we just wait on him to fail? We can celebrate when he fails?
What's my saying? My saying is always, when it's a bad player and he has some good moments, eventually the bad player's gonna what? And when you're a good player and you have some bad moments, the good player always shows up. It's the truth.
Shady,
have I been wrong yet, though? Tell me I haven't been wrong yet.
You're looking at it from a lens that will make you right. Shady's literally doing like the one thing they say that dictates the health of a relationship. The one thing they say dictates the health of a relationship. Do you wait for a person to make a mistake and say, I knew you were going to make that mistake? Or do when a person makes that mistake, you say, you know what? That's not like you. I'm surprised you make that mistake.
Shady do that. I should do that too, though. I ain't gonna lie. But that's a great point. Because, again, Sam will play good. Sam played elite with the Vikings. I'm not gonna lie, bro. He played elite. He had 2 bad games, respectfully. Like it didn't end the season off. I don't know. I just recall 2 bad games. Maybe he had more than that. 2 bad games. Didn't end the season off great. The play calling was not great in the playoffs. It was very mid. The Rams boxed him very often. Got consistent pressure. The play calling for the Vikings was not great. And he does bad against the Rams again this year, and he gets called. You know what I mean? Like, I think the Rams definitely got Sam number a little bit, but outside of that, yeah. Outside of that, anyways, though, they both do that a little bit.
Unhealthy relationships assume somebody's going to make a mistake, wait for them to make a mistake, and then say,
Nobody calls Harden a bad player, but he does choke in the playoffs. Yeah.
I knew they were going to make a mistake. The healthy relationship sees somebody make a mistake, and they're like, oh, that's not in your character. Shady, what you do is wait for Trevor to make a mistake. No time to know just cooked. What Shady does is wait for somebody to make a mistake and say, I knew he was sorry.
That's not true.
That's not
true. First of all, who taught you that bullshit?
Kipper got a point.
Don't listen to that. That's bad relationship advice. That's why you're single. Don't do that no more. Number 2, that's not true. So what happens when a dude I don't know nothing about? He comes out and he looks bad and he gets better and better and better. Okay, the next year he looks better and better and better and he comes good again. What am I supposed to say about him? He's a good player. I watched him develop and get better. Compared to a dude that was bad, looked bad. Okay, he started looking good. Or started looking good. He looks bad, looks good. How am I supposed to talk about him in such a positive light like y'all do?
Care Bear need time.
I'm begging
Care Bear
for a
need time.
timeout.
You
Right
need
now.
a
I'm
timeout.
begging for
Take it.
What you need, a half or a full, bro?
I need a full timeout.
Full timeout. We
I'ma give him-
respect.
I'ma
We
give him a
respect
whole-
timeout.
I'm gonna give him a whole half. But I just want him this because you said something
Yep.
that I don't like. And I need you to address the people out there because you saying I'm waiting for him to fail? No. I only know about Trevor Lawrence from what they told me and what I watched. They told me he was generational talent. They told me he's the number one pick.
I think people throw that generational word around too loosely. I can't really speak on what Trevor Lawrence looked like in college. I remember the hype, but I don't know if I was watching football in detail at that point, but I definitely recall the Trevor Lawrence hype. So I can't speak on him looking generational. But I do think that word is thrown around a little too much. It's not too many players that I think that have came into the league from college that look generational. The last generational player that looked generational in college was Saquon Barkley. That I was like, okay, he looks easily translatable to a Hall of Fame talent. Easily. But that's it. I can't think of too many. Brock Bowers? Nah. Brock looked like he had elite potential. But I don't know if I say generational. Brock he was cold. And there's nothing wrong with being like looking elite in college. Again, you have an easily translatable game, so therefore you can make a case for yourself being a Hall of Fame player. But just from a talent perspective, I think Saquon was definitely like you can see. Oh yeah, this dude talent translates into a Hall of Fame player as long as he has the work ethic. Amari Cooper, nah, I don't recall that. I don't recall Amari being looking like a generational talent. The receivers are nice every year. We get a good crop of receivers every year that come into the league. That's probably that position is probably stacked with the most talent every year. So you gotta really be different to separate yourself as a receiver. But yeah, I don't think it's too many players that really come out and they like that.
Overall, they told me that. Cool, learned it. I watched him and I see an inconsistent quarterback. Times where he looks top 10 bad on the bad end and top 10 good on the good end. So I speak about him in a man.
I don't know. Jamar was nice. But he played with Jettas, so it's like to me, I couldn't really say he looked generational without saying Jettas did too. Like they both look like they was easily translatable. But I didn't know from I didn't look at them from a talent perspective as a Hall of Fame coming out of college, you know. But I mean, it's translated nicely. He was very polished though. Like he looked very well-rounded, NFL ready for sure. Like people say his weapon. You're not talking about that. Hope you're doing good though, Dean. Hope you're doing good.
Of inconsistent.
Which is fair.
All right, so where am I waiting for? So if he does better, I'm not surprised. If Trevor Lawrence goes out here and looks trash, let's just say average. Let's say average. Are you surprised?
No, but I think
so. When I speak about him, I'm saying the same thing.
Take your time.
We gotta get the Care Bears timeout.
I want to hear his.
He called him full timeout.
I'm sorry, brother. You're hating. Let me tell you why you're hating. You're using recycled tapes, brother. You're using old tapes, brother. You said Trevor Lawrence is going to go as this running game goes. You know, over the last 8 weeks of the season, Trevor Etienne averaged 3.6 yards a carry. Is that elite?
Running back.
Is that elite? No. I hear you. Trevor Etienne, their running back.
No, but I'm saying
3.6 yards.
Travis, but I hear him. Let it go.
That's rushing. Now, what about passing? Because he gets in the screen game too.
He does get in the screen game.
So give me those numbers too.
How was that? He had 4 touchdowns. You want to go through his numbers per game? He had 2 targets, no receptions, 0 yards.
Pull him up.
Okay, I'll pull it up. He had 30 yards against Arizona. He had 13 against Tennessee.
Commanders Lego Cliff Kingsbury. He gonna get a job somewhere else. I don't. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know if he was exactly the problem with them this year. I mean, I think they had a lot of injuries, so I don't know. That's an interesting fire, in my opinion. But very interesting. I don't know how I feel about that one. JD was hurt a lot this year, so I don't know.
This is passing yards. He had 8 yards against against the Colts. The one good receiving game he had was against the Jets. 4 for 73. Generationally as secondary and passing defense, by the way. Hold up. Let me finish. 16, 16, and then 6 to close out the season.
Go to the backup.
While averaging 3.6 yards a carry.
I don't think Bayshul did Bayshul play in the last game? I don't think he played in the last game. Bayshul, and even if though, like, the run game overall, it's not like it's been dominant. It's not been dominant that is carried. That's the same take he had with Sam Darnold and the game log. That's the same take he had with Sam Darnold and the Seahawks run game. They got a good run game, but that run game doesn't make the entire offense. And they're not super efficient running the football all the time. But they do got 2 good running backs. I say that. They got good running backs, but the run game is not good all the time. Not enough to give them more credit than Sam Darnold. Bayshul took 23 yards, 7 yards, 5 yards, 17 yards, 17 yards. 70. He's not doing nothing crazy either. His receiving, one catch over the last 6 weeks. He has 2 catches.
During that 8-game stretch, what happened? Do you know what Trevor Lawrence did?
Cliff was their scapegoat. Well, they just I'm not gonna lie, that was an L move. Very, very much an L move. I wouldn't have fired him. I think I think that was dumb. He just him and somebody else gonna hire him as an OC though. He's gonna get another OC job. Him and Raheem Morris should click up and go somewhere. That'd be a nice duo. Defensive-minded head coach, solid OC.
What did he do?
He scored 24 touchdowns to 5 interceptions.
Am I the only one who doesn't hear how good Lawrence was this year? As in, he's not getting enough credit. I mean, yeah, the big show. Nobody's gonna talk about Trevor Lawrence. They're gonna talk about the bigger teams. And the thing is, though, Trevor Lawrence really hasn't been playing really, really good consistently until this last month and a half. So they're not going to be talking about him the prior 11 weeks. You know what I mean? 11, 12 weeks. We're not going to hear nothing about it because it wasn't consistently good. But he found consistency over again this last month and a half. So, and that's why they're talking about him now, because there was some consistency. Trevor had 2 losses against high school and college. I think he's the best recruit to come out of high school ever. Should probably add Dak in that comment I made about Lawrence, but nobody talks about Dak and how good he was because he was playoffs. That's factual, for sure. Dak for sure had a good season this year. But the same thing with Joe Burrow last year. Joe Burrow was playing at an MVP level last year, but nobody gonna really talk about him because y'all missed the playoffs, Should have fired Dan Quinn.
Go to the backup.
And they went undefeated during that stretch.
Kaden, how you feel about the Cliff Kingsbury firing?
8-game stretch.
What happened?
Do you know what Trevor Lawrence did?
What did he do?
He scored 24 touchdowns to 5 interceptions.
Go to the backup.
And they went undefeated during that stretch. Trevor Lawrence is the reason why the Jags are the 3 seed right now.
Go to the backup.
Go to the backup. They ended up turning their whole season around.
Go to the back.
Oh my God.
Go to the
Now, I
back.
can't say I'm surprised, but the big fella just ate.
Come on, man.
I ain't gonna lie.
Come on, man.
The big fella just ate.
Come on,
man.
man.
That was good. That was good stuff right there, Care Bear. I mean, that's what you do. That's what you like to do. So I'm not surprised, but you did the same, big fella. That was. That was.
We want to talk about their backup. 5 yards against Houston. He had 74 against the Chargers. 17, 17, 5, 7, 23. Their run game has not been getting that crazy the past couple of weeks.
Look at the pass. Look at the pass.
Okay, in the pass, he had 0, 2, 0, 16, 0.
Oh, so he's showing a good game.
It's getting worse for you.
He's showing a good game.
It's just
Nah, he's showing what he did over the last the same stuff he just showed with Trevor over the last 8 weeks. He's not showing the full season. What they don't need to talk about really, Quinn should get a pass this year. Bro had no starters. Can't wait to let's mention how JD5 injured because of him. Ooh, interesting.
getting worse.
It's getting worse. some milk.
I'm sorry,
All
brother.
I'm gonna say is this, right? Because
SJ, who your team again, bro?
I'll be right way more than y'all dudes.
You're
all the
wrong
time.
right now,
So okay, so
Shady,
let's
stay
say-
down. Help is on the way.
Come on,
Hold
man.
up, hold up.
He's
You
down
hype,
bad
you hype,
right
man.
now.
You come on, man. I don't get on you right now. stick to the chats. And you, the other lights can do.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay,
I'm gonna blow
okay,
y'all out
okay.
You on the
forever.
ropes. You
All
on the
right.
ropes.
You losing this one though.
No,
Yeah,
okay.
you on the ropes.
Let's say I lose it because y'all loving Trevor Lawrence. Cool, I'm cool with that. Because one thing I learned about y'all for the moment, right? Y'all got a lot of fanboy in y'all. So we gonna wait till he plays. And when it looks a certain way, I'm just gonna look at y'all because it happens all the time. Y'all dudes y'all pipe up all these players because they have good moments and y'all love them to death.
That wasn't even the take I was
Talk about-
arguing.
no.
I was
hold on.
arguing you were saying he goes
Talk
as the
about-
run game goes.
so,
He was getting carried. He's not. He's carrying them right now.
And soon he does bad, right? You're not gonna say a word. You gonna come in here with that little face, Bear. We acting like, oh, we gonna be cool. No, don't dap me up. I don't want no dap ups. I want y'all to stick to y'all points.
That's that toxic relationship. He waiting for it to go
No.
bad.
Y'all flip flop. No, it's not. If a dude shows me who he is, I believe him. Y'all the type. Y'all. I mean, I don't know how y'all are in relationships, but it's like she'll do bad for 3 months and she's good for 2 months, and then you all in. I'm not like that. You gotta show me you like that.
Right.
I don't need 8 games. I don't need that. I need this. Let me see some seasons. Yeah. Let me see some seasons to really say who you are.
I mean, I hear you.
No, we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait. We're gonna find out.
This is the best 8-game stretch Trevor Lawrence has ever had.
Okay, cool.
And that stretch, you didn't even let me finish though. That 8-game stretch was against one playoff team. So I got to be honest.
No,
It was against one playoff team.
Stay
But
on
against
that side.
hold on,
Stay on that side.
No, let me finish.
Stay on that side.
Let me finish.
I don't want
You
to finish.
interrupted.
Stay on that side.
You interrupted.
I know.
You interrupted. Let me cook.
Nope.
Chill
Nope.
out.
Stay on that
LaShawn,
side.
I need you to chill, LaShawn.
Let him cook.
Stay on that
That
side.
one playoff team they played, the one seed in the AFC, and he put up 4 touchdowns and lit their ass up too.
Okay,
the Denver
well, we gonna find
Broncos.
out.
I'm telling you.
We're gonna find
Trevor
out.
Lawrence has been on fire the second half of the season.
We're gonna find out.
What's the
Tell
chat
me.
doing?
We're gonna find out.
Hey, let's see what the chat said.
on Shady's head. They like, just take the L, bro. You lost. Just
Come on,
know
now.
you gotta hold that. Sit still. We got a super chat. Taller
We gonna
340
find
said Shady hasn't watched a Trevor Lawrence game all season for him to mention the run game like that. Wave over 1917 said Trevor Lawrence playoff year is better than the year Hurts was MVP runner-up. Hurts is inconsistent but plays well one game,
Come on,
and
man.
he's
They're
a
not in the same
winner.
class, man.
Has Hurts ever thrown for 4,000?
They're not even in the same class. They're not even in the same class. It's funny. This shit is so funny because
Shady cussing now. Yeah, he's
know.
tight. He's tight. He's tight.
no. Because I'm saying this is not just y'all problem. This is everybody's problem. So everybody's influenced by this a year or a couple games. Because that's how the chat's talking. So I can't even blame y'all because this is what everybody does. Because the same way how they wasn't on Caleb Williams last year, now they on this year. And if he has bad last year, they go, oh, well, he's not that good. So they just flip flop. I'm more of like, yo, prove it. Let me see it. Oh, well, listen, man, you got a couple games. You got a year or two. Let me see what you got.
I respect that opinion, but you can't call a player trash when a system and a coach has been trash. You know what I mean? But the idea of like, expecting them to prove it, nah, for sure, I get that. I'm all for that.
Going on. So we're gonna find out. But when he looks bad, I'm not gonna come here and yell. I'm just gonna look at y'all.
Hey, Taller 340 said in super chat. It said, "Damn, baby, drop that LaShawn Jaguars run game. Take on my lap."
That's kind of funny though.
That was a good one.
That is kind of funny.
That was a good one, Shady.
We gonna see
That
though.
was a good one. That was a good
I
one.
never been a fan of him like that. I always thought that Trevor was super hyped up since college.
I felt the same.
He for sure was hyped up, but again, you're not going to – it don't matter how good the player was in college. If they come into the league and they come into a trash situation, they're not going to be great. It is what it is. You need everything. You need a good front office. You need a good head coach to go to the playoffs, You need a good defense. You need, to go to the Super Bowl. You need – it's more. It's more. But we're going to go ahead and go to the next topic. First got A.J. Brown and Smith and not throwing for 4K. Yeah, they OC's been a little interesting, but I think Hurts has the potential to do that. I think he does, but I mean, Hurts just goes out. He runs the offense that he's given. That's what he does. I don't think he really complains too much or says too much of anything. I think he's just all right. That's what you want me to do. All right, I'm gonna do it. That's it. But I also think like as a pure passer, he's not the most talented passer. Can he throw the ball for sure? Is he accurate? I don't really see too many issues with his accuracy. But you know, when it, like being a gunslinger, I never looked at Hurts as a gunslinger. I talk about Bo Nix being the Broncos' weakest link, and the Panthers beat the Rams. Who's your MVP? We talked about that. Shador. The Niners. Eagles lose the second seed. Let me open up this other one. It's not the OC. Hurts been like that since college. I mean, at Bama, who was Tua slinging it like that? Like, respectfully? Like, I mean, I feel like it was kind of simple for them at Bama too, you know? Get the ball to your playmakers and run the ball. You know, that was Bama. We're going to run the ball. We're going to get the ball to the playmakers, and we're going to play good defense. It's the reason he got benched for Tua. Now, I've heard that, but in terms of, you know, like, you know, I don't know, he's not a gunslinger, you know, he's not that. He's not a elite passer, you know. He's a good quarterback, really good quarterback, but where am I at? Let me see the topics on the other episode. I don't even think they got a timestamp on these.
Information for y'all. There's no better place to win.
There's future in Cleveland. Oh, he got the Dewey on. I got to put the Dewey on. Stefanski finally fired. Josh Allen out of excuses. And they're talking about Josh Allen for a minute. Josh out of excuses. We were just talking about that. Cam Newton names Josh Allen and Matthew Stafford as the only QBs in the playoffs that are game changers. Sam Darnold, the top 10 quarterback. Hey, I want to hear that one. Hold on. Let me see what the other topics are. What's next for Lamar? Rodgers got a spark back. I got to pee again, bro. I've been drinking a lot of liquids. A lot of water. Got a little caffeine. Seahawks are Super Bowl. Drake May. Denver Raiders fire people. We're gonna go over. I might do the firings next. I want to do this. We're gonna see. I'm gonna do this. Sam Darnold top 10 video next. Hurts had Devontae Smith and CD and Jerry Jeudy to throw to in college. Is Hurts top 10 for me? If you're going off this year, no. If you're going off overall, you can make an argument for him overall, but this year, no. He a good quarterback though. He a good quarterback. Think he get carried by the defense. Like he not really finna like go heavy off script. He not finna go out there and just make insane throws. He not really just gonna thread the needle, you know, like he can, but it's not in his style to go out there and play like a Mahomes, you know? Like I feel like the play call is the play call. He's gonna try to get the most out the play call without trying to force anything. Mahomes is gonna force some stuff sometimes. Mahomes is trying to go for big and trying to go for broke sometimes. He's trying to make a big play. Hurts not really trying to make a, but Hurts not a hero ball guy. He's not a hero ball guy. Mahomes is a hero ball guy. Sometimes Lamar is a hero ball guy. Sometimes Josh Allen for sure is a hero ball guy. You can argue Joe Burrow sometimes a hero ball guy, and I think that's what make them that they play hero ball. And like hero ball is a bad thing at times, but it's also a really good thing at times. I think Shador plays hero ball. I think Caleb Williams plays hero ball. So it's like sometimes it could be a really bad thing, but Hurts is not a hero ball guy. Like I ain't gonna say at all, but he's not. Hurts or Bryce Young? Oh, Hurts for sure. I'm taking Hurts over Bryce Young for sure. That's not a question. But him getting carried by the talent of the team, I think he's not asked to do all of this extra stuff, you know. I think he just, you know, if you ask him to do more, I think he'll do more, but I don't think he's asked to do more. Hurts hasn't had the same OC year to year, even since his college days. That's a good thing too. Like, I mean, that's a good point. Like, bro has not had consistency at the offensive coordinator position, so he kind of gotta play it a little bit. Kind of gotta play it safe a little bit. Cause it's like this. Just like I said with Trevor, if you have a bad OC coming into the league, you're not gonna look great. So if he has a brand new OC every single year, are we really ever gonna see the best of Hurts? Or are we gonna see somewhat of a mid Hurts, you know? Now what we see is what we see, but you know, that is what it is. I don't know. Okay. Oh, we got another Cam in here. What's up, Cam? We got 2 Cams. Hurts, Kerry, Sirianni. I'd be wondering that sometimes. Is Sirianni a good coach? But I don't know, man. I don't know. They got so many good things over there in Philly that it is hard to point the finger at who exactly is the weak link. But I have questioned Sirianni on occasions. I don't know. At the end of the day, though, the biggest thing that's the weakest link right now is their offensive play caller. Patullo is the biggest weakest link right now. But outside of him, you know, I do question some other things at times. The Eagles OC last year was solid. I mean, I'm not gonna say I mean solid is fair to say, but like, they run game was dominant last year. So like, what plays do you really have to call, you know? Because Devontae and AJ Brown didn't really go busy last year. Even though you got a 2,000 yard running back, like, you still got these nice receivers. They should still be eating, you know? So when you got an O-line like that and a running back like that, I mean, do you really need to call amazing plays? Kellen Moore is good. Kellen Moore's the OC last year. If they don't beat the 49ers, big change is going to happen for the Eagles. They should beat the 49ers. We'll see. But a lot of things should happen. The Ravens should have beat the Steelers. The Steelers should have beat the Browns. So it's the NFL. It's the NFL. Moore has always been a great offensive mind. Moore did good this year for sure. Wasn't Moore with the wasn't he with the Cowboys last year? Or am I tripping? All right, I'll be right back. All right. That was some years ago. Okay. Ravens allowed 3 points when Hamilton was in and allowed 23 when he got hurt, and he didn't come back. He's so valuable. It's crazy. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like the idea of that, you know, like a player being that valuable to where we lose him and we're just trash as a unit. As much as I like Stingley, I think, I ain't gonna lie, our backup corner's not that great. But they need to fix something about that, because one player to go down there and kill the entire defense. I don't know the validity to that, but like him being like the defense. But let's see. Time to trade Marlon. It depends on the cap, but I wouldn't be surprised if he gets moved. If they save money moving him, I wouldn't be surprised. Y'all can keep it. I can keep him. I'm cool on that. All right, where we at? Stafford being top 10. Yeah, that's cool. Awesome. Yeah, bro was not that great this year. Where we at? Okay, Stafford top 10. Let's get on it. Here it is. I'm gonna try to spend not too much time on this. Try to not spend too much time on this topic. Try to zoom past it a little bit. Let D-Hop back to the Texans to retire. If I'm being honest, I would love D-Hop back, but I think our receiving core is low-key nice. Like Tank Dell coming back next year. We still got Christian Kirk. We still got Nico Collins. And then we got two receivers we drafted in the second round this year. So like that's a lot of receivers. Like he really wouldn't get that many targets. So he need to go to the Niners. He need to go to the 49ers. They could use another receiver. That's the perfect situation. He would for sure get 1,000 yards with them. What's the issue with Brandon Stevens? He was so good at 23. Marlon was great in 24, trash 25. Hope Wiggins doesn't fall off next year. I don't know, man. I don't know too much about Brandon Stevens. I don't see Wiggins just falling off though. Wiggins straight. He's straight. Is Joe Mixon alive or is he done? Mixon, I don't know. I don't know what the status is of his injury. I'm assuming he come back next year though. Cliff is expecting to interview with the Giants and Titans for their head coach spot. Oh, those two good destinations for him. Both of them. I like that. Both got young quarterbacks who need a good offensive minded coach. I would say OC, but you know, he's had experience as a head coach, so to see him go back to being a head coach, I think that'll help him. You know, it's gonna be make or break. But you know, him working with one of these young quarterbacks, which they both need offensive coordinators. That's either one is gonna be a good fit for him, in my opinion. I think the Titans will be better because they have less pressure. You know, if he loses with the Titans, they're not gonna be mad at him because the Colts are gonna be good next year, Texans gonna be good next year, and the Jags are gonna be good next year. So he's not gonna get too much you know pressure on him. With the Giants, it's the Giants. You're in New York. You're gonna get criticized way more. Mixon was announced he wasn't coming back this season like 2 months ago. Okay. All right, speak easy. I don't know where this conversation stemmed from, but is Sam Darnold a top 10 quarterback?
Okay, so when I gotta leave, can you do this for me?
I did it the last time, Shady.
You missed my flight, dude.
It was the second to last
And it was
time.
Christmas.
You didn't tell me.
Did you care it was Christmas?
You didn't tell me.
Just letting you
And
know.
that was crazy.
Christmas.
We do. Yeah, we got to speed up now that Acho got a. He also had a take that I'm sure Shady is going to love. Today he called, or I'm sorry, Dan Orlovsky said that Sam Darnold is a top 10 quarterback. I'll let you guys take a listen.
It's like, come on, dog.
I'm Sam Darnold.
If we're going off of what Sam Darnold has done within the last 2 years, this year and last year, Sam Darnold is a top 10 quarterback for sure.
And I'm Team Sam Darnold. I believe in Sam Darnold. I think he's a top 10 quarterback in this league, and I think the Jets should be embarrassed that they let him walk out of their building. That's how I feel about Sam Darnold.
Fellas?
No, they shouldn't be embarrassed. The Jets have missed out on so many good players. You know, it's been more than just Sam Darnold. Like, as an organization, they got other stuff to worry about than just Sam Darnold leaving and Sam Darnold having success elsewhere. Head coaches, coordinators, everything. They got a lot to worry about. So I don't think they just miss Sam Darnold that much.
Do we think Sam Darnold is a top 10 quarterback?
I don't mind his take. It fits him. I get it. I get why he likes him.
Why?
Interesting.
Because he's like, I feel like sometimes you can relate to different people. Like, cause like nobody can take serious. When you watch Sam play, you don't top 10, dog.
I don't think Sam is a system quarterback. I don't think that. The throws that I seen him make last year with the Vikings, and he's made some this year with the Seahawks. Not as many, but the throws I saw him make with the Vikings were out of the system throws. It was some amazing throws last year under pressure. So I can't really put that label on him. But this year you could argue he looked more like a product of the system this year. But I wouldn't put that label on him. Time spent going off 2 different systems.
But coming from Dan, and I don't really know Dan. Dan's cool, but I get it. He wasn't really a player like that. Sam ain't really a player like that, kind of. So I get why he would say that. Because nobody knowing football for real, watch the way that Sam plays. Even at his best days, you wouldn't say he's a top 10 quarterback.
The piece I hate about this is people will throw out a top 10 number, but you got to list them. Because the moment you list them, now we start to see the glaring holes in that top 10 list. Yeah. Now, Sam Darnold top 15, I'm all ears, bro.
Let's look at it. I mean, we look at the top 10 quarterbacks in the league right now. And again, I'm going off of. Let me see. NFL. Let's see. Even let's not even do this year. I'm gonna try not this year. I'm gonna try to do overall. We got Matthew Stafford, Pat Mahomes, like the main 4 quarterbacks who, Lamar, Joe Burrow, Mahomes, Allen. So that's 5 right there. After that 5, I think it's up for grabs. Like the next 5, like there's some good quarterbacks in there, but I don't think outside of those 5, like, is Jared Goff that much better than Matthew Stafford? I don't know. I mean, you could say Jared Goff is, but is there a gap between them two? No. Oh, Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott deserves to be in there. So I put Dak Prescott at 6. I put Justin Herbert 7. You can make an argument for Baker Mayfield, but if we're going off the last 2 years, if we go overall, I mean, you could make an argument for Sam Darnold. Really? Because Baker has played great as of recent. He wasn't great his whole career. So as of recent, I mean, you could put Sam Darnold in over Baker. I'm trying to think. Brock Purdy, you could put Brock Purdy in the top 10. He's a winner for sure. Jaden Daniels, you got Jaden Daniels top 10. Like, from a talent perspective, I say JD is top 10 from a talent perspective and what he did based off of last year. But he was injured this year, so it's like I got to include a little bit more context than just one good year. And Sam Darnold has had 2 consecutive good years. Because from a talent perspective, you can say Caleb Williams is better than him. But Caleb has had 2 good years, and Sam Darnold has had 2 good years, and Sam Darnold's 2 good years are better than Caleb's 2 good years. So, I mean, yeah, I think you could easily. I think you could put him in the top 10. How much bad years for Darnold? But like, are we gonna blame him for what happened with the Jets? Like, that's a bad organization. We gonna give that much weight, I get that. Like that is super reasonable, but I don't know if I'm gonna put all that on Sam Darnold. Like, oh yeah, you were bad with the Jets. Everybody's been bad with the Jets, I'm not gonna say Aaron Rodgers was bad with the Jets, but he had not a great year with the Jets. That's not a good organization. It's like him going to the Browns and me judging him for playing with the Browns. He played 3 years with the Jets, was not good any of those years. And it's a bad organization. He was a backup in Carolina. But he played 12 games. Why did he play 12 games in Carolina? He was starting for them? Well, I mean, he started 12, apparently. Or he played in 12. I'm not going to say started. He has to start some games, though. Played 6, back up. And then in actual systems, since he's played in, like, you know, since his revival, coming out of being a backup, he's been really good. What about the Niners? He didn't start with the Niners. He was behind Brock Purdy. So, I mean, I think he top 10. If you're speaking about talent, because talent has some projection to it. If we're going off of talent, no, he's not top 10 based off of talent. I think there are more talented quarterbacks in the league. You can name 10 more talented quarterbacks in the league than Sam Darnold. But I think based off of what he's done in the league, I think he's better than some of them guys. I still remember the Sam on the Panthers, that Cowboys 21 season. I don't really remember that, if I'm being honest. Like, I remember him playing for them, but I don't remember. I mean, maybe because he didn't do nothing good. Maybe that's why I don't remember it.
Bro, I'm all ears. And if you want to argue that Sam Darnold the last 2 seasons has played as a top 10 level, duh. But we also have to use reasoning. When the games are the biggest, Sam Darnold is not. No more, no less. He tried to sell the last game against the Niners.
They ain't let him know.
Last year, they didn't. Last year, week 18.
I say he tried to sell the last game. Seahawks fans, y'all let me know. You know, let's be real. You know, if he played bad against the Niners, y'all let me know. He did miss that throw. I'd have to see that from all. Actually, we could look at that right now. We can see that from all 22 angle right now. He did miss that throw to Charbonnet in the end zone. I forgot that film was out. Go to week 18. Where's the Seahawks at? I was right here. I'm tripping. Yeah, y'all remember what quarter that was in? And did they kick a field goal on that? Let's see. On that position, did they kick a field goal? Darnold. I think he took a sack on that play, so that actually helps with context too. Play results. Passing. Blitz. Let's go pressure. It was on the first drive. Here we go. End zone. Refresh. ATL about to throw a big contract at Kubiak and Ian Cunningham. Who is Ian Cunningham? Kubiak would be a good move though. I think he would definitely help out that offense. But you know, we'll see. It's gonna be his first time being a head coach, so we'll see. You know, I can't because Cliff Kingsbury first head time as a head coach didn't really play out the best. You know what I mean? So okay. So he wasn't looking at Zach. If we being really honest, he wasn't looking at Zach. Here it is, play action, boom. He's looking at Zach right here, and then you're gonna see his head turn to the tight end. You're looking at Zach. Zach is not open yet. His head turned to the tight end. His eyes were already going towards Zach. Zach got open after he left the read. And this is not a bad option right here. Because look at this. This is nothing but green. Now, why he didn't throw this, I don't know. Oh, he closed that gap quick. Oh, my gosh. He closed that gap quick. There's done. That's tough. He clinched it. You can see he clinched the ball like he thought about throwing it, but the defender closed that. Whoever this is closed that gap extremely quickly. He's looking at Zach right here. Turned his head. He's already looking at the tight end. Zach, so by the time Zach was open, that was no longer his read, which is understandable. I can see if he was looking at Zach and missed him, that looks bad. But and then there's right here, he closed that gap super quick, man. But outside of that play, I mean, like, you know, how much did he sell in that game? I don't know if he really just. Y'all gotta let me know in the comment section. And on the 4th down play the drive that he missed Jake Bobo. If you know what quarter that's in, I'll look the play up. Ian is the Bears assistant GM. He used to work with Howie Roseman. To be determined. I think the Atlanta, I don't know, man. Hopefully they hit with this. Hopefully they hit with these picks, but it's the same drive just a few plays later. It can't be the same drive. Wait. If that's the same drive, so it happened in the red zone, because that was in the red zone right there. They were at the 1 yard line. So that was that same drive. Just I mean, that was, okay. Let's pull it up on 4th down. Okay. We're going to see if Shanahan leads the Niners to the Super Bowl. I don't care if they win or lose. Should he be considered a top 10 to 15 head coach of all time? I don't know about that. Because to be a top head coach of all time, you know, they typically prioritize Super Bowls. So, I think just making it is not great, but we'll see. I don't know. I can't say he sold on that play though. Like just seeing what he saw, I don't know if I would classify that as selling. So, situation first quarter. All right, deal. They went for it on 4th in the red zone. Okay. So let's go to a 4th and 4 right here. You say he missed Jake Bobo. Let me go to the sideline. The angles are showing everything right there. 4th and 4. All right, Bobo right here. Oh, see, but I don't think Bobo was his read. I think this was a pick play, right? Or am I tripping? Yeah, this was a pick play. That wasn't his read though. Like that's like if you're supposed to throw a screen, it doesn't matter who else is open. You throw that screen. On a pick play, typically it don't matter if the other guy's open. You're supposed to throw it to the guy you're supposed to throw it to. It's all about timing. I get that. He should have hit Jake, but dang, I guess there was just the expectation. He waited for the 1-on-1 and he did what he thought he was supposed to do. He should have hit Jake, but I think he was just trying to do what the play said. You know, that's tough. Yeah. Now, boom, drop back, winding. That's tough. Yeah, that would have been cold if he would have because they played this bad. The Niners played this bad. I don't know if he's supposed to be open like that, but dang. My assumption is that he was supposed to throw it to Cooper Kupp. That's just my assumptions, and he like I'm pretty sure when they ran this play in practice, they didn't run it with the expectation that Bobo was going to be open, so it wasn't in his brain to throw it to Bobo. But he's like that didn't compute. He's like he had to just stick with Cooper Kupp. You know, that's just muscle memory. And that's an assumption. I don't know this 100%, but typically when you run plays like this, like there's a designated guy to throw it to.
Detroit Lions, sold.
Yeah.
Playoff game, round 1, sold.
He already got the job, but because of the NFL rules, they haven't announced it yet. Matt Ryan is new VP. Oh, wow. That's pretty dope. Wow. That's a good job for Matt Ryan. I like that. Interesting. So Clint is leaving the Seahawks. Very interesting. We'll see how that plays out. Are they keeping are the Falcons keeping the same defensive coordinator? I would hope so, because with them firing Raheem Morris, I hope at least someone in the defensive staff is the same. Lost all of them. Shanahan led the Niners to 3 Super Bowls, lost all of them, but he led them there. This season, they were extremely hurt. So if they make it, I'd have to look at Super Bowl appearances overall for head coaches. Like, who has the most Super Bowl appearances? But if he's up there with some of the greats, in terms of most appearances, then we can have that conversation if he makes it this year. The interesting part is Matt Ryan not quitting his TV job. So, hey boy, trying to get that bread. That is very interesting. But maybe that's an easy job for him, the TV job. So he just he can balance both.
So you also have to factor in context. If you just want to show me Sam Darnold's stats during the regular season, sure, I'll listen to you. But in the biggest moments, Sam Darnold sells. Whereas, weirdly enough, Jordan Love, if you want to take Sam Darnold over Jordan Love, which you would have to do to put Sam Darnold in the top 10, in Jordan Love's biggest moments, at least in the playoffs, Love ain't sell.
I know one thing.
Sam Darnold has played in 1 playoff game. 1. And I watched the film on those sacks. We watched it on stream the other night, and that video is on the YouTube channel. It's titled, I don't know. I posted it today, and it's can the Seahawks make the Super Bowl, and how far will Sam Darnold take them? Something along them lines. But if you click in that video, I went over all 9 of those sacks, and I think I said only 2 or 3 of them were Sam's fault. The play calling was not great. It was not great, if I'm being honest. And he got pressured within 2 seconds of every single one of those sacks. There was within 2 seconds, 1 point something seconds, there's pressure in the backfield. Somebody's in the backfield already. So, we could blame some of it on Sam. He's not perfect, but I think I'm not giving him the bulk of that blame. And then again, to say he doesn't show up in the big moments, that was 1 playoff game. I can see if he's been to the playoffs, 3-4 times and he sells every time, but that's just one,
I know he ain't got relationships with a lot of these players.
It's up to the new head coach, honestly. He's just their coach.
In that locker room, I ain't gonna joke on them saying, I ain't gonna do that. But we did have an interview.
Julian Love,
and he was super respectful, humble dude. He's married, so that says a lot about him.
Yeah.
What looks similar to the Vikings last year, the Seahawks this year. I'm glad you asked. Darnold was the quarterback. Great regular season record. Completely sold in the first round of the playoffs. But we can pull up elite quarterbacks who are better than Sam Darnold, who have more playoff losses than Sam Darnold, and probably bad performances in the playoffs too. So, are we going to criticize Sam Darnold that bad for 1 playoff loss? We're going to say he's bad in the playoffs because he lost 1 playoff game?
And he was like, hey, man, we got a great defense, good team. We want Sam to come here and just basically manage the game.
Yeah.
That's like a top 10 dude. Yeah. Now, Dan, knock it off.
But to Shady's point,
knock it off, huh?
Listen to what his own teammate said. His own teammate came on our show immediately after a game in which they won and said, no, our responsibility, play really good defense, run the ball really well. So you don't speak about top 10 quarterbacks like that. You don't have to pretend.
And I can respect that, but you're going to say that about almost every quarterback outside of the top 5. Every team. Just about. And no, Sam hasn't been elite this year, but I don't think that takes away from him being a top 10. Again, if you're talking about talent, if you're talking about the most talented quarterbacks in the league, he's not a top 10 talent. But if you're talking about what they have done in this league, statistically and winning, he's for sure top 10 of the quarterbacks who are in the league currently. So both conferences are wide open. Can we even say a team has a hard path to the Super Bowl or no? Not everybody in the playoffs right now are their own worst enemy. The Packers, you could say they have a hard path. I don't think they're that great of a team right now. You know, I think they're probably like the weakest link. The Panthers, yeah, excuse me, I'm sorry. Them too. The Panthers have the hardest. So yeah, I think that's fair to say. But everybody in the playoffs right now are their own worst enemy.
Protect the top 10 quarterback.
And if he was top 10, they blow the Niners out.
Correct.
That's the only thing I get mad about my quarterback, Jalen Hurts. We are so good, dog. What defense playing like that? And they're running, and they all in the running game.
Yeah.
Steelers,
but to your point, though, you don't have to protect a top 10 quarterback.
No.
Sam Darnold is protected. And also, though, if we
only thing about the Steelers is they're the less injured team. You know, if I'm comparing them to the Packers, and if I'm being honest, I trust Aaron Rodgers more than I trust Jordan Love and Bryce Young. So that's why, like, I'm not really looking at them too much like that. You know, they still got a bunch of guys. They still got a bunch of names. It's like if everybody shows up and everybody plays their A game, like they could win some playoff games. But you know, we'll see.
Really want to be real. Matthew Stafford, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Dak Prescott, Justin Herbert, Jalen Hurts,
Purdy.
Time out.
There it is.
Time out.
There it is.
Do you not think Jalen Hurts is protected?
There it is.
If we keeping it a beam, man, over the last 2 seasons, Sam Darnold has played better than Jalen Hurts. But you know, it's not me calling Jalen Hurts a bad quarterback, but Sam has played better than him over especially last year.
Ken, we've seen Jalen Hurts in the playoffs.
I ain't playing this game.
We've seen Jalen Hurts.
We've seen Jalen Hurts this season. This take is about this season, right?
Sleepy, man.
We think Sam Darnold has.
Oh, so this take is about this season. If this take is about this season, Sam Darnold is a top. Then it is he. If we're talking about just this season. If we're talking about just he is because we're not putting Mahomes in there this year. I don't think we're putting Burrow in there this year. We're not putting Hurts in there this year. Yeah, for sure. He's top 10 this year. If we talking about just this season, I think you're talking about this season and you're talking about the last 2 seasons. He's top 10. It's not Rodgers that I'm worried about. He's facing the Texans. Yeah, no, that's factual. That is factual. Yeah, that's factual. Not Jackson either. He made the Pro Bowl. He's top 10 this season. Now, I don't think making a Pro Bowl makes you a top 10 quarterback, if I'm being honest. Because we've seen Tyler Huntley make the Pro Bowl. But I think he's definitely a top 10 quarterback this year, though. This year and last year. Josh Allen is the most protected quarterback in the league. He hasn't won anything yet. Interesting. He was an alternate, though, not a starter. Okay, that's fair. That's super fair.
Has Jalen Hurts been protected as a quarterback, though?
We
have seen every offensive coordinator he's had protect him.
To his demise. Because the moment we saw the handcuffs get taken off of Jalen Hurts, you said it yourself. You saw him get active. So
we also saw him throw 4 picks this year whenever the handcuffs came off.
He's absolutely been protected this year. He absolutely has. But to his demise, here's the other thing. Let's use common sense.
Crazy.
Okay.
Which is uncommon, but let's use common sense. Sam Darnold and Jalen Hurts are not in the same sentence, run-on sentence, paragraph, book, page,
slang,
dissertation. They're not in the same sonnet. They're not in the same eulogy. They're in the same nothing. Because in the playoffs, Jalen Hurts gets active one way or another.
Of course.
You need a 40.
But we've seen Sam Darnold in one playoff game. And his team got out-coached. So I mean, like, is that Sam's fault that his offense got outcoached? Like, he's not the one calling the plays. And again, it's one playoff game. And if we look at Jalen Hurts' playoff resume, it's not. Jalen has had some good games, but it's not an elite playoff resume. If we keep it at the beam, and it's not a discredit to Jalen Hurts. It's just they compared them, so we got to look at the numbers. Let's go to game log. Ah, crap. Can I do just playoffs? Regular season 2025. Postseason. Okay, I got a better way to do this. This website does it better. Playoffs. Okay, so he's 258 yards, 100 yards, 300 yards. I can commend that. This was in the Super Bowl versus the Chiefs the first time around. 300 yards, 1 touchdown. They lost by 3 points. I can commend that. That's a really good game. 250, 131, 121, 128, 246. He's had some good playoff games, but he's been there way more. And the difference between their situations is that Jalen Hurts has had a much better team and situation. Way better. So I don't think that's even a fair comparison. Not because Jalen Hurts is just way better. Jalen Hurts has been in a way better situation.
44-yard touchdown running against the Rams.
I'm pushing back on the protection standpoint of it all.
But
Texans or Seahawks gonna win the whole thing. Rams defense not good enough. Interesting. Whoever it is, it's gonna be a team. Whoever wins it all is going to be a team with a good defense. Now some of these defenses that are a little bit questionable, we gonna see if they show up in the playoffs. You can turn it on in the playoffs. It's possible, not impossible. But we gonna see. Cam Little not making it was criminal. Huntley got in Pro Bowl because opted out. Oh yeah, that's true. You think Aaron Rodgers is good enough to be his own OC? Oh yes, 100%. He's played in the NFL for 20 years. Yeah, I believe he is. I feel 100% confident with that. Whoever his OC is, I'm pretty sure hasn't even been calling plays for 20 years. Hurts got carried to the Super Bowl this past year, then gets carried on the Eagles.
But I'm saying, like,
there's a lot of quarterbacks that are protected
when the Eagles get into the playoffs, which is here now, it's not going to be we just got to make sure Jalen Hurts doesn't lose us the game. What? Jalen Hurts went out there and won them the Super Bowl. Shout out to Josh Sweat and 2.5 sacks. Shout out to Jalen Hurts won them that Rams game. It's a low-scoring game, 44.
But in this situation, respectfully, and Jalen Hurts is doing really good in terms of touchdown to interception ratio. Did Sam Darnold lose them that game last year? Sam Darnold. Y'all let me know. And I'm just looking at sacks. I'm not looking at passing numbers. I'm looking at sacks. But did he lose them that game? 245, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. I mean, is this not identical to a Jalen Hurts playoff game? 245, a touchdown. So at least one of his games. And 1 pick. I mean, yeah, he's had similar games, you know what I mean? In his first playoff game, Jalen Hurts threw 258, 1 touchdown, and 2 picks. You know? In his first playoff game. So, and he only got sacked 2 times. So, I mean, I don't think Sam doing that bad for his first playoff game.
For our touchdown run, it's not like everybody just make sure Jalen doesn't lose you the game. Jalen goes out there and wins the game.
I'll show you. You wasting too much time doing that.
You're right.
Like, he no better than that.
You're right.
Sleepy. He's tired.
He is sleepy. It's
Sleepy,
late.
Bear?
I mean, this is
Sleepy, Bear,
crazy.
you got off tomorrow though.
Trey, do you have my back on
I said it because I bet money on the Rams. We win it all. Falcons beat them. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. We gonna see with the Rams. Their defense is a little questionable. The D line is good. I think the front seven is good. You know, the most questionable part is probably the corners. And if you got a good scheme, bro, you can get out of some sacks. If you got a good play caller, you can get out of some sacks for sure. In terms of, like, you know, having a good quick game. When watching the Vikings last year, I don't recall them having a good quick game. And the Rams defense was boxing stuff, but I don't recall the quick game being that nice.
No, dude, I've seen Jalen Hurts be protected. We act like he hasn't had a top 5 running game whenever they do go to those
but
games.
the argument was Sam Darnold better than him.
What are we talking?
Is Sam Darnold better than him?
No, he's not better than him.
I do agree. I do agree with both sides.
saying.
He can't really hold a candle to Sam Darnold can't hold a candle to Jalen Hurts, especially in the playoff time. But Jalen Hurts does get a lot of shielding from blame. If that's what you're saying, Care Bear, he doesn't catch a lot of blame for doing things like only having.
Because he has 3 push touchdowns.
No.
NFC Championship.
But here's my thing. You have to find a game of magnitude that Jalen Hurts has sold.
Correct. And
in the last 3 years, I can give you 3 games of magnitude that Sam Darnold has sold. Jalen Hurts hasn't sold a game of magnitude in the last 3 years. Right. And I would go even further to say,
dang, that's interesting. So in the last 3 years, Jalen Hurts has not played bad enough in a single game to say he sold a game in a 3-year span. That's interesting. Now, is that because Jalen Hurts is asked to do less? Can we say that? He's asked to do significantly less. Sam Darnold was asked to do way more on the Vikings last year than Jalen Hurts was on the Eagles. Way more. Is this not a game of magnitude? Them playing the Chargers? I mean, maybe it is, maybe it's not. Maybe it's just a regular season game. But again, we can't even count the last 3 years because Sam Darnold wasn't starting 3 years ago. Respectfully, see, they lost against the Falcons. He threw 1 pick. He don't really turn the ball over much. I respect that. But again, like, he's not really asked to do a lot. Like, just being fair. Like, making the argument fair. He's not. .361 pass attempts. How many has Sam Darnold had? He had 361 pass attempts in 2024, and we only gonna go off the last 2 years. And he had 400 in 2025. Dang, he threw the ball way more this year and still had 3,000 yards. What the heck? They play calling is so conservative. So 4 something this year and 3 something last year. I do this. I can't. All right, let me do it. Okay. And the game log, let's go 2024. Oh my gosh. Sam threw the ball 545 times last year compared to Jalen Hurts 300. Come on now. He is asked to do way more. And then this year, Sam threw the ball 477 times to Jalen's 454 times. So he still threw the ball more than Jalen this year. But yeah, I think he's asked to do more, honestly. The numbers say it for 2024. You can make an argument for 2025. He still put up more passing yards. He did throw a lot more picks, but that is what it is.
Say games of magnitude, he's bought.
Yeah,
it's not a conversation.
Yep.
So like, let's keep moving.
Oh, and that was the argument. Oh yeah. I mean, my defense to the argument with it was that Sam is asked to do way more. But in games of magnitude, hold on, let me go back to 2024. Go back to 2024. Because if we're talking about regular season games as games of magnitude, then we got to put on there that Jalen Hurts threw 4 picks versus the Chargers. Because if we're only talking about playoff games, you know, Sam has only had one so far. So in 2024, Sam had a 3 interception game. Oh my gosh, and they still won. He threw 3 picks and no touchdowns, and they still won that game. Let's see. In his L's, 29-31. He didn't sell them this game. I mean, maybe he did. He threw 1 pick. They had another L against the Rams, 20-30. He's been struggling to beat the Rams. But he threw no picks in that game. 2 touchdowns, no picks. I don't know if he had any fumbles. Nope, no fumbles. L versus the Lions. 166, 0 touchdowns, 0 picks, 0 fumbles. How many times you got sacked? 2 sacks. Now, the Lions were nice this year, 2024. So, I mean, I don't know if it's all him. Just keep it at a bean.
This is disrespectful. This was one of those, like, this is disrespectful. So, you just can't, and again, like.
Versus the Seahawks I'm going to need you to go ahead and get in the suit and tie and interview to be the Ravens head coach because Harbs don't know what he's doing at halftime. That's funny. Versus the Seahawks or 2 years ago Chargers this past season. Shadow, you talking about Hurts?
Shady said Brock Purdy? I'm putting Sam Darnold and Brock Purdy in the same.
No,
like,
you
know what I'm
can't.
saying? Like, come
no,
on,
you.
Bro, they disrespecting Sam. I respect Brock Purdy. He's a winner. He's doing his thing, but they disrespecting Sam. It's crazy.
You can't. I don't think Sam Darnold is a top 10.
Can we judge Sam Darnold off of how he's played as a starter over these last 2 years? He started off with the Jets, and he played in a backup role. He's got the opportunity to start. Can we just look at these last 2 years objectively and compare him to his peers?
Quarterback
it's
either.
silly,
I'm my problems with the criteria.
It's silly,
That's my problem. Because we have protected quarterbacks all over the place. You yourself has said Lamar Jackson as a passer is protected. That to me shouldn't be a canceller for top 10 quarterback.
But what I mean protected is if your teammates are saying we just got to play good defense and run the ball well, that's problematic.
Yeah.
Like your teammates are telling you how they feel about it.
We had somebody saying
Herbert and the Chargers blew a 27-point playoff lead to the Jags. If I'm being honest with you, bro, stuff like that come down to coaching. Because we know that Herbert is a talented quarterback. We know he can make almost every single throw. So knowing that, they got to come back. 27 points? That's crazy. Something's wrong with y'all play calling to where y'all couldn't score 3 points. Something. I can't say Herbert just forgot how to play football or you know what I mean? Like maybe he can't see exactly what the defense is doing, but his second set of eyes is the OC. And you got to be able to assist him in knowing what to call. But can we criticize the player? Because I mean, yes, we can. But as well, you know, I can't expect every player to make the perfect decision on every play. You know what I mean? Because if the pressure is good, you're gonna start getting paranoid. So you're not gonna make the right decision. But the guy who is not paranoid or in the pocket, who is the person looking at it from a bird's eye view or looking at it from outside looking in, which is the OC, he has to see something that you can make a quick decision on to get 3 points. You know what I mean? Because again, that's a talented quarterback, and not just him, but just in general. You know, I do think a lot of QBs get a lot of flack, but the same thing with Sam Darnold. His situations have not been great, but he went to some good situations with the Niners and the Vikings. You know, and you know, revived his career. And I think that's the best place to go. The Vikings. I mean, the Niners, really good. They were up 27-0 going into halftime. That's crazy.
The super chat yesterday that said if we just keep Sam Darnold from throwing the ball more than 20 times, we got a chance. And that was the Seahawks fans.
Seahawks fans in the back. Is Sam Darnold trash?
They said
It's a conspiracy.
Crazy.
Do y'all
Sam
want
Darnold
Sam
not
Darnold
trash.
throwing the ball more than 20 times?
They have
Under 20. They say under 20.
Seahawks fans.
And they are diehard Seahawks fans.
Yeah. Where
But
it's like,
Eagles fans have won.
Under 20 is interesting. In the game, she threw less than 20 passes. They won one. They won another. That's only 2 games. But they were blowouts. And the defense, if I'm not mistaken, the defense went off. So it's like he didn't have to throw it that much. He threw 12 passes. They didn't have to do anything. I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know. I think they're looking at Sam Darnold and judging him based off of prior to him being a starter again. Because if let's say again you're a top pick, you become a full time starter, and you're mediocre. And but that it wasn't the situation.
I'm sorry. Eagles have won the past couple of seasons with Jalen Hurts throwing the ball less than 30 times.
But you know the difference.
They have a way better record when he does that.
This is the thing he's not considering.
But Jalen Hurts has Saquon Barkley and that O-line. You know what I mean?
Jalen Hurts can run too, though.
correct.
Absolutely.
So our first game,
Yeah.
when we played the Rams, he the first touchdown,
44-yard touchdown run, Shady.
So, but he's not
44-yard
he's
touchdown
not accounting
run
for that.
Like-
Sam can't run like that.
So he has to pass.
Right.
So if you
Yeah.
can't run and you have to pass, and we don't want you to pass, what can you do in the biggest game?
No, yeah, I hear you.
That's why we feed both our running backs 20 touches a game.
Literally.
So I got Sam, no, don't throw it there. Hand the ball up. Please. Like, you know who you do. You know what? Can we move? Like,
Yeah.
come on, dog. Back to the ranking of quarterback.
Broncos DC is expected an interview for the Giants, Titans, Cardinals, and Raiders head coach job. What's their DC name? Shula? Is that his name? Is that who I'm thinking of? Massive loss for Denver if he leaves. Yeah, that's a massive loss. They're gonna have to really hit on their DC hire. Really hit. I mean, there's some options out there though, but we'll see. Vance Joseph, excuse me. Okay, got you. Welp. If I'm him, I'm picking a situation that has either the most cap or either the most promise on offense. Raheem to Denver. I'm gonna be honest. I think somebody gonna give Raheem another head coach shot. But if he doesn't, Denver is an easy job to take. That's where you want to go. That's an easy job to take. Because you know they already have talent there, so it's gonna make you look good. So they're gonna be back good, and then you're gonna be you're gonna get another shot for a head coach job again. How they gonna say that now while he's about to coach in the playoffs soon? I mean, I think they can do interviews while before the season's over with. So I think they're allowed to.
He's not in the top 10? Is he in the top 15?
No, he's definitely not in the top
15.
He's top 15. Yeah.
Is he top 15?
Yeah. Now that's getting.
Is he? No, let's go to it.
Let's hold
That's
on.
good.
Let me
Before
go
we
through
leave,
it
can we
right
go
now.
to it? Yep.
We got Matthew Stafford.
Yep.
We got. I'm just looking at
Go to the greats.
touchdown
Go to the
units.
greats. Go to the greats.
Go to
Patrick
the-
Mahomes, Josh Allen,
Josh Allen,
Lamar
Jackson,
Joe Burrow. So now 5. Boom.
All right, Matthew Stafford.
He was in there.
Oh, okay.
Said him first.
I said Patrick, Josh, Lamar,
Jared Goff.
Burrow, then Matthew
Stafford.
Stafford, Jared Goff, Drake May,
7,
Dak Prescott,
8,
Justin Herbert,
9,
Trevor Lawrence,
10.
Don't
even go Trevor yet. Don't go Trevor yet.
Don't go. I mean,
Yeah, Trevor. I'm not putting Trevor Lawrence over Sam Darnold, respectfully. We just did a Trevor Lawrence video. Trevor has been playing really good football over the last month and a half. The last 2 years, this year overall and last year, I don't know, man. I'm not putting him over Sam Darnold, not yet.
we can go Trevor
Jalen
there.
10.
Jalen, okay.
Each is on the Jalen one, you know. I can respect it, but yeah.
Okay, Jalen,
10. Purdy,
Brock
11.
Purdy, Caleb Williams.
I can't go
Purdy is fine.
Caleb
You can't go
over
Caleb
Sam
yet?
Darnold yet.
I'm taking Caleb over him.
I'm taking Caleb over him, bro. What?
And he can run.
Caleb's been unbelievable the last half of the season.
Caleb has a talent, But to each his own. To each his own. You can do that again in terms of talent, but it all depends on your criteria. That's all I'm saying. It all depends on your criteria, and I think you can argue Sam Darnold over Brock Purdy. But I do think Brock is a top 10 quarterback, and you can argue Sam Darnold over Jalen Hurts. But Jalen Hurts does protect the football, so I can't respect that. But it's definitely arguable.
Sam was unbelievable like the last 2 seasons. Like I'm using context. I can't go Caleb.
I thought if you replace him, I think that team would be happy to have Caleb. The second year, Caleb, he could do more.
Who do you trust more to not sell the game? Because that's kind of the bubble that we're staying in right now. Who do you trust more to not sell the game, Macho?
Caleb running all that.
I'm scared of both.
Oh no!
What are you scared of Caleb for?
Right.
Because Caleb, you've seen Caleb just miss open throws.
Of course.
Or not take them.
That's
But
cool.
I've also seen him get more game-winning drives this year than any other quarterback.
He can hold the ball longer and stay in place, and he can run. That matters. You can run. You look
That is a
past
good
all
point.
that.
All right,
Then you missed the guy 60 yards down.
Hey,
Oh,
also,
got first down.
Jordan Love.
Yeah, so we got 12. Jordan Love, you would take over.
Oh, y'all ain't
13.
named Drake May yet?
We
already did Drake May.
That's
Jordan Love. I mean, that's arguable. Let me look at the boy Love stats over the last 2 years, because it's just my opinion. I respect their opinion. Jordan Love. Let's see. Jordan Love in 2025. He has thrown for 3K, 23, and 6. Yeah, I don't know about that. And in 2024, I'm pretty sure he didn't play better than Sam Darnold in 2024. He did not. So nope. I'm not taking Jordan Love either.
Same way too.
No.
Hey, that was
Don't
a
agree
good
with
one.
me. Please
It's
don't
on
agree with me.
tape. You can go back and look at it.
No. I want you to.
Again. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Because again, you can go overall and all time and all this stuff, but bro only been a starter for 2 years.
It was ass.
Everything you
was
said,
ass.
I want to hear it.
Come on, give me a second.
Yeah, we sitting in that tape right.
What the heck? I'm on the wrong one. Am I?
13.
Let's do. Would you take Aaron Rodgers over at this point?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
14.
Bryce Young.
No.
We got to draw the line there. Draw the line there. No.
Daniel Jones.
Shady, go.
Stop. Cut it out.
Hey.
Cut it out.
Oh, C.J. Stroud.
No.
I'll take C.S. Stroud.
I'm taking C.J. Stroud over him.
If we're talking about talent, that's a whole nother conversation. You could put CJ ahead of him from a talent perspective. I think CJ is more talented than him, but Sam has played better than CJ over the last 2 years.
Yeah.
You can't. Not the last 2
Wait,
years.
keep going on.
It's not even comparable to the last 2 years.
Wait.
CJ, you would say Darnold.
Wait,
We're at
did we say
15
Hurts?
then.
We didn't say Hurts though.
We
already did
said
say
it a while
Hurts.
ago.
We're at 15
We're at
then.
15.
We're at 15.
We
said
said
Herbert already.
Because after that, it gets bad.
Oh,
Yes.
JD5.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
So he's not top 15.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's not.
Now,
top 15.
But you can't say this year, though.
You could take Sam Darnold over Trevor Lawrence.
Shador Sanders.
No.
Oh,
Yo. Real talk. I got you.
All right. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section. You can easily make an argument for Sam being a top 10 quarterback based off of his performance over the last 2 years, easily. If you're talking about talent, you could put him in the top 15, maybe. That's fair, maybe. But let me know your thoughts. Let me check an arena topic. Stefanski gets fired. I gotta shorten these topics, bro. I'm going way over the time limit I'm supposed to. What's next for Lamar? Excuse me. All right, let's talk about some of these head coaches that's getting fired. Let's get on that one. This video is remuxing. Bear with me. I'm tired of fans sending other people death threats and having to Tyler Loop after he missed the kick. Yeah, that's OD. That's OD. That's I think that's a lack of living in reality, you know. At the end of the day, football is just a game, you know. And it's entertainment. You know, so I think that's OD. I don't think you need to play like that. And if you're serious, I think you need to get some help. Cause yeah. Yeah. That's definitely in a crazy category. Let's see. Shedeur Stefanski is finally fired. But did they learn this during the
Cam Newton
stream?
might not help the receivers, but the receivers will help Cam. To what you said,
him sitting there playing.
AJ Brown.
That's what he's talking about. Yeah.
So
I never won a playoff game on the road.
Daniel Acho, I mean, he's calling every GM. He knows trying to get Stefanski hired. Adam Schefter said that former Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski is currently expected to speak with the Falcons, Giants, and the.
Oh wow. Interesting. So Stefanski already got some jobs lined up. Okay, hold on. Let me back it up a little bit. How would you be upset if the Texans lose next Monday? Like how my rage would you say? Oh yeah, I'm not gonna be mad. I'm like I don't expect the Super Bowl out of us. Like it's like if we make it all the way, that's awesome. I'll be happy. But I mean, if we lose, it's like it's not like I just expect us to go like to make a Super Bowl run. That's not an expectation. Just being honest. I mean, whoever does it's gonna be expected. Like I can see the way we lose to the Steelers, it's gonna be a low scoring game. Hypothetically, if we were to lose to the Steelers, it'd be a very low scoring game because their offense is not very dynamic. So that's how that would go. The way we'll lose to let's say the Patriots, hypothetically, it'd be a medium to let's say like a 20. Let's say if the Patriots beat us, let's say they scored 20, somewhere from 21 to 27 points, and the offense just didn't do enough, you know. And that would be the same story. And let's say with the Broncos, we probably lose to the Broncos maybe by one possession, you know. We play the Jags, maybe one possession game, you know. So it's like I can see it playing out multiple different ways. It's not an expectation for me to, you know, see us win. You know, if we win, we win. If we don't, we don't. But I know how we're gonna lose if we lose, you know, and I know how we're gonna win if we win. If we win, the defense play good. If we lose, the offense play bad. That's just it. All right, let's get into these head coach firings. We got Stefanski. We're going to check that out with Speak Easy. We're going to check it out with the Arena as well. And then they talk about Raheem Morris getting fired, and they talk about Pete Carroll getting fired. So I'm going to try to keep each topic short so we can hit all of them in this one video.
Daniel Acho, I mean, he's calling every GM. He knows trying to get Stefanski hired. Adam Schefter said that
Steelers have no business overscoring 13 on the Texans. So if y'all can't score over 13, then my goodness. I mean, but, you know, anybody can score off of a lucky play, you know, and that happens. Everybody can get one lucky play, and everybody can get one good drive together, and everybody get a drive good enough to get a field goal. You know, so it's like there's multiple ways that this can happen, but you know, we'll see. So the Browns,
former Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski is currently expected to speak with the Falcons, Giants, and the Titans about their head coaching vacancies.
It's interesting. He already got jobs lined up. Very interesting.
You like that?
Do you guys think the Browns will regret firing Kevin Stefanski?
Absolutely.
Hell no.
Because two things are true. And I saw several Browns fans tweeting about it. Second round pick my draft class, Mitchell Schwartz, he was tweeting about it. Obviously we were drafted to Cleveland. The aspect being Kevin Stefanski is the best coach that the Cleveland Browns have had. And as it pertains to coaching, he actually did a better job than he did a bad job. The dilemma is, as it pertains to dealing with people and winning over the roster, that's where he lost. But if you want to talk about X's and O's and what coaches have accomplished, Kevin Stefanski is as good of any coach on the market.
When we look at Stefanski's situation as a coach in Cleveland, I look forward to hearing the Arena's takes as well. He's not had the most ideal situation, if we're being honest. Like, I'm gonna be fair. This year, the reason why I think he didn't look great this year is because his play calling was bad. There was a huge lack in offensive production, huge lack, and he had 3 different opportunities with 3 different quarterbacks and didn't get it right with any of the 3. And what made it look even worse is that one of those quarterbacks went to another team and actually played good. So it just makes you look so much worse. In all of these years that he's been there, he's won Coach of the Year twice, which, good award. That doesn't make you the best coach in the NFL, respectfully. Does not. But, that means you overcame some stuff and you did good. So in his first year, he went 11-5. Baker Mayfield was a quarterback, went to the playoffs, Coach of the Year. His second Coach of the Year award, 2023, Deshaun Watson, injured. Deshaun played like 6 games. Joe Flacco plays 5. They go to the playoffs. I don't think he was the most deserving coach, but to each their own in 2023. I'm not going to take too much away from him. But the rest of these years after Baker, Deshaun Watson hurt, Deshaun Watson hurt, Deshaun Watson hurt, Deshaun Watson hurt. So he really didn't have too much to work with. So I could give him some grace. The quarterback you're supposed to have there, it's supposed to be the franchise, is hurt. Now this year, it looks bad again from what I started with. You had 3 different quarterbacks, and the play calling was just bad. You didn't do nothing. And one of the guys goes somewhere else and plays good. It looks really bad. And I think it's just too much in the media with him not surrounding him, not liking Shedeur. And I mean, whether he did or didn't, Shedeur constantly, when we seen him in the media as when we see him, it's a 2-time head coach of the year, by the way. And I can respect that, but again, that doesn't mean that you're the best coach in the NFL. That award is not crowned. That doesn't mean But in the media this year, once Shedeur became the starter, we seen him protecting and saving face for Stefanski so much. And, people ask him questions about, did you like that call, or were you okay with that call, or were you okay with this decision? And he will constantly protect Stefanski. And we never saw Stefanski do the same thing for Shedeur or have the same energy, So whether he likes Shedeur or not, it didn't really look like he did. And it's just, I feel like he didn't do a lot to help himself this year. Prior to this, I can understand, it does look questionable to fire him. But I think it was just so much going on this year that they just like, yeah, we just going to call it. And I think they're going to ride it out with Shedeur. But we'll see. I can't be lenient in a year you have had 4 quarterbacks start and still have an offensive problem. Yeah, and I think that was the biggest thing right there.
Outside of maybe you could go out and say Doug Peterson, because Doug Peterson has won a Super Bowl, and Doug Peterson won a Super Bowl in the midst of all types of chaos, 2017 Philadelphia Eagles. But what coach do you think is going to go to Cleveland and instantly win? And for those of y'all that think of a good coach in your name, in your head, think for a moment. What quarterbacks have gone to Cleveland and won? Because all those quarterbacks were great in college. Some were even good in the National Football League. Then you go to Cleveland and lose. So all these coaches that are great offensive coordinators or great college coaches, Marcus Freeman, or maybe even
Stefanski, Eagles OC 2026. I mean, anything look better than Patullo right now. Not gonna lie.
Been great at a time in the National Football League. What leads you to believe they're going to go to
see him in Atlanta or Tennessee? Atlanta needs somebody who's gonna run a good offense. As long as they keep that DC, they need something to stay on that defense. Something. But they need somebody who's gonna run a good offense. And I don't see Stefanski running a good offense, just to be honest. They need somebody who's gonna get the most out of if you're gonna bring back Kyle Pitts, you need somebody who's gonna get the most out of Kyle Pitts. Who's gonna get the most out of Drake London, get the most out of the running backs, get the most out of Mike. Because I feel like the offense wasn't really great this year. I don't think, like, I think they have elite weapons and it's not elite, And then Tennessee, I mean, do we really want to see him go from Shedeur to Cam Ward? I don't know about that one personally, but we'll see. they should have fired the GM before the coach for the Browns. Well, I mean, if I'm being honest, every time I saw the GM, like I've seen clips of the GM, and he's always looked like he had a good relationship with Shedeur. So maybe it might have been real that Stefanski didn't like Shedeur. Like he was never like I've seen at least like 3 clips like from preseason to regular season where his interactions with Shedeur would be very, very cordial. It would be professional. It wouldn't be overly friendly, but it would be good interactions. So and they drafted really good this year. So if the GM had some say so in some of them draft picks, I would not fire the GM because Quinshon Judkins good pickup. Carson Swishinger probably going to be defensive player of the year. Mason Graham was a starter this year as a rookie. Harold Fannin starter this year as a rookie. That's 4 right there. And then they drafted Shedeur. So that's another starter. So that's 5. You got 5 starters from one rookie class. Then they picked up Isaiah Bond. I know he didn't really work out, but the play calling wasn't great this year. So if the GM had anything to do with them draft picks, he's good. He good in my book. Cam had a good year, even with that terrible O-line. It was good for a rookie. I said that. It was good for a rookie. It was solid overall, but yeah, it was good for a rookie. Trade Kyler to ATL. Nah, I'm cool with Mike. I'll take Mike over Kyler. The problem with the Titans is that O-line. No, their play calling is worse than their O-line. The O-line is not great, but the play calling, both are bad, but the play calling has been worse this year than the O-line has been. So I think if you get a good play caller in there, it'll make some of them O-line issues look a little better than what they are. But you still need to add O-line in there. You still need to add some new linemen. Shedeur, not like Shedeur is the franchise QB or anything, but with him being a rookie, like you just throw him to the side. We just saw him play in a trash offensive system. The Stefanski system didn't work for Joe Flacco. It didn't work for Dylan Gabriel. It didn't work for Shedeur. So we're gonna say he's a bad quarterback and he shouldn't get another opportunity because the play calling was bad. I don't think that's his fault. Same thing with Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence got multiple opportunities to prove himself with bad play calling. Josh Allen is another one. Until he got better, they gave him an opportunity to prove himself. You know, so I don't think he should just get thrown away like that. Personally, I'm open to send a link. I'll send a link after the vid. Okay. The problem in Atlanta is Kirk Cousins' contract. I mean, they got a good roster. I don't know what Kirk Cousins. I mean, it's not a great contract, but I don't know what that has to do with anything. Like the roster is not bad. Texans just lost one of their better wide receivers to the portal, doing Oklahoma. Interesting. Money talking college football. Do not want Stefanski on the Giants just to ruin Jackson Dart. Yeah, bro. That if Stefanski can find a good OC and not him being the one calling plays, I mean, hey, you know, we might be okay. But his play calling was not good this year. Kirk back to the Vikings. Nah, I don't think Vikings picking up that contract, and I don't think the Falcons are going to take that cap hit. Personally, I think that's a large cap hit to take. At least I got to look at it, but they paid him a lot, so I would assume. Remind me to check that out after this year. Is that related to quarterbacks? I'll check it out right now if it is, or related to some of the firings or whatever. Value going to your college rival after one season, and he's from Texas. That money, man. It's not like he's finna get drafted to the Texans or the Cowboys, so you know he playing it like that.
Cleveland and win. It's hard to win in Cleveland. And that's been my point the whole time. As somebody that was drafted there, as somebody that was there for a season, albeit I tore my MCL, so I really just had time to, like a sponge, soak up everything in Cleveland. It's hard to win in Cleveland. They will regret letting go of Kevin Stefanski, but I don't think that invalidates the firing of him.
What you regretting? Before I answer, what are you regretting?
The best coach in 25 years.
No, you regret some things. It's like I like the way she treated me.
Yeah.
I like her cooking. Right? Come home, I like the way she cleaned the house.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What we messing with him though? Because he's a loser though. That's what he is. I know you don't want to hear it. I know, but the brother loses.
I'll say this: Kevin Stefanski made the Browns relevant. If you remember, I mean, Teddy, you can roll your eyes. If y'all remember, the Browns were the laughingstock fully of the National Football League. The Browns have won more playoff games than the Dallas Cowboys lately. You know, as crazy as that seems, I'm saying, as crazy as that seems, like the Browns were the laughingstock. Sorry, Care Bear, fix your face. Like the Browns were the laughingstock of the NFL, and now we talk about them. Like they made the playoffs twice.
Why are we talking about him though? Because Kevin's the face.
No, now we're talking about him obviously because of Shador, and at first we talked about him, albeit because of Odell for a quick bit. But if y'all remember, Kevin Stefanski took a undersized and immature Baker Mayfield and turned him to a playoff winner. Beat Ben Roethlisberger in Ben Roethlisberger's last appearance in the playoffs. Beat the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Pittsburgh Steelers also haven't won a playoff game in a decade. And also, don't lie on my team ever again. We won a playoff game in 2023. We didn't win another one, but we won that playoff game in 2023. The Browns, last time they did it was 2020. Look, Kevin Stefanski, I don't think he's an awful coach.
Obviously not.
I don't know if
he's not awful.
Yeah,
he's objectively
he's just
not.
I think he's an average coach. I think he's an average coach. I think situations matter though.
How can you look in the mirror? Forget the mirror. How can you use your cognitive function of your brain and say he's an average coach? Everything he's done in Cleveland shows you he's an above average coach. Because in Cleveland, he did above average things. Now, if you want to also mention he had some bad seasons, sure. But Kieran, there's no Raheem
you can't
Morris
ignore
is
the
an average
bad
coach.
seasons though, Acho. That's like you. If I looked at a coach only for the highest of his highs and not for his lows, I wouldn't be looking at him in a whole. I'm not looking at the whole story.
That's right.
Kevin Stefanski has had bad seasons. 3 bad seasons. He was there, 5 years? Mm-hmm. He had 3 losing seasons in 5 years. That's not good enough. And I understand the roster is not the best. This year, it's not as good as it should be. What was the Pittsburgh Steelers record this year?
They finished 10-7, maybe?
10-7 or 9-8.
Yeah.
One of those two. That's what won the division. You weren't anywhere near it for the last 6 weeks of the season.
But who was the Steelers quarterback this year?
Okay, Aaron Rodgers.
Like 290. Aaron Rodgers game
How many
last
games did
year, a
Lamar
Browns
Jackson
quarterback
miss
can't
this year,
dream
and they're
of.
still in a situation where they could go compete for that division?
But you have Lamar Jackson.
I understand what you're saying. Shane Steichen right now had Daniel Jones, who no one would have said anything about. No one would have expected anything from the Colts this season, and they ended up going 8-9. That, like, I'm sorry.
Let me do it like this. I'll say it like this. I think this might be the best way I've ever said it. If a coach were to come into Cleveland and do what Kevin Stefanski did in the next 5 years, do what Kevin Stefanski did in his 5 years, for the next 5 years, we would all stand up and applaud that coach. Like, imagine.
Respectfully, no. Let's say they roll with Shador. Let's say they don't roll with Shador. Let's say they roll with Dylan Gabriel. If he does the exact same thing, it's not good enough, you know? I think you take it season by season and you look at it and you say, oh, we made the playoffs this year. That's a good season. But then we have a losing season the next year, you know? I think it would feel too familiar as a Cleveland fan, you know? Where is he at? Head coaching record. Yeah, I mean, in a 6-year span, you have 4 losing seasons. Like, do you applaud that? I don't know. We'll see. Y'all let me know in the comment sections if there's any Browns fans. What's up, Phil? How you doing? Commanders, NFC Championship game to clean the house. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, firing the DC, I can understand. Kingsbury, I don't know about that.
Imagine a world where a coach were to come in Cleveland, take them to the playoffs twice in the first 3 years, and win Coach of the Year twice in the first 3 years.
And then win 8 games over the last 2.
But we would all be like, you know what?
We'd probably be like, he's got to get fired.
But we would say that was a good stint. Not even a good stint. That was a great stint in Cleveland. If you win Coach of the Year twice in Cleveland and go to the playoffs twice, we would say great stint in Cleveland. If you end up getting fired, to your point, you get fired.
Yeah.
But like Kevin Stefanski's stint in Cleveland shows you he's a above average coach. Great stint in Cleveland. Again, I think we can talk
when
about
when his roster was there, he made the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I'll give him that. Do I think he's an above average coach for getting blown out the time that he did make the playoffs in
Who was there? Let me see. 2023 Browns. Now I know the defense was good, but the defense in Cleveland been solid every year. Every year Stefanski's been there. And I don't think that's because he's a defensive-minded head coach. So they had Amari Cooper, Jerome Ford, David Njoku, Elijah Moore, Kareem Hunt. Amari put up 1,200 yards. Interesting. If I'm being honest, outside of Amari Cooper, you could argue the offense this year was just as good as the offense in 2023. Outside of Amari. But I don't know. Let me see the arena's thoughts on this here.
A coach who did get fired, and that is Kevin Stefanski. He finally got fired, and I know you boys.
I don't know how much y'all talked about Kingsbury wants a head coach job, so he's leaving Washington. Also, he didn't get fired. He left. Okay. Which is understandable. And Brian Flores is linked to both Cleveland and the Cowboys, DC. Oh, Cleveland head coach or Cowboys DC. I could see Brian taking it because the Cleveland has a good defense already. I could see him taking the head coach job for Cleveland. I wouldn't be surprised if he did that. Because there's really no point of going to the Cowboys unless they're paying him like a head coach. Because if they play bad, even though they got good players, you're only missing a few pieces. If they play bad, it's gonna make him look bad. So I mean, I think going to be a head coach would be a safer move, or going to the Cleveland situation might be a little bit safer. They're reporting Kingsbury and Witt got fired, so IDK. Okay. Well, if he got fired, he got fired. If he didn't, he didn't. But he, I think he was solid with the Commanders. I just think they had a lot of injuries this year, especially to their starting quarterback. Whoever the next Browns head coach gonna have their hands full with the QB room. I think you just got to make it simple. Like it's just pick a quarterback and roll with them. You know, that's it. We're not gonna make it a QB controversy. This is our 1. This is our 2. This is our 3. And whoever's number 2, you trade Dylan Gabriel or you trade Shedeur Sanders. That's how you do that. You don't need both of them. Trade one of them. You can't move Deshaun Watson because of that contract. So either Deshaun's gonna be your starter next year, or Shedeur Gabriel's gonna be your starter next year. Just keep it extremely simple. You don't it doesn't need to be a controversy. That's it. Cliff also wanted to leave. That's reasonable. So maybe it was a mutual split. Maybe. Okay. The cross-eyed dude got fired too. That's what he get for trying to injure my QB last season. What cross-eyed dude? Dart is concussion protocol prone. You know, I said this with Dart, bro, earlier, some weeks ago with Jackson Dart. I think their play calling just not great, and he's doing what he has to. And the thing is, they're making him run the football. So they're making him run the football, and when the play calling is bad and it breaks down, he has to run. So if you get a good OC in there, that's going to eliminate some of them concussions.
There we go. Get him up out of there. No clap, G. You
no clap, man.
Oh,
damn.
Damn, G.
You know how many days I've had to listen to these boys say fire Kevin
What was Joe Witt's position?
He's finally gone, okay? But I want to talk a little bit about Shedeur Sanders because he managed to beat Aaron Rodgers and Joe Burrow in back-to-back weeks. But I do want to say in 7 starts, he has a very unimpressive 55% completion percentage, 7 touchdowns, and 10 interceptions, okay? And if we just look at yesterday's game, he had 111 yards, no touchdowns, and a QBR of 11.9.
Right.
So, Skip, how does Kevin Stefanski firing impact Shedeur Sanders?
Okay, I guess I should be disqualified because I'm wearing
Wearing
this
it,
jersey.
yeah.
But glory be, Stefanski is gone. And especially the two of us have been campaigning for that for not weeks, for months since the season started. He didn't want Shedeur. I believe he was sabotagey to Shedeur, especially in first and goal situations when he kept going Wildcat so that Shedeur wouldn't score a touchdown. And the decks are now cleared for a young man who I believe proved, despite all those numbers you just read, that he is who the Cleveland Browns have been looking for at quarterback.
Yeah.
And all I know is that against impossible odds, longest odds in the league, highest degree of difficulty, against Cam Ward, who went first overall in a draft that he fell into the 5th round in. Against Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders threw for 364 yards and completely outplayed Cam Ward. And then, as you pointed out, Kinsey, he did beat and outplay Aaron Rodgers, even in QBR. It was 37 to only 18 for Aaron Rodgers in that game. And it was impressive to me because of the degree of difficulty. And then yesterday against Joe Burrow, after it looked like Joe had done what Joe usually does and went giving them the lead, with 1.5 minutes left, Shedeur Sanders took a team of practice squad nobodies and went on a 64-yard drive in 10 plays, clutch, and more clutch. Converted a 3rd and 10 at his own 29 on a throw to an undrafted rookie named Isaiah Bond for 13 yards. Did hit his one proven receiver, Jerry Jeudy, for 11 yards on a 3rd and 1. But Jerry Jeudy was 2nd in the league this year in drops. And yesterday, he threw him 6 balls, Jerry Jeudy, and he caught 2 for 17. Yesterday, Shedeur Sanders was throwing to people named Malachi Corley, Trevion Williams, Sam Cannella. You heard of any of these people? Blake
Saul Cannella? I don't think it's Sam.
Whiteheart, Raheem Sanders. They're all practice squatters who were elevated at the end of the year. Again,
Malachi been on that roster, but I get the point that that Skip is making.
Feeling sabotagey to me because, as we talked about for the last 2 months, Pro Football Focus has ranked Cleveland's pass blocking dead last in the league. For the last month, has ranked Cleveland's receiving core dead last in the league. He had one receiver that he trusted, a fellow rookie 3rd-round pick named Harold Fannin Jr., who got hurt against the Steelers in the last game and was gone yesterday. No Njoku yesterday. No Judkins yesterday, who had been a player.
I want to hear his thoughts about the firing. I get the whole how the game played out and everything.
About it one or two ways. You could find a head coach who want to bring in a quarterback and spend the $30 million, $40 million on a guy like Willis or somebody who showed they can be the guy. Or you can use that money to build the team up. If you believe in Shedeur, I got a 5th-round cheap quarterback situation. I could put all this money into the O-line, into some receivers.
Bro, that is the way to go, if I'm being honest. That's the way to go. There's no reason for them to go add a quarterback in free agency. There's really no reason to add a quarterback in the draft because you already have 2 young quarterbacks on the roster. Keep building the rest of that team. Build around. That's it. I think that's the way to go. Especially, Deshaun Watson, maybe his contract expired. I think he's got like 2 more years left on his contract. But there's no need to bring in another quarterback, at least not right now. Focus on building that team. Myles Garrett, although he's playing at an all-time high level, I think he is 30. if not over 30. You want to give him as much help as possible, and potentially even try to draft his, somebody who could sit behind him and learn behind him, or on the other side of him, on the other end. So they just need to focus on building that team. I wouldn't worry about the quarterback too. I would worry about developing the quarterback, and then once you feel like you have a good enough team, then go and get a quarterback if he's not at that point yet. Build around Shedeur is not that complicated. That's what the Texans did. They built the team. They ran with Davis Mills. They drafted Davis Mills in like the 4th, 5th round. They ran with Davis Mills for about 2-3 years, and then they went and drafted C.J. Stroud. So it could work. It could definitely work. You think Cards firing the head coach was the right move? I think that firing confirms Kyler Murray is on the move this offseason. I didn't know they fired the head coach. Interesting. I gotta look at college contract. I think last time I checked that would be a tough contract to move on from. But I mean, hey, we see teams do it somewhat often, so we'll see.
And to some guys, you know what I'm saying? And I could wait to pay Shedeur for a year or 2 or whenever. And then when you do pay him, you still probably can lowball him because he's a 5th round pick. He's not.
That's facts.
It's a scale to this, you know what I'm saying? So I feel like they'll find a guy who likes Shedeur. When you searching for a head coach, they're gonna find somebody who we can match up with him. That's what we try. We can go out looking for a guy who thinks Shedeur can be the guy. Can you work with him? If you can't work with him, we'll interview somebody else. Find somebody who feel like, man, hell yeah. Because I feel like Shedeur show you something every week. He might have had an 11 QBR.
But that's all saying that you assume that the GM is all in on Shedeur and that they're really going to hire a head coach for Shedeur with those stats that I just read.
Yeah, but with the stats you just read, he show you something every week to me.
Yeah.
He show you that he could be the guy in a different way every week. This last week was,
That's factual. I can say that. When looking at Shedeur, has he made, even though he didn't play great this year, but of the 3 quarterbacks that they had play, who made the best throws? Who looked the best while they were out there? Like who looked like they had the highest ceiling out of Shedeur, Gabriel, and Flacco while they were out there? Because they all played in a bad offensive system with the Browns. So I think you look at it from that standpoint. You're like, okay, let's see what we got with Shedeur. Let's go ahead, roll with bro. All these coaches and coordinators getting fired, but the Bengals DC didn't get fired. What the heck? That is interesting. If I'm the Cards, I'm keeping Brissett. Oh, facts. I mean, but Brissett is a really good backup. So if he's not under contract next year, he's going somewhere else. He's gonna go where the money goes. So that's that.
In a very slow day, I'm leaning on my defense. They put two touchdowns on the board. I'm leaning on them. Fuck, Burrow go down, get a bucket. Now I got to show my clutch shit. Can I go down and get a bucket? Boom, he go down and get a bucket.
And your favorite stat, they got the WIN.
They got the WIN because he went down and got a bucket.
And that's tough to do after you've struggled for most of that game to overcome it.
I got to overcome it. I got to make throws.
It's impressive.
Even quick checks down to Sampson, they come out and get you 15 yards. Like, bro, he did stuff on that drive that was impressive to me. Going down, very poised, go get a bucket. So I feel like, man, that's going to make what he put on tape today, on tape all year, that's going to make the upstairs guys, the owner, want to find a coach to marry with Shedeur. That's going to help us in so many ways. We ain't going to have a chunk of our money on the quarterback. You know what I'm saying?
And then it's good for business. It's extremely good for business. The more that you embrace the Shedeur situation, whatever, he brings money. So it's really good for business. So it's like what they're paying him versus what they're getting back for him, I'm pretty sure is crazy, insanely crazy from a monetary standpoint.
And get some receivers.
We can get some receivers. We can get a nice tackle.
O-line.
We can get something. The defense is good. Let the defense, hopefully the defensive coordinator don't go nowhere.
Yeah.
Keep that thing together. You got money to pour into that offense, man. You got a guy. So I feel like, man, you get him out the way. I feel like when you get him out the way, that's showing that, man, we believe in Shedeur. They not matching up. Let's find somebody to match up with Shedeur.
Yeah.
That's what that's saying to me.
Cody, how do you feel? As a quarterback, and you've been with the Browns, what's your opinion?
I don't know what they're saying behind closed doors, to Aqib's point, but who they hire next is going to determine what Shedor's future looks like in Cleveland, because I'm fully on board. They're going to do one of two things. Either they're going to go get a guy that comes in and says, I'm all about Shedor. I've seen the upside. I've seen the flashes on film. I can win with this guy. Even if it's a defensive-minded coach, I'm going to go find a great offensive coordinator to pair him up with Shedor, and we're going to build around him and go address the offensive line and go address the receiver room and get some other pieces so that he can be successful, which I think they do first. Because right now, even if they went and got a new quarterback with what's on the offense.
Chiefs have Bills, Bengals, Rams, and Seahawks on the road next year. I mean, it's not their first time having a tough schedule, though, so I ain't really too worried about the Chiefs. It wouldn't be nothing new to them.
Offensive line and what's at the receivers,
you're in the same spot.
You're in the same spot. Even a veteran this year in the position that Shedor was in, I think still struggles. And we saw Flacco.
We saw Flacco struggle,
and that was with a healthier roster and a better run game and things working for him. So
and he's throwing darts.
To Skip's point, for what Shedor was able to do with not having the help around him was impressive. And I think that is something worth mentioning. So either they do that and they go get a head coach that's going to believe in Shedor, or the opposite happens. They go get a head coach that comes in and says, and I think it's more possible if they go get a first-year head coach that's new to this situation and says, that's not the guy I drafted. Him or Gabriel or anybody that's on the roster, or even Deshaun Watson that comes back. That's not my guy, especially.
Whatever that they do, I'm gonna go to the next topic after this one here. Whatever they do, let me hear out Gerald McCoy. Whatever they do, they got to be all in. It can't be a circus. If whoever the next quarterback is, you got to just be all in on the guy. It can't be we're playing 4 quarterbacks in 1 year. We can't do that. You got to just go out there, let him figure it out. If it's a rookie, all right, we're gonna give him grace because he's a rookie. And if it's not, and then if it's not, you need to honestly, I think you have to trade Shedor or cut him. Because obviously he's gonna be too much of a distraction. Not because he's a distraction, but because the media was interviewing him when he was QB3. You know what I mean? So, it's not a good look. Let me see what Gerald says.
The opportunity to go. Part of that is going to come down to who they hire.
By the way, Deshaun's cap hit next year is $80.7 million.
Yeah.
80.7, largest in the league.
Wow. Yeah, they stuck with Deshaun. Goodness gracious. Yeah. Unless you go get a cheap quarterback, which it would be dumb to do because you already have 2 on a roster. There's no point in adding any more quarterbacks. Just focus on the rest of the team for right now.
I agree with what everybody said. It's about who you gonna hire. What is the philosophy and which route do the Browns want to go? Like everybody said. Do we believe that 12 is the guy, or do we want to go get a coach that's going to bring in his guy? Yeah. That's where Shedor sits right now.
What do you believe?
As far as what he's done, he's earned the right to be the guy.
Yes.
You didn't see anything where it's like, well, we know he's not it, so let's go get a coach and bring in. He's earned the right for upstairs to say.
Yeah, he didn't look completely trash, for sure. We've seen more explosive throws when Shedor was in. We've seen more playmaking when Shedor was in. Yeah, we've seen picks, but I mean, again, as a rookie, we're gonna give grace, Let's move on to Raheem Morris.
And also the GM, so they're kind of
cleaning house right now. After this
Atlanta finished the season winning 4 straight games, and this is what star receiver Drake London had to say about Raheem. He said, "I want Raw back with all my heart." #Falcons. So
I do not think they should have fired Raheem Morris. Do not. Do I think he's a great head coach? No, but I think he did a good job. I think it looked like it was fun to be promising. Like it looked like they were trending upwards. I would have gave him one more year at least, one more, and then seeing about it. They got a lot of talent, and like I think all they were missing was a good offensive coordinator, and you need a few more pieces on defense, and that's a playoff team. Few more plug-in pieces. You add another corner on the other side of AJ Terrell. The D line is nice. The linebackers, I think they were playing pretty good. Devon Diablo, he plays for the Falcons, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. I think you add a few more pieces, bro. You got Xavier Watson, Jesse Bates back at safety. Like, they really didn't need a lot. They like in terms of roster, you know, but a lot of Falcons fans wanted him gone. Like, if you would have asked me this at the beginning of the season, I could possibly say that, but like right now, I don't know. You know, I don't know. It's like he's a defensive-minded head coach, and to see with how they improved that defense this year, that I correlate that to him because he's the head coach, and he has the tag of being a defensive-minded head coach. So it's like, okay, you just showed me you're building something. Like it's there. So it's like, all right, let's see what you do. Let's see what you do next year. But you know, they didn't want to go that far.
Clearly, he's really sad about this change, but the Falcons were 16-18 under Morris in his 2 seasons, and the Falcons have not been to the playoffs since 2017, the second longest drought in the NFL. Gerald, I know you were drafted by Raheem. I know you played for him as well at Tampa Bay. So, Keith, did Raheem Morris deserve to get chopped this week?
I would have wanted to see him get a shot with a healthy quarterback room. You know what I'm saying? Both years he got it.
I ain't really worried about the healthy QB room. I like Mike and I like Kirk Cousins. I know a lot of people not big on Kirk Cousins, but I like Kirk Cousins. So if Mike not there, you have great insurance with Kirk Cousins. And then Mike come back, you still got a quarterback. So I didn't like the decision to draft Mike knowing that you had Kirk. But this is where we are, so it is what it is. I don't really like. I'm not really worried about the quarterbacks being healthy. They needed better play calling. That's what it looked like to me. Because it was spam Bijan, and then it went to spam Pitts. At one point, it was spam Drake. You know, it's not really like get everybody involved because we got all these dynamic weapons. You know, it's like it's either one person is really going off and everybody kind of like not really super involved, or you know. So I don't know. They got a lot of good pieces. I just wonder how much they'll use Bijan and London under the new head coach. I mean, if the offensive coordinator is the same, then probably the same. We'll see. They got same OC. Vikings should have kept Darnold too, but no. Yeah. Kirk and Darnold. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about the Vikings right now. I don't know about their play caller. I don't know, man. He look iffy to me. It's just rough when he accepted the job, expecting a chance to start over with a rookie quarterback in a good class. And he got Mike for just 12 out of 34 games. Yeah. I get that. That part is what it is, but what he did this year and how promising the defense looked, I would have kept him. Now if he's not fully responsible for drafting all of them guys, Billy Bowman, Xavier Watts, James Pierce Jr., and Jalen Walker, if he's not responsible for that, then whoever is responsible for that, as long as he's still in house, okay, y'all going somewhere. Y'all definitely going somewhere.
A non-healthy quarterback room. You go 8-9, 2 years in a row. But at the end of the day, it's a production-based business. You know what I'm saying? That's probably why they got Penix Jr. just in case this guy get hurt. But now they both hurt. So I don't know, man. It's part of the business, man. He got his shot. If he'd have went to the playoffs one of those years, he probably have another opportunity. And the kind of guy he is in the building, man, that all the players is gonna love him. Every player in the building. The cooks, the chefs, the janitors, everybody is going to love him. So I know the building didn't want it to happen, but it's a production-based business, man. And when you one of those guys, we talk about an excellent coordinator who gets your shot, your leash just a little bit shorter than a head coach who's had success. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Your leash just going to be a little bit shorter. So, man, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that that he is getting fired, but
Because you love him, right?
I love Rod. I'm sure he'll be somebody D coordinator like this if he want to be. You know what I'm saying?
What'd
So-
you suggest to me before the show?
Dallas.
Dallas.
Call Rod, man. If I pull up, man, they'll give you a nice little check. You know, Jerry don't play about it.
No.
They gonna give you a nice check. You'll be one of the highest paid D coordinators.
I
in the
love
league.
that.
You
I
got
love
some
that.
guys to work with. Rod absolutely cook with that
I
Dallas defense,
second
man.
the emotion.
He'll cook
Yes.
with it, man. So
Yeah.
he a great guy, a great locker room guy. He a great coordinator, great football mind. But it's a production-based business, man. If I'm an owner and I got a guy who really haven't proved himself as a head coach, he go 8-9, he go 8-9 again. Shit, I might have to make a change too. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is.
Harold, how are you feeling? So you know him personally.
Yeah, I feel like he should have got one more year because of the momentum you go into.
Yeah.
If you look at the Detroit Lions when they went on their run, okay, they beat Green Bay to finish the season, went to the offseason with momentum, came back, started the season, beat Kansas City to start the year, and then off they went. This team, he drafted well.
Yep.
Most of his draft picks hit. They got a double-digit sack guy, which they haven't had since Vic Beasley in 2016.
Yep.
2 edge rushers. They finally got pass rush, which they have not had. They
A
got
safety,
guys in the back end
which
that
is
can
damn
ball.
the MVP.
That's what I'm saying. They
Rookie
got
MVP.
old
Take the ball
linemen.
away.
They got the weapons on offense. They haven't had the healthy quarterback, but it ain't like he was winning and lost 4 to end. They were up and down, and they won 4 to finish.
Yeah, and
They
when you
beat
don't have your
Buffalo.
Q-
Yeah, bro, that was so promising, bro. Very promising. What am I gonna do if the Texans win the Super Bowl? Oh man, bragging rights. Don't talk to me. Now that'd be dope though. That'd be dope. I'm not biased though, so however it plays out, I'm gonna be fair. If we get lucky, we get lucky in certain situations. If we get some calls, I'll be fair, but that'd be super dope.
They beat the Rams. He showed that.
Would I go to the game? Nah, I wouldn't go.
I can turn this
tickets
thing
too
around.
expensive.
You just
Maybe one
give
day.
me just give me
No-
one
no
more
time
shot.
soon.
And if you've played for Rod, you've been in the building with him, man. That's why Drake said that. He's one of the greatest people you'll ever be around.
Raheem Morris, I guarantee wherever he goes next is gonna be a good spot for him. I would not be surprised. If anything, I think a good situation for him will be where a quarterback is already established. Because again, with him being a defensive-minded head coach, you want to go somewhere where you don't have to worry about that side, or at least you don't got to worry about it too much. But he does need a hit on the offensive coordinator. You got to hit on the offensive coordinator. But with the Raiders, I can see I don't trust the Raiders. I think they're a little dysfunctional. I wouldn't go to the Jets if I was him. Browns is open. Okay. We good. Connection good. I seen it drop for a second. We good. Okay, thank you. I will go to the Raiders. As long as Geno. See, I wouldn't go to the Raiders because you don't know if they're still all in on Geno. And I don't want to get set up. I'd want to go somewhere where it's safe. It's a little bit safer. Honestly, I think the Browns is probably the safest position because they already have a good defense. So that's going to be easy for him. He can build off of that. He can add a few more pieces. They already got a good defense. And then they already, if he's going to ride with Shedeur, they already have a quarterback. So it's not a hard equation to fix. It's not hard at all. The Titans, they don't have a good defense. You're gonna have to fix that. They got Cam Ward, but I think it'd be a lot more to fix with the Titans. 17 INTs from Geno this year. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, he was a product of bad play calling too. I'm not gonna call Geno washed because the play calling was bad, but yeah, no, he didn't have a great year.
And he has nothing in his heart except win. He finds every way to win, and I just feel like the momentum, you go off the momentum. If it's looking like, okay, that ain't how they were looking. That's not how Atlanta was looking. Atlanta needed to lose both the last games for Tampa to get in. They said, forget that. We're going to beat both of these teams.
Yeah.
All right, let me hear Cody.
Those.
I was surprised that they made this decision. I don't know him personally, but I've heard nothing but great things from these guys. I thought they would give him one more year because they won those last 4 games.
I was kind of shocked.
Normally and I've been a part of teams that are out of the playoffs early, but normally when you're 4-9, everyone checks the hell out. They're done. The season's over. Cancun on 3. That's what we're focused on. He still got the most out of his guy to win 4 games. So that tells me that they still believed in him. And we saw what Drake London said. And we saw what some of the guys in the locker room said about him is that they want Raw back. And this is who we want to play for. I think, though, that this decision was made far in advance with how quickly it happened after the game, regardless of beating the Rams and beating the Saints and doing all these different things. It sounds to me like that decision by Blank had already been made. That's why it happened so quickly. Because if it was really looking at everything from a bigger scale, saying, all right, we were in contention last year for the playoffs. This year we didn't play great. We had quarterback controversy.
Oh, I seen our schedule already. I already seen it. So they all on the same page. Everybody kind of surprised by it. Let's see what Skip say.
Both of y'all brought these quarterbacks, and y'all both said let's
But that's
draft
what
him just in case he get hurt. He got a backup.
I think even Rich McKay had something to do with Kirk Cousins. Fontenot and Richmond, he cleaned all the house.
He did.
Okay, so to your point about production business, the one point I can't defend is that Raheem had 1 winning season as a head coach, and you guys participated, right? Weren't you both at 10-6
Hell yeah.
year? With
Top
Josh
third.
Freeman. Josh Freeman was your quarterback, right?
Yep.
And you missed the playoffs at 10-6. But this shocked me and saddened me because
I didn't know he was a head coach before.
I saw moments this year, opener at Atlanta, Tampa Bay, team that we both loved. It goes to a last-second kick. Here we go again with kickers. And Koo misses a 44-yarder to force overtime. Okay, so Baker survived that game.
Yeah.
Baker survived a bunch of games, or it would have really been a disaster in Tampa. And then, I know I picked this game. I picked Atlanta to beat.
Okay, he said he was surprised. I'm sorry. We on a time crunch. We already about 49 minutes for this video. Let's go ahead and get into Pete Carroll.
Move on to another firing because the Raiders go 3-14 and they secure the #1 overall pick in the draft. And Las Vegas has decided to move on from Pete Carroll. So after just one
special
season,
teams
his
the main
contract
problem
was
for the
for
Falcons.
3, and they're
Interesting.
looking like minority owner Tom Brady will have a huge say
Yep.
who they are going to hire next. So, Skip, did Pete Carroll deserve to be fired?
He did not.
Really?
I thought
wow,
this was
Skip.
dead
Whoa.
wrong. Dead wrong.
How?
I think whoever decided that Chip Kelly was going to be the OC, no offense to Chip Kelly, but that just did not work. Whoever made that decision, if that was a Pete Carroll decision, all right, it is what it is. But if that wasn't a Pete Carroll decision, I would like to give Pete another year. You know, I definitely, because Pete is not the one calling the plays on offense. That was bad. That was bad. I'm not gonna lie. The play calling was not good.
Really?
Dang.
Pete Carroll has proven to be an all-time great head coach.
He has.
It's the old school way, though.
At your school,
Yep.
he won 2 national championships and went 97-19 and lost to Vince Young.
That's an interesting stat, Nick. And it wasn't, and he was just the scapegoat. Raheem was 2009 and 11 Buccaneers head coach. I did not know that, man. Interesting. I wonder what happened with that.
Who played the greatest championship game I have ever seen.
We got it, Skip. We remember.
Right? 30 of
Remember that
40
one.
he completed that night, and he ran 19 times for 200 yards and 3 touchdowns.
He did.
And you lost 41-38.
He
That's
did.
how close he came to 3 championships. At Seattle, he obviously won 1 Super Bowl, 43-8 against your franchise and Peyton, and would have won a second one if not for a last-second interception by Malcolm Butler who'd gotten thrown into the game, and it was
That he had something to do with them throwing the ball. You the head coach, right? So you should
he
have
signed off. Okay.
You signed off on that
Yeah.
shit. So you the reason you don't got to.
Okay, you can certainly.
Yeah, Pete got to get more involved on some of the decision making. You know what I mean? Like, don't let the OC just rock. You know, if you're doing bad, you're doing bad. We got to get this guy up out of here. You know what I mean? If you got to babysit your offensive coordinator, or you got to micromanage, then he probably not your guy. If he's not making the greatest decisions, if you got to micromanage, do what you got to do until he's out of there. But if you got to manage here and there, then that's cool, you know. But micromanaging all the time, then he's not reliable, you know.
Make that case, but they were in position to win a second Super Bowl, and this is what kills me about the way the Raiders are being run. Tom Brady is the chief advisor to the Raiders.
Okay.
He is the unofficial GM of the Raiders. Ian Rappaport has reported that he will lead the head coaching search now. He blessed Pete Carroll as the new head coach. He blessed going to get Geno, who finished second to last in QBR. And Tom Brady blessed Chip Kelly as the coordinator who was gone by midseason. So at least you give Pete Carroll one more shot here. It was a sorry team with sorry management, starting with Tom Brady. And now Tom's off the hook.
That's crazy.
Because he's leading the search for the next head coach after he.
If that was Tom, if Tom selected, because again, their biggest issues were obviously offensive play calling. That was the biggest. I mean, he had a defense play bad some games, a lot of games, but the biggest issue was offensive play calling. In what ranking are we putting Pete Carroll in charge of that, or what percentage? You know what I mean? So again, if Tom was responsible for hiring or selecting Chip Kelly, then I don't think they should have fired Pete Carroll. But that's just the Raiders franchise, you know. We gonna see. Maybe they hit. Maybe Tom, you know, because the rumor was that Tom was very involved in everything, but there was no clarity on that. I guess it was just speculation. I'm not gonna say rumor. It was speculation that Tom is very involved, and I don't know, but we'll see.
Blessed and was heavily involved in picking Pete Carroll. He just deserved another year. This is beneath his dignity to get fired after one sorry-ass year in Las Vegas.
I feel like you're disagreeing here.
Man, if you the head coach, you get the blame. If you win a chip, you get the blame if you shitty. Now, I don't know who blessed what, but I guarantee you Tom ain't say, hey, let's go get Geno. And then Pete Carroll said, all right, yeah, let's go. It probably was the other way. Pete Carroll said, man, we need to bring in Geno. He said,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Pete Carroll wanted Geno. I'm not going. Like I can see Tom signing off on that because, you know, hey, we don't really have a quarterback option right now, so we need somebody. We're not going to draft somebody in the first round. So yeah, let's go get Geno. Geno could be our guy. They look at Geno numbers over the past few years when he was with the Seahawks. Okay, that all looks good. All right, let's do it. Let's make that move.
of a leader he's ever. And then Tom just kind of maybe signed off on it if he signed off
And
on it
there's a
at
reason
all.
now they're giving
That's
him
that
most
going
of
to
the
get your
say.
guy
Maybe it didn't
stuff.
work
Yeah.
out. And
There's
now
that-
they're like, Tom, we need you to step
That's
up.
what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
I guarantee you, Geno wasn't Tom's first pick. You chose to bring in Geno. This shit was trash. Hey, bro. This your product. You know what I'm saying? It's gotta go, bro.
Yeah, if it was
I
Tom's
feel like,
decision.
man, it's Pete is the oldest coach in the league, man. You gotta throw the whistle on the wire sooner or later, Skip. You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna sit around and watch this shit till you
So you
90.
think this was all his fault this year?
It ain't all his fault, but guess somebody got to get the blame, right? We can't do this shit again. We not finna do this again. So
Yeah.
you pick Geno for sure gone.
Life of
so
a
you
head
might as
coach.
well be gone too. And just let's start it all over. We got young talent. We got the #1 pick. We trying to find somebody who gonna rock with Mendoza and Bowers and Genty, somebody who can come run and put this shit together. You know what I'm saying? So
Need to build the offensive
We need
line.
The offensive
Yeah,
line.
it's
It
a lot
doesn't matter
to do.
who you have
But
as
it's a
quarterback
lot-
with that offensive line.
It's a lot they need to build.
Nah, it don't matter who you have a quarterback with bad play calling. O-line is O-line. For sure. A bad O-line is, you know what I mean? Because did we not see the Bengals go to the Super Bowl with a bad O-line? Like, I could be wrong. But if you got good enough play calling, you can do a little something.
But I just look at, okay, Caleb was in place in Chicago.
Why is this popping up
But
everywhere?
Pete, times have changed. Everything's evolving, and they are in Vegas. These guys are young. It's Vegas.
This was on
It's just football.
ESPN,
It's
everywhere.
just different. So you look at what Ben Johnson did in Chicago. He just electrified that whole locker room. He got this young, vibrant energy, and he got them believing.
Exactly.
When you watch the Raiders this
Yeah, they could definitely move on from Geno. They got an $18 million cap hit if they move on from him, but they still save $8 million. So they cut him in 2027. They save $39 million. Geno finna get up out of there.
year, they didn't look like they played with that fire that they had.
Burrow got sacked 9 times in the divisional round against Tennessee and still won. That's crazy. But yeah, I mean, again, that goes to show. I think O-line is extremely important, but I don't think it's the most important. But
Out of Seattle or those Pete Carroll type teams, it just did not look like it across the board. So when that's happening, you got to bring somebody in that's going to bring that. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be fixed, but it starts with what type of football are we going to play?
Right.
What caliber of football are we putting out on the field? When you watch the Raiders, you didn't see, okay, week in and week out, you see Max out there dying trying to win. If you look across the board, that ain't what you see. Like that's not what you've seen across the board. Sometimes you see, man, they got a solid foundation. These dudes are really fighting. That's not what you see with the Raiders.
But like we
and
said,
that
there's
stems
only
from the top.
so many guys
But that
for
stems
that
from
position.
that stems from the top. It's how you practice it. What type of mentality are we? It's cool, man. Pete Carroll recruited me. I love Pete Carroll. But the days of let me go out and play catch with the guys and practice and let's shoot. Yeah, it's cool, man. We need something different.
The guys got to
You're
be
defending Kevin Stefanski, but not Pete Carroll.
No, I didn't
Love
defend.
that.
I didn't.
You did defend Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah, you did.
No, I said no. I said no. What I said was
he
I
talked
said
about
it
his
was.
coach of the year.
I
Let's
said
not
it was.
forget what he did.
I said it was time for a change.
Yeah.
Is that not what I said? I
You
said
did
it was
say
time
that.
for a
You said
change.
that.
I'm saying it's time for a change in Vegas, but you can't take away what Pete Carroll did. I'm talking about right now and what needs to happen. Cleveland needed a change, and so do the Raiders.
I
They
think
needed a change.
Yeah, they
The
need
quarterback
they got a young
problem
team, man. They need a nice, young, confident coach to come in there, man. With,
But
with a new,
who is that? Everybody needs this young, confident head coach where we're looking
They
for every
shouldn't have
single
got rid of
team.
the
Where
one
they
that was
at?
there in 21, but
Yeah.
whatever.
There's only so
He
many
was
Ben
the scape-
Johnson.
I
He
agree
was
with
the
that.
scapegoat for a lot of stuff that took place. They
Yeah.
shouldn't have got rid of that one. But
Wait, which one are you talking about?
John Gruden.
Oh, you're going.
Yeah, that's fair. Everybody loved John Gruden. Cody?
Yeah, I hate this for Pete Carroll. I wish we could all just erase this from our memories and that it doesn't have anything to do with his legacy, which I don't think it should.
I think having a coach that understands winning and that has a winning resume and winning record, I think that is a good thing. You know, I think they just need to learn. Some of these coaches need to learn how to pick better coordinators. That causes them to lose their jobs. You know, and the thing is, it's hard to keep a good coordinator because they get head coach jobs. So then it comes down to the head coach learning a specific side of the football to an elite level. You know what I mean? Which is not super easy because some of these really good coaches in the NFL are really good on one side of the football, like really, really good. But then when you look at a Tomlin and you look at a Harbaugh and you look at a Pete Carroll, we don't really know with them as individuals what their expertise is. Like, I know Pittsburgh has consistently had good defenses, but I don't know if Tomlin's the one calling plays. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if him being a really good defensive coach, you know? But you look at the Texans, DeMeco Ryans, defensive-minded head coach. Mike McDonald with the Seahawks, defensive-minded head coach. Sean McVay with the Rams, offensive-minded head coach. Shanahan, offensive-minded head coach. You know, like we know that they have some form of expertise on at least one specific side of the ball. So I think that's a good thing, you know. Like if you're going to choose a head coach, I think that's a good thing. But at the same time, these coaches who are not experts on one specific side, you know, I think being a good coach is still a good thing. But you gotta learn how to choose your coordinators properly, and that's it. Bill Belichick, he was a defensive-minded head coach, you know, so I think that's what that comes down to. But we're gonna cap it off here. Let me know your thoughts in the comments section. All right, I think we are about getting real close to done, fellas, ladies and gents. Let me see. I got a lot more topics, but I don't think I got enough time to hit all of them. I need to get off at a certain time. Josh Allen is out of excuses. Man, it's a lot of topics. The arena. Talk about the head coach firings. I did all that. Denver clinching the #1 seed. Seahawks. We talked about Seahawks yesterday. Drake May, Matthew Stafford talked about that one. Rodgers got his spark back. We could talk about Denver for a little bit. I'm not gonna stay on this topic too much. Let's see how hard the league go today. Bear with me, all this video is remuxing. Let me see, can I start it? Bengals head coach, DC, OC, and GM need to be fired. And they got a lot of problems. That's actually crazy. They got a lot of problems. Interesting. I'm stuck on who winning coach of the year. Who you think winning it? Are those bits? Oh, hey, appreciate the bits earlier. I couldn't tell what that was. I cannot tell what that was. I just saw the emote and yeah, I couldn't tell what I didn't know that those were bits next to it. I thought it was another emote. But thank you though, thank you. Hold on, bear with me. All right, we got the arena. Talking about the Broncos winning the #1 seed. Let's hear this out.
Broncos are officially the 1 seed in the AFC.
Way to go. Way to go. Let's go, man. We earned that. Here we go. We earned that, man. Oh, we got
You like that?
Interesting.
You gotta stop
Oh my gosh. Skip guy. Friendly fire. Oh my gosh.
Out of here. Let me see.
What is it? Get out of here. Get out of here.
Damn.
God,
Skip say I'm too old for this.
I'm going to need
Hey, that's for Denver.
I'm going to need rehab after this, right?
Shout out for Denver, baby. Smoke this thing out.
Yeah.
You think it just stopped on its own like it was a little...
All right, guys. I
Kizzy got nerves just real quick.
Hey, Kizzy didn't panic.
Put that
I
back
think you
on.
pushed down too hard.
I've been really...
Hey, that's that shout out to Denver.
Mike Vrabel, Mike McDonald, or Liam Cohen for coach of the year. We're gonna see. It's really tough this year. It's really tough. There's a lot of good options. You know, a lot of coaches in new situations. You know, typically it'll be like one coach in a new situation who does really good. We got a bunch of like, you know, somewhat younger coaches or coaches who overcame or overachieved this year because it's not the obviously, you know, Ravens, Bengals, Chiefs, you know, that's in the playoffs. You know, we got a bunch of new teams and new, again, you know, new things going on. So,
Man, we talk Denver. Hey, smoke this thing out real quick, baby. You know what I'm saying?
I've been wanting to try that all year, and now I know why I have not. So.
Hey, low key, that's why I ain't never fuck with it. I'm gonna
It's
smoke
been
this
sitting
bitch
right
out.
there.
Sheesh.
But I had to give Skip a little trouble. You know,
It looked
been
like
rooting
we
against
doing
your
a show
Broncos.
in California talking about
Okay.
Denver.
Oh my
You guys can't
gosh.
see us right now, but we'll continue. So this is the first year since our boys on the couch, Aqib and TJ's not here today, but won the Super Bowl 50 that the Broncos have been the 1 seed. So woo!
yes.
So,
Who was
Aqib,
talking?
Hit the smoke again.
I know, sorry. Aqib, are the Broncos going to go to the Super Bowl? I'm never doing it again.
Smoking everything.
I'm inviting Cody to
Yes.
do the.
The Broncos are going to go to the Super Bowl because we had the best defense in the AFC, man. Skip tried to hate on us, but the defense, he said the best, just gave up a 30 ball yesterday. Like, we not giving up no 30 balls going into the tournament. You know what I'm saying? Instead,
Who are you talking about? Who gave up 30 points? Who did Skip say is the best defense? Interesting. I mean, because all we got that I could think of is the Seahawks, and they allowed 3 points to the Niners. The Texans gave up 30 points. Backups? Oh my gosh. Nah, he's trolling. Backups? What the heck?
we serving, we getting our turnover train going, you know what I'm saying? We getting picks to the crib, strip sacks.
Come on now.
And right at the right time, man. And Bo and that offense, they're going to face a lot of criticism. They didn't do this versus the Chargers, and they didn't do this versus the Chiefs. And that's going to take us right back to where Bo was when we started striking shit. That's where Sean won't Bo. If you really watch the game, Sean called like 7 plays. He ain't show shit, you know what I'm saying? He ain't want to show nothing. He want to save it all for the playoffs, and Sean going to empty the fucking bag in the playoffs, you know what I'm saying? So that's it. I think it's just playing out exactly how Sean wanted to play out, man. This is exactly how he wanted to. He wanted everybody to be on us. He wants us to be home underdogs when the Bills going to go strike Jacksonville. They going to pull up to town. He wants us to be home underdogs. This is exactly what he wants, man. It's playing out exactly how he wanted to play out. And Gerald said it in our interview with Zach, man, Sean do his shit with this #1 seed. So all he do is go to the chip and get him the #1 seed.
Hey, if you look at the history of this, Denver and Sean Payton,
I think you can make an argument for Seattle. I'm still leaning towards the Texans right now. But I don't think it's a gap. I don't think it's a gap. I think it's very close. It's very close. And right now I'm taking Seattle over Denver. I will go Texans 1, Seattle 2, Denver 3. But it's not a huge gap.
last time they had #1 seed, that's why Leave sitting here like that.
You feel me?
And Sean Payton, #1 seed 09, Chip, #1 seed last time, one bad pass interference call away from going right back to Super Bowl. So, you know, I hear you.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So you're saying they are?
Who, me?
Yeah.
You saying the Broncos
sound like-
going
I
to
sound
the
like
Super Bowl?
only-
No, listen, I told y'all.
All right.
Y'all think I'm crazy, and it's my fandom kicking in for sure. But I think if A-Rod get there, it won't be as easy as y'all think. But if they run into Josh Allen,
At 1A, 1B. I think like if we go player for player with the best excuse me. Best 2D linemen on the Seahawks. Leonard Williams, DeMarcus Lawrence. I'm gonna take Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter. If we go corners, Spoon and Tariq Woolen. I'm gonna take Stingley, Kamari Lassiter. Linebacker, I'm gonna keep it a bean. I can't think of the who's the inside linebacker for the Seahawks. Is he better than Azeez Al-Shaair? And then safeties, I'm not taking none of the Seahawks safeties over Kalen Bullock, but maybe maybe we can go 1 for 1 on safeties. Maybe one of y'all safeties is better than our other safety, but I'm not taking none of them over Kalen Bullock. Hawks got a better linebacker. Who's the inside linebacker for the Seahawks?
these are the only things The only thing I think can stop them is Josh Allen.
Get funny.
Y'all don't see what's going on behind the camera. That's why.
Ernest Jones and Drake Thomas.
Because y'all can't see what's going on behind the
You can probably make an argument for that.
Hey, Tom Brady saving the day again. God dang Tom Brady always saves the day. And Tom
need a
Brady
fan.
gets clutch as usual.
We hotbox the arena. and
Yeah, man.
Wait, how did Tom Brady get here? I thought he was on a yacht somewhere.
Hey,
Hey, Ricky said they pretty good. Eamon Ward.
With Alex
We're
Earl.
talking Super
He nice, but he plays in a box. He basically play linebacker. I'm not gonna lie. I can't remember the last time I seen bro play deep. And it's not to say he can't, but I think they got that position already sold up, so they play him in a box because of versatility. So I look at him more like a nickel, if I'm being honest. He more so plays like a nickel role. Maybe you could probably get him that. Like, they got a better nickel than us. That's fine too. Drake lead linebackers in TFLs and got 5 picks and 100+ tackles. That's reasonable. Reasonable.
Bowl.
We're talking Super Bowl with Tom Brady.
Giant pop up, man. He everywhere.
I don't know his Z stats, so I can't really speak to it.
No, I said the only like threat to them is Josh Allen.
Ooh.
That's it.
I
like
thought you
that.
said Pittsburgh, though.
I already said that.
Okay.
I said that, yeah.
I bet you're gonna agree because you're such a Bills fan over here.
Yeah, it don't hurt my feelings, baby. We want this what we want.
Hey.
We want everybody to say we not
They
going
only
to
threat is if they
Don't
run
be on
into
the back
Josh
well
Allen.
now.
I do not think they're going to the Super Bowl.
Good.
I don't.
Cody.
I don't. You just mentioned they don't give up a 30 ball right before. What happened to Jacksonville when they showed up and put up 34? a couple
That ain't
weeks
right
ago?
before. That's a couple weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
that's a couple
All right.
weeks. That ain't the game before the tournament.
And we're talking about takeaways yesterday. No offense to him, but that's against Trey Lance and a bunch of the backups on the offense.
That's just the same thing. Like, he got to keep the same energy. Like, the Texans gave up 30 with backups. Like, what are you talking about? Some of the starters played in the first half. I don't remember seeing Stingley play in the second half at all. And offense as well, you know. So I think that, you know, that plays a part too. Everybody.
And then the other side is the offense for Denver struggled a little bit these last couple of weeks against the Chargers with some backups, the Chiefs. So that leads me to my point. Look, I've been back and forth on Bo Nix all season long. I like Bo. I really do. I think he's going to be a good quarterback for a long time. But I'll start with the defense first. I think the defense is the reason that they have the potential to get to the Super Bowl. We know how good that defense is. They've been good all year. I know giving up 30, though, to the Giants. They gave up 30 to Jacksonville recently. Both of those games at home.
We did that too. We won the chip.
But they still find a way to get the job done. And I think the big thing for them is being at home, getting that number.
Like, if I keep it a bean, if we take away record, because the playoffs is a new slate, and we just look at these teams for what they are. Because we can take away record because the Patriots have the easiest schedule in the NFL, and they're the second seed. So if we take away record from these teams, we just look at them in this new season, which is the playoffs. The Broncos and the Texans are on the same level. You could argue the Patriots are on their level too, like the Jags, the Bills. Like, a lot of these teams low-key on the same level. I might put the Bills under them, under those teams. But, like, I think they all on the same level. I don't think the Broncos are a clear-cut favorite. I don't think there's no clear-cut favorite in the AFC.
Number one seed, they're tough to play at Mile High. That's a huge factor in all this. But the reason I don't think they get there is because of the inconsistencies on the offense. You don't know which offense is going to show up on a week-to-week basis.
There we go.
No matter how good the defense plays.
I can't wait to hear your NFC answer there.
I love it.
Keep going.
Oh, don't worry. I got the numbers. I got the numbers.
Continue. Talk about the offense and how inconsistently bad they are.
Not inconsistently bad. I just said inconsistent to where if you need them to go get the job done, they can do it 1 week against Green Bay, but then the next week against Jacksonville, they can't go toe-to-toe and put up 34.
They just can't do it.
There
you go.
That's one.
So,
That's one.
Now let them continue. Go ahead, Cody.
They did it all the weeks.
He said that's 1 week. I mean, if we look at Denver offense, Broncos schedule, and I'm trying to be like super fair here. Like, I'm not trying to like. I don't think this is a great offense. You know what I mean? They did their thing versus the Packers. I could respect it. I don't really take Packers as a elite defense or anything like that. But hey, they did their thing. Chiefs, the Broncos, they scored 22 versus the Chiefs. I feel like I went over this before on multiple occasions. I'm not, like, based off of what I see when I watch the Broncos, I'm not sold on their play calling. I'm not sold. 19 versus the Broncos. Beat the Chiefs by 1 possession. Chiefs got a good defense though. Chargers got a good defense. Jaguars, they defense is they not bad. They up there. They're pretty solid. Packers, they solid. I'm not super sold on the Packers, but they got a solid defense. Raiders, not a good defense. Commanders, not a good defense. Chiefs, obviously I said a good defense. Raiders, not a good defense. Texans, 18 points. They won a game by 3. I mean, that's solid against the Texan defense, Cowboys, at this point in time, playing abysmal defense. I mean, Cowboys defense wasn't really great this year, but this was for sure before they got Quentin Williams. Giants, not a good defense. Jets, not a good defense. And they only scored 13. Eagles, it's a good defense on paper. They haven't played great defense all year, but it's a good defense on paper. Bengals, not a good defense. Chargers, good. Colts, I don't know if this defense was good at the beginning of the year, but I think it's a good defense. And then Titans, not a good defense. So, I mean, they're okay. They're okay offensively, but, I mean, I don't know. Nothing to go home about at all.
Before 1 week, and then they.
But I'm saying that some of those games the defense won. I'm saying when the defense.
If they played a Texans, Steelers, or Patriots, they not scoring more than 17 points. It's gonna be some interesting matchups. Very interesting.
Doesn't play great, and other teams put up a lot of points. They did it against the Giants, sure, but the Giants defense is not playing good football. But they struggled to do it against Jacksonville. I'm just saying it's inconsistent. And they'll play the Raiders. They put up 10. And they play the Raiders again. They don't look great. They just had some games this year. I'm not knocking the Broncos. I'm not saying that the Broncos are terrible. I'm just telling you why I'm standoffish a bit on them being legit, saying, hey, 100% they're going to the Super Bowl.
So who going to come pop up?
I think Buffalo.
Oh,
I think Buffalo's offense.
If I'm being honest, bro, I'm being genuine. I think the Broncos got the same. I think the Broncos, Jags, Patriots, Texans. What am I missing? AFC. Maybe you could say the Bills. Maybe. I don't trust the Bills defense that much. But those 4 teams got pretty decent defenses. The Bills got a decent defense on paper. If we look at names, but statistically the run defense is bad. But I think all of them really got the same odds to go to the Super Bowl. They all got the same odds. Like, it's not. And if the Steelers can get hot or just play good enough football, they got decent odds too. The AFC is not crazy.
Than they been.
Their offense, they have the number 1 rush offense. They're top 5 in scoring offense. They're top 10 in total offense. They can go out with Josh Allen and put up a lot of points. They can consistently.
So you ride with offenses to win the chip.
I'm riding with Josh Allen.
Okay. He's an offensive mind.
That's your first.
I said it preseason.
That's your.
I believe in the defense wins championships, but if your offense is questionable and your defense was questionable in a matchup that they were supposed to be the elite defense that they are, like this, like it's not like I could accept that same thing if you want to talk about the Texans and the Raiders, but the Texans gave up 2 big plays in that game, and that's really what made the game. I mean, that's really what gave the Raiders points. 2 big plays. The Raiders weren't driving on them. The Broncos got drove on by the Jags multiple times. Like the Jags were being surgical and strategic and breaking down the Broncos defense. It was a really good offensive performance. But everybody really questionable right now. Everybody in the AFC is questionable, and I don't think the Broncos have showed enough to where we are 100% confident that defense is going to lock in for a full playoff run. Because if they get matched up with the Jags again, it's question marks. If they get matched up with the Patriots, it's question marks. So we don't really know yet.
I've been saying it all season long. I think
Riding with the offense.
They got to
I'm
get
with
there.
Gerald though. If Buffalo wins and they go and Buffalo has to go to
Buffalo
Denver,
lose the first
I
round.
think Josh Allen gets them.
Yeah.
So here's what I saw yesterday. I just watch TV. I don't watch the coaches' tape.
Right.
I don't think people are going to be surprised if Buffalo lose first round. Like, they're going to blow it up just because it's Josh Allen. Literally. It's going to be blown up because of that. But Buffalo don't have a great team. They don't have a great team right now. And if you're going to go to the Super Bowl, you need a really good team. That's just the fact of it. You know, they got an I team. You know, it's cool. They got some really good pieces, but you know, we'll see. Texans won 9 straight. Just imagine Jags Texans AFC Championship. That'd be fire. That'd be fire. I would definitely like to see that. Jags have won 8 straight. Texans have won 9 straight. I like that. That'd be a good matchup.
I carefully watched the TV version of your Denver Broncos in a must-win 1-seed game against a division rival. And I watched your quarterback go 0 for 3 in the red zone. I watched your quarterback and his offense total 240 yards. I watched your quarterback go 5 of 15 on third down.
Mm-hmm.
I watched your quarterback have a QBR of only 46, below average, at home in a game, you know, he should have just rocked and rolled.
Why though?
They was
Why should he?
practicing.
Yeah,
They were
we ran
practicing.
7 plays, Skip.
14 of 23 for 141 yards. To my eye, he's become a better runner than a thrower.
Well,
Consistently better runner.
Damn good runner too.
But you know what happens to running backs? Running back shit happens, right? That's what you tell me.
Mm-hmm.
You've taught me that.
What?
So
I've heard
is he
that.
not cruising for?
That's interesting. You know what is interesting? The Jags have a top 3 ranked run defense. The Broncos don't have an elite run game, nor do they have an elite pass game. So I think if you're elite at something on defense, you could probably get his offense problems because you can take away one dimension of the game completely, and the Broncos are not elite at another dimension. So if you can take away the run game, really if you can take away the run game, that's almost everything. You know, I don't know what RJ Harvey did against the Jags. Let me look into that actually real quick. But let me see. But the run game really sets up the pass. So if you can take away the run game, you're doing big things. RJ Harvey had 50 yards for 7 carries. That's not bad, actually. He averaged 7 yards to carry. I wonder why they stopped running the ball. They threw the ball 47 times. What the heck? Well, I guess once you're down by so much, then you can't really do much. You got to throw the ball. You can't keep running it. That's interesting. But I do think if you can neutralize one side of the offense, you know, and it's not to say the Broncos are incapable of playing good offense because I've seen it. They will put some really good drives together, but it's just not consistent enough. That's just all that is.
For some bruising running the football, he might be.
I don't wish that on.
Top 3 run defense. Yeah, Texans offense done if they play the Jags then. I mean, here it is. The Jags got a top 3 run defense, but the pass is not that great. The Texans don't run the ball like that. So they run the ball, but they don't run the ball great. So we just gonna pass. You know what I mean? But I don't think they're not really nothing to worry about like that. We played them twice this year, so. And there was nothing in either one of those games that really like scared me about the Jags.
Yeah, but he's not like.
I could see if the Texans had an elite run game. Nah, I mean I can't say that because I gotta hold the same standard with the Broncos. Gotta hold the same standard. But we saw what the Broncos did to the Jags, and the Texans split with them, and they were close games, both games. So.
like that. He runs.
I don't know.
I mean, with the Jackson to the Broncos.
He runs pretty kamikaze wild.
He was
to
scared
me.
Yeah.
19-3.
Yeah.
Skip watched everything but the final score. He ain't watched that.
They was
He ain't watched the
practicing-
final
they
score.
was
He ain't mentioned
practicing.
that. I was waiting to see if he watched the actual
You can
score
do
of
that
the
with
game.
Trey Lance as a quarterback.
Bo Nix finished 14th in QBR, which is not bad, but it's not good enough to go win a Super Bowl or even get to a Super Bowl. Bo Nix is more Bo SUX sucks for the most.
Now, even if we had Tank Dell, I think it would help, but we need better offensive play calling. That's really the end all be all, bro. You can have the Avengers, but if you ain't got somebody directing it, you ain't got somebody calling the plays. Tony Stark not out there telling people what to do, or Captain America. You know what I mean? He not telling everybody what to do. Then you can only get so far.
Part. And
Was they doing QBR
in the
when we
end-
won the chip?
Okay.
What was paying QBR?
I was just
like where he finished our year. Where you just if you was to guess, like 25th?
I don't know. I only care about right now.
Okay. All right.
Because I don't live
that.
in the past like other people do.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm looking at the
like the Cowboys.
I'm looking at the number 1 seed Seahawks have outscored their opponents by 191 points. That's pretty great.
I think we should fire the OC. At this point, just let him rock. See what he do next year. If he trash next year, fire him next year. Because they didn't fire him yet. So, because we just fired our OC last year, and he was decent his first year. So I thought we should have kept him and gave him at least one more year. But you gotta give some of these guys a little bit of time. He's a rookie OC, his first time. I'm gonna give him a little bit of grace, but we in a win now mode. So I mean, since they haven't fired him yet, just let him rock. And then if he's bad by mid-season next year or something, or we start off bad again next year because the offense, like let's say we start off 0-3 because the offense can't score enough points, then get him out of there.
And the number 1 seed Broncos have outscored their opponents by 90 points. So 191 for the Seahawks, only 90 points, which means you barely won a lot of games. And you did beat the Chargers yesterday 19-3 because Trey Lance, who I still like, got thrown into the fire against your defense and nobody blocking for him. They're down back up. I give you your defense. It's really good, especially getting after the quarterback, and that will translate. That will work. But I am with everybody who brought up the Superman name. It's Josh Allen. This is going to be his playoffs.
Wow.
Because I'm going to remind you, Josh Allen is 7-6 in the postseason, and 5 of those 6 losses were to Mahomes and Joe Burrow. 5 out of 6 to Mahomes and Joe Burrow, who the last time I checked are not they're not in these playoffs, right?
Yeah.
I think they got sent home pretty early. So, and by the way, the one other game that Josh lost was his first playoff game
Was to who,
at
though?
Texans to Deshaun. It was to Deshaun, okay, in overtime.
Yep.
He lost it in overtime. So I just know that I watched Josh Allen and the Bills go into Pittsburgh and just annihilate them. And I watched Josh Allen and the Bills go get some revenge at New England after they fell behind 21-0. They went on a 35-7 run to end that game. They're better on defense than people are giving them credit for because they're veteran playmakers. They got them everywhere, and they just make plays when they need to make plays. And James Cook did win the rushing title. And I think Josh, you could argue he doesn't.
Denver undefeated at home this year, besides the Jags.
Have quite the team he's had in the past.
Especially not the defense.
Not the defense, but still good enough to go to Denver and win a game, because if it boils down to Josh Allen or Bo Nix, I think I'm taking Superman. And I'm going to say it again. He did put himself in position to win the game against the Eagles, a game that felt to me in retrospect as kind of Super Bowl-ish to me. It had that kind of magnitude to that matchup. And Josh missed a throw by about 5 yards to Shakir, who broke open on the 2-point try to win the game. And I believe that was a launching point for him. I believe he's going to be on a mission from that point forward to say, okay, watch me now. Watch this. Watch how I make up for that. So I got Josh Allen beating the Broncos at Mile High.
So
we just saying he just finna go whoop the Jags, right?
It'll
All the
be
noise,
tough.
I said
all the noise that Richie was saying the Jags are going to, that's over with. Their noise is done, right?
No,
I say he got to get there first.
Yeah,
Because Jacksonville ain't no foot. I don't know why people think he just about to walk in
He just
Jacksonville
finna
and
go
win.
slide in
I
Jacksonville.
said
and just
if
beat the
he
shit out of
gets,
them.
they got to get past Jacksonville first. That ain't no
Yeah.
man. All right.
No, I agree.
So
I agree.
the chat is riding against Lee, which I'm shocked by. Riding with you boys, 70% are saying that the Broncos won't make it to the Super Bowl. But Lee, I'm gonna ride with you today because I think the Broncos are gonna make it to the Super Bowl because the year that you won the Super Bowl, Peyton Manning ranked 28th in QBR as a quarterback.
Does it really
I think
matter?
this is defense wins championships, and I believe in the Broncos.
What was last year? What did a Super Bowl winning quarterback last year rank in QBR?
Let me
was it
look that up.
amazing? Maybe he was number one, Skip.
But he
Maybe
was
what was
Super
Jalen
Bowl
Hurts?
MVP. That's all he was.
Yeah, but
But,
they
but who
they
knows?
had a million
Bo might
weapons
strike-
on offense.
Bo
Not that crazy of a stat, knowing they only had 3 losses. Like say he's never won in Jacksonville. Who's never won in Jacksonville? Looking at their schedule, I mean the only competitive games that they had at home were their divisional opponents, which is the Chiefs and the Chargers. That's it. The Packers competitive. But they haven't had a crazy hard schedule at home. They handle business versus the Packers though. Jordan Love, 276, 1 tub, 2 picks. But I mean, you know, when you're a good team, you're supposed to be bad teams, and I think that's what they're doing. You know, they getting the job done, But we're gonna see. It's not too often that we see a team being situation that the Broncos have been in, you know, in terms of like looking like a team that's just been getting by and they win a Super Bowl, you know. We saw it with the Chiefs last year. They made it to the Super Bowl, which is very commendable, but they got blown out, you know, because I think once you get, but it's nobody who really got really good coaching like that. I mean, the Rams got really good coaching, but they corners ain't all that. The Eagles was good all over the board last year in terms of defense. They had good coaching and good players. There's nobody really who has good coaching on both sides or enough like a team like the Eagles. But yeah, outside of that though, like when teams kind of skate their way to the playoffs, it's rare that we see them. I'm not gonna say it never happens, but it's just rare that we see them win a Super Bowl after skating their way to the playoffs. But you know, making it to the Super Bowl is very commendable. But we're gonna see. Since the NFL so wide open, I can see a random Super Bowl like Jags versus Bears. That'd be random. I don't believe in the Bears like that though. I think Jags Rams would be random. That's a random matchup. Kind of funny because the Rams blew them out. But yeah, it's gonna be something random. I wouldn't be surprised. Any team in the AFC right now going to the Super Bowl is random because the Bills. When the last time we seen the Bills in the Super Bowl? So even if they make it, it's random. Last time we seen the Steelers, you know, everybody from the AFC. If the Eagles or Rams make it, then you know it's gonna have some normalcy, you know. But we'll see. It would be fitting if the Bears get there since it'll be their first since 2006. That's when they had Devin Hester play Peyton Manning. Right, Urlacher, Devin Hester opened up the game with a return touchdown. Where are we at, fellas? Any more good topics? I think we're done with the arena, actually. Talking about the Seahawks being Super Bowl. I'm done. Rodgers got his spark back. I kind of talked about Aaron Rodgers the other day, so I don't feel like talking about him again. I wouldn't mind hearing their opinion on it, but in terms of making a video about it, I don't know. Stefanski finally fired. Josh Allen is out of excuses. Game managers, a lot of topics, man. I don't want to get all of these out. Eagles lose the 2 seed. Rodgers was worth it. I think I talked about that one. 49ers. Fedor, who's your MVP? Shady Hayes, Trevor. Oh, they talked about Bo Nix too. I should have listened to that one. Can the Panthers beat the Rams? That's not a bad video. All right, let me try to make this 10 to 15 minutes max. The last one was shorter than the other ones I've been doing, but it was still 30. It's crazy that the Bills went to the Super Bowl 4 years in a row back in the day and went 0-4. Yeah, that's wow. That's wow. I've seen that stat. That sucks. To go to the Super Bowl 4 years in a row and not win one. I know that hurts. Especially being one of the guys who's a part of all four. Man, that sucks. All right, we got, can the Panthers beat the Rams?
To talk about Carolina Panthers making the playoffs. Go ahead, cheer, Rome. I know you want to cheer. There it is.
And Shady says we have to?
Yeah, I don't know why we have to, but apparently we have to. I think did Rome just include this, like, sneakily? Is that what happened? Okay, look. The Panthers won the division today as an 8-9 team by way of the Falcons beating the Saints.
Crazy,
the most disgusting division in all of football for, I think, like a decade straight, outside of when Tom Brady.
Panthers fans, give me your best arguments in the comment section. Facts and logic. Give me your best arguments.
Just like went off for those years. For the first time in 10 years, the Panthers are the NFC South champs for the first time since going to the Super Bowl with Cam Newton. Now they're going to be facing off against the Rams.
Hey, it's been 10 years.
In a home wild card round. The last time we saw this matchup, the Rams dropped that game on the road to Carolina. Do you guys think that the Panthers can have lightning strike twice and beat the Los Angeles Rams at home?
Wait, what seed is the Rams? 6?
4.
5.
Oh, no, 5. 5, yeah, because the
Panthers 4.
Panthers are 4.
The Panthers can pull it off, but it's going to take the exact same recipe. Can you duplicate it? What was the recipe? It was picking off Matthew Stafford in the end zone. That's 7 points, running it back. What was the recipe? It was picking off Matthew Stafford again. What was the recipe? It was Bryce Young on 4th down, going 2 for 2 for 2 touchdowns, and I believe 87 passing yards on 4th down alone.
Yeah.
What was the recipe? Matthew Stafford driving to win the game, you go sack, force fumble. That was the recipe.
Yeah.
So, like, the Panthers can beat the Rams again, but it wasn't like a fluke. It was playing excellent and forcing the Rams to play bad. Can you play excellent again? Not good, not okay, not mediocre. Bryce Young was 2 for 2, 87 yards, 2 touchdowns on 4th down alone.
Yeah. Bryce Young had a 147
Can he do that
passer rating.
again?
Man, that's a fluke. They're gonna beat the hell out of the Panthers. They shouldn't even be in the playoffs. And another thing, we didn't talk about this. There needs to be a law or rule about this. You 8-9 in the playoffs, and you got a home game. How's that even possible though? I'm being serious. Nah. Listen, go to the playoffs because that has to happen. Obviously,
we had this conversation, and I forgot who brought this point up, but it forces teams to keep playing competitive at the end of the season. The fact that, and then if we made it to where teams with bad records couldn't get to the playoffs, then it really will be no point of having divisions. So, as much as I will as much as I prefer the other option, like it would change up a lot. Everybody would start tanking. Tanking will be super normalized. And then like I said, it'd be no point in having divisions.
but that division is so bad. There needs to be a rule. If you are record-wise, it should matter who gets the home field. How they hosting a home field game? Think about that.
It's the auto bids.
That's some bull crap.
What was wrong with college football last year? They changed.
Shady, you don't. But given what the Panthers have defensively, and also given that they're not scared of the Rams, because they're not afraid of them. They already beat them, and they beat them in Los Angeles, and they beat them when the Rams were smoking hot. I think the Rams won like 5, 6, 7 games straight.
Our Rams 10-point favorites, knowing that they lost already. Because I think everybody's looking at the game the same way. Like, for the Panthers to beat the Rams again, they're gonna have to play perfect, and we're not. The Panthers are not favored to beat the Rams again. You know, I just realistically, I just don't see it happen. I think Sean McVay is a elite coach, and I think that he's gonna go in there and They gonna figure this out. They gonna game plan what they did wrong versus this team, and what they did right versus this team, and capitalize off of it. Yeah, I mean, the Panthers cool. They got a lot of good players on that team, but I don't know. I don't see it happening realistically.
Smoking hot.
You talking about they played in Carolina.
And it was wasn't like a rainstorm or something like that? No, that's not
it was raining outside too.
Yeah.
But Carolina did run the ball at 40 for 164 on the ground. And it was constant like chunk like just not.
Did he say 40?
And it was wasn't like a rainstorm or something like that? No, that's not
it was raining outside too.
Yeah.
But Carolina did run the ball at 40 for 164 on the.
They ran the ball 40 times. What the heck is that about? And they won by 3 points. I ain't really putting too much money on that one, man. I ain't got too much stock into that one. Dang, they did run the ball a lot. Wow. That's interesting.
Ground and it was constant like chunk like just not 30 40 yards, not chunks, but like just a constant 4 or 5 yards of carry.
I just think this, man. I think you can be scared. Just because you beat, you can be scared. Like, damn, we got to play them again? Yes, you do. And I think the MVP, Matthew Stafford's going to show up. I think
realistically, if you got beat by somebody you know that you're better than, you're looking forward to playing them again to make a statement. I think that's just the reality of it. You like, okay, you got blessed here, you got blessed there. A couple things played in your favor, but like we know who really better. I don't think the Rams are like really worried about playing the Panthers. That's my perspective.
I think Sean McVay going to show up and do what he do best. And then on defense, they're going to have some pride. Because the way they ran the ball on them the first game was ugly. All I'm saying is this, Acho, is I don't want to waste too much time on the Carolina Panthers. This game is going to get ugly, man. Like Bryce Young. I like Bryce Young, but he's super inconsistent. So I'll talk about him inconsistent. I don't know what game he's going to give us. I know one thing. He turned that ball over against the Rams. It's going to get ugly fast. So I don't think this game's going to be competitive at all.
Wow.
Don't let the playoffs fool y'all like every game's going to be competitive because it's the playoffs.
I think the Panthers.
And this is one of them games.
This is also Bryce Young's first playoff game. We've seen him like here, then we've also seen him like way down here as well. I think it's going to be one of those situations where the moment's a little too big for him, especially at home. Everything's all on your side.
But what about
you beat
this?
him already.
But Shady, but speak to this though. The Panthers are playing with house money.
Yeah.
Even Panthers fans I talked to was like, yo, y'all really need to make the playoffs? They're like, bro, we won 8 games this year. Like, that was a win for me. Panthers are playing so free. The spread is going to be the largest probably all playoffs for this game. So, like, if you're the Rams, it's a if you win, you're supposed to win. But if you lose,
I don't think there's no if in this game. They're not going to lose to them. They probably mad in the 5th seed.
Yeah.
This is a Super Bowl caliber type of team. They got everybody coming back. Devontae Adams coming back this game. They're going to be rolling.
No upset alert then.
Hell no. The Panthers?
Now, the Rams open as a 10.5 point favorite.
The Panthers might lose this game. They might lose this game by themselves. They bad, man. I don't know what y'all be watching.
But only thing is, Shady, we've seen them beat them before. So you're right. But like, I can't ignore, I think it was J.C. Horn got a pick. Maybe Mike Jackson got a pick. I can't ignore.
Acho, man. I mean, as long as you've been gambling, you know how that works. Sometimes the most favorite team may lose to the worst team. It happens all the time. They ain't going to happen twice, though. They ain't gonna happen. They might have hung out a little bit. I've been there. Hey, man, we got the Bears, the Browns. All right, you know, let's do it. One more shot tonight. All right, we gotta go early tomorrow. They not doing it this game. Yeah, we're gonna get good rest, good sleep. Puka gonna be ready. He gonna be focused. No distractions. No streamers and all that. It's playoff football. Yeah. Right? Old ass Stafford gonna be getting some sleep with his wife. Normal stuff. They're gonna be ready to play, bro.
Is there a weird world where the Panthers match up well against them? Panthers have 2 really good corners. Rams have 2 really good receivers.
It's the Panthers, man. No. It's the Panthers, dude.
No, I think they caught lightning in a bottle that first time. I mean, since then they're 1-3. They did everything they possibly could to lose the division.
Here's
And they
why.
still
Only
found a way
reason
to
I
win.
don't like the lightning in the bottle thing is like lightning in a bottle to me is like ball went off a dude's helmet and turned into a pick. Lightning in a bottle is like a kicker, Younghoe Koo, when he forgets to kick the field goal.
Yeah.
That stuff that like is fluky.
But we could say Matt Stafford playing bad is fluky. You know, he had 2 really bad games this year. Lightning in a bottle, mate. You know what I'm saying? Falcons caught him. Panthers caught him. You know, Matt Stafford throwing this ball right here that end up going to turn into a pick 6. That could be lightning in a bottle. You know what I mean? It may not be what the Panthers did, but it could be what the Rams did. Hypothetically, like just from a different angle.
Picking off Matt Stafford on an out route, that's not fluky. Like, really good job by the DB, really good break, great job. Picking off Matthew Stafford in the end zone, if you got my J.C. Horn, an all-pro corner, it's not fluky. Like, he's a good player. So, lightning in a bottle is like, is stuff that could not happen again.
The Panthers
Rome is back, expected to play on. Oh, Rome doing that. Okay.
beating the Rams cannot happen again. I'm sorry, like that's.
I tried.
That's like you
Reeves
know it
keep
too.
pounding.
Yeah, you know it too. It
Rome
just,
keep pounding.
yeah,
They bad, man.
It's tough.
Hashtag.
Keep
This will be this will probably be the least watched game.
They did move it ahead of the other game. Like, it's the Saturday, I think, afternoon game. Because Packers Bears are Saturday night. They were like, you know what?
Yeah,
Let's make it ugly.
Let's make it the first one. We get it.
Let's get it out the way. It's
Get it
the
out the
appetizer.
way.
It's
It
like
is what
the
it
bread.
is.
This is a bread. It's
Now
not even
look,
like calamari or nothing.
It could,
It's
it could
just
set off
bread.
one of the
Put a little
craziest
butter on
playoffs
it,
you've ever
eat
seen.
it.
It could.
This playoffs has the opportunity to be one of the most wild playoffs we've ever
100%.
seen. Like, but
100%.
yeah, does that happen though? We don't. Fairy tales aren't real, man. No, I learned a long time ago in high school. First crush. Rom-coms aren't real things, man.
What's more likely to happen? Bo Nix gets to the Super Bowl or the Panthers upset the Rams right here?
Panthers upset.
Bo Nix getting to the Super Bowl is more likely, bro. Ooh, Bo Nix getting to the Super Bowl with that defense is more likely than them beating the Rams. They're
Yeah, I agree with that.
not beating the Rams.
No.
They're not.
Damn, is that hopeless for the
It's
Panthers?
that hopeless for the Carolina Panthers. Yes.
I would agree with them if the Panthers hadn't beat them already.
Yeah.
I'd agree with everything they're saying.
Bro,
I don't trust it in a situation like this. One game go home. I don't trust it. And then McVay has way more playoff experience than Canales. And then Stafford has more playoff experience than, like, it's just more experience. Like, knowing how to prepare for this game, I don't trust it. I could see them sleeping on the Panthers in the regular season. I don't see them sleeping on the Panthers in the playoffs, especially knowing that they lost to the Panthers in the regular season. Like, we're not going to let this happen 2 times. Where we at? About 12 minutes? I let it run for a few more minutes.
can see how that game went. They didn't take it serious. We all been there.
You're not wrong.
See, we got a $5 super chat. Blackball and Music Group said, watch your tone, Care Bear, about the NFC South champs. Same team, knock your boys off the throne. Y'all ain't been back since. You
I got
beat an awful team.
Oh, I got some Care Bear super chats.
Like,
if we want to get back to
talking
those.
about?
They called him Bora Bora Bear. They called
That's
him.
okay. Y'all finna be right there with us. We will
Gummy
win the
bear.
same amount of playoff games this year. I guarantee you. I guarantee you.
But you can't do that. They in the playoffs though. You can't.
Congrats.
Rome, this last one?
Congrats, man.
Hey,
Look, hold on. One more thing.
what
One more
happened?
thing. I just wanted to talk to y'all about this. Today, let me pull up a tweet for it so we have visual. But today, history was made. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago, and
Oh,
today
wow.
history was made, and one of these coaches
that's
got to get
official.
fired, brother. One of these coaches got to get fired. Today, the New York Jets became the first team in NFL history to go an entire season without an interception.
It's a nice suit, though.
Interesting. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section. And the Panthers beat the Rams in the playoffs. Eagles lose 6-2. Rodgers worth to buy by Harbaugh. Or not sure. Shador. Who's your MVP? I can close this tab. Ink. Josh Allen out of excuses. I can make that into like a 15-minute one. Do that. What time we at? Ooh.
Look,
Shady say you can't fire a black man. I'm surprised Glenn didn't get fired. I hate it what it is. Tua says playing somewhere else would be dope. Wow. I just seen what's his name? Jeff T. He was talking about Trae Young, and he was like, "Hey, don't fall for it, man." He was like, I took the bait when I was younger, you know, playing the villain role, you know. When I heard I was gonna get traded, I'm like, yeah, man, yeah, I wouldn't mind playing somewhere else, you know. Then I get traded, and I'm like, I didn't like it there, no way. But like in reality, I did like it. I did want to be there, but like don't fall for the bait because it don't look good. It's gonna backfire on you. Tua's falling for the bait, but we're gonna see how that plays out. Because especially knowing his contract and knowing that they possibly can't move him, you don't want to even say stuff like that. You want them to accept you with open arms if the situation does play out to where they do need you. Not they really don't even want you to start, but like they got to because of an injury or something. You want it to be like, okay, well, we can entertain too. You know, like we're not walking on thin ice. We don't. Now you're embracing getting out the door. They're going to want to move you out. Garrett Wilson I seen that, bro. That's a crazy stat. Parents would beat Rams again. That'd be crazy. Hawks never came up with a contract extension. They gonna trade, bro. They ain't got no choice. If you're not gonna pay him, you gotta trade him. Because if you let him walk for free, that's incompetence. That's bad. Head coach and DC on the Jets need to get fired. If the DC ain't got fired yet, that's crazy, bro. Not gonna lie. Maybe the GM. Who did they draft this year? Oh, Armand. I think he was starting. Mason Taylor starting. Azariah Thomas, he started towards the end of the season. Arian Smith, he didn't do nothing this year. Malachi Moore started. Francisco, I don't know if he started, but I think he played a lot. And Tyler Barron, he played a decent amount. It was a decent class. They all contributed this year. Not bad. They been fired at the DC? Let me know. Yeah, let me know. Anybody down to run a Madden game? Where we at? I'm running one before I get off. We got Josh Allen is out of excuses. All right, Joe, I got you after this here.
The Buffalo Bills are in the playoffs. There was a tweet by BetMGM. Lamar missing the playoffs this year. Mahomes missing the playoffs this year. Burrow missing the playoffs this year. Josh Allen, you have no more excuses, was what they said. Mina Kimes responded and said, well, here's one. The run defense is 31st league-wide, and it's a team sport.
That is a great point. That is a great point. I think everybody been, getting on a Josh Allen got to win one, but that right there, it's a team sport. I think since Josh has been, in the elite quarterback conversations, this might be one of the worst teams that Josh has had. And it's not a bad team, but it might be one of the worst that he's had so far. So, again, it's a team sport. So, I don't think we could throw it all on Josh's shoulders. He got to accept it and try to rise to the occasion and play his best. But as long as he go out there and he plays great, I don't think anybody's gonna blame Josh Allen for losing in the playoffs. I think let's say Josh Allen goes out there, throws for 4 touchdowns, 300 yards, 1 interception. I don't think nobody's gonna criticize him if the defense gives up 160 rushing yards and the defense is getting toasted, So, I think I really don't think nobody gonna criticize him that bad if he does lose. But I don't think, nor do I think this is his year because of that.
Fellas, do you guys think Josh Allen is out of excuses if he doesn't go win a Super Bowl this year?
By the DC weeks ago.
So before you go, sir,
James Cook is carrying now in this playoffs. the AFC playoffs, there are 5 top 10 defenses just in the AFC playoffs. So you putting a lot on James Cook back. I'm not going to lie. If I'm not mistaken, I believe there are 5. I think the Patriots, the Broncos, the Texans, the Jags. What am I missing? It might just be 4. It might be 4. But it's not gonna be easy for them at all. If Allen can't do it, then something is off. But like, how can we blame Allen if the team is not that great? You know, if again, let's say Allen goes out there, throws for 300, 400 yards, 4 touchdowns, 5 touchdowns. You know, the Chargers. I think Chargers got top 10 defense too. So yeah, I think it's 5. But if he goes out there and has a great game, I don't think we could blame him if the defense plays bad. Panthers still missing Robert Hunt and Trevor Wallace, big key players. Interesting. Smell a lot of ref ball coming in the playoffs. Interesting. The playoffs. I mean, there's no Chiefs though, so maybe not. Maybe not. But we'll see.
If she's gonna say that, and I don't mind her saying that, right? Then we can't be talking all these wins that these players get, because now it's like, well, we won the game, but don't give it to the quarterback.
Yeah. Well, Mina said, and even in response to that tweet, she's not a quarterback's win person.
Thank God.
That's her philosophy.
Thank God.
It's not that Josh Allen won't have excuses. It's just the fact that in sports, we don't want to hear about them. Josh Allen will have it.
Hey, Buffalo averages out nice because they got this is just yards. You know what? Let me look at points. So based off of yards, they're number 7. But they average out pretty nice because even though the run defense is bad, the pass defense is, you know, it averages out pretty well. But let's go total. Let's go scoring defense, points per game. Houston, Denver, Patriots, Jacksonville, Chargers. They got it's 5 top 5 defenses in the playoffs. Buffalo is 12. Buffalo, I mean, they might be able to pull something off. They might. But it's not, I don't think it's gonna be easy. But we'll see.
An excuse. I don't want to hear about it.
I'm not looking at them.
Win this year.
I'm not looking at Buffalo as an underdog. I'm just not putting them on a pedestal just because Lamar and Joe Burrow and Mahomes are out of the playoffs. They're still one of the competitive teams in these playoffs, but they're not above anybody in this playoffs. Refs about the ride or die for Josh Allen. Was Allen's stats in his last playoff game? Let's see. Let's see. Dogs. Last playoff game, he threw for 237, 2 touchdowns, no picks versus the Chiefs, and he lost. So I mean, it's not a terrible game. 64% completion. It's not terrible. No picks. And they lost. They played Denver in the playoffs last year. That's interesting. Now, Denver looks a lot better this year. A lot better. But they blew them out last year. But again, this team doesn't look better this